Rick, for being with us. The number 866 We Be Big. Oh my goodness, Thanksgiving is here and gone, but the Christmas season is. We're all up in it, and we're going to kick off the Christmas season today with an Adler Christmas. It's an annual appearance by Michael and Linda Adler. This is when Chris's worlds collide. That's our Eddie Van Adler, because that's his parents. Yep. Shades, I tell you, they have got a great Christmas special. They present Christmas with the Gettys. It's December the 11th, 2 shows, 4 and 7:30. We'll explain all that and let them perform live in studio today. Yep, that's right. We'll be having a performance live in studio with engineer John Scruggs on hand. And so we'll kick off the Christmas season. We'll recap Thanksgiving weekends and have a good time together. Also, Blazing Silverman is here. He's got your phones at 866 We Be Big. I am Speedy, and to the left is Greg Burgess, and to the right is Michael Helms.
Hey.
That completes the good time.
Yes,
game.
It does.
What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good.
Good.
Good?
Real good. Yeah.
Here we are. We are here.
So much has happened
Yes.
between the time we saw each other last and this morning, and goodness gracious, I don't know that we got time to catch up.
I know. It's going to be one thing after another. We got a lot to do today, and I tell you what, we're not going to just kind of start easy. We're diving into it. This week, not only just the Adlers coming in today, but also Act of Congress will be here Friday to perform, and so we're rolling. And we got the 12 working days of Christmas starts Thursday. And that's for 12 working days until the big year ender. The Rick and Bubba Show gives away a gift that either is hard to find or we think's pretty cool. And so that's there for you today, too. So a lot happening. A lot happening, my friend.
And we've added the tree to the house that makes my allergies all.
Really?
Nobody listens to me in my family. Can we please just go buy a brand new artificial? Can we do that? Do we have to do the tradition thing where we get my truck out and nobody really wants to go but the girls, and we get this tree inside the house, and then I'm allergic for 30 days? Is
Can't get it straight.
I mean, no, and it's crooked, Greg.
Yeah.
To your point. But I noticed. I told him. I said, "That's fine. I guess for 30 days I'll just suffer with allergies. I have a tree allergy. So when we bring a tree inside the house, I'm going to be allergic to it."
Well, happy holidays.
So good. Happy holidays.
I got finished with it. I got finished putting it up Saturday night.
Yeah.
My eyes were swollen. My nose was running, and I'm
what
like,
a holly jolly.
So what? So this is just fantastic.
Well, good. Hey, guess what? There's no end in sight.
Even offered up, guys. Here's a check
you just
card.
getting started.
Go get a nice brand new. Y'all just do that.
Yeah,
We'll
fake
put that
snow on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
No,
yeah.
No, that's not the same.
Yeah. Hobby Lobby was waiting on them. Yeah, I got good deals on Christmas trees right
They
now.
do.
Yeah.
Hey, Christmas trees, you can pay as much as you want.
Yes. Hey.
Yes.
Hey.
Now, you can get
Have
you
you
one of them.
wrestled your big one
I'm in
yet?
the process.
But it all looks good, and we're ready to go.
Got a
Well,
lot of
good.
stuff.
Yeah, we're dialed in and settled too. I don't know what it is. There's certain things that you just are daily or reoccurring chores around the house that just anytime they come up, it's like, man, I hate doing this. And trimming bushes is not my favorite. I just don't like it at all. No. But anytime we get ready to do the outside stuff, the bushes need to be trimmed because you got little lights going back on your little wreath that's hanging on the window and all that. And you won't see it if you don't trim everything back. So I dove into it this past weekend one morning, and my goal was I wanted to start early Saturday and be finished by the Ohio State-Michigan kickoff. Yeah. So I was out early, but it required me using a power tool that I didn't want to wake the neighborhood up. I know you would start yours at 7 a.m.
No, I'd give them till 8.
So I was like, there's things I can do that before I crank that bad boy up. And so I waited till about 8:45 or 9 and cranked her up, and I got finished at about 10:50 with 10 minutes to spare. I was kind of proud of myself.
There you go.
But everything's trimmed up, everything's up, and so that was my duty.
Yeah.
Terry said, if you'll just get the outside going, that's where I need you the most.
Yeah.
So we're a little winter wonderland.
How about we're very easy on the outside part? So, and Caroline likes to do the little stairways. If y'all know, but the big steps that go all the way to the top of the hill that the delivery people can't stand, which I don't blame them. But there's a railing that goes all the way up on both sides and then splits off at the top and goes left and right.
Yeah.
And Caroline always puts lights there.
Wow.
And then Amanda puts bows on the I guess on the front by the mailbox. And then there's 2 little Christmas trees that go right on the front porch. Of course, one of them's blocking our security camera, and I get a motion detector every time the wind blows down.
Boy, it was blowing in this past weekend yesterday. Good night.
And so they did all that, and so we don't do a whole lot inside other than 2 trees. So it's all up, and goodness gracious, I'm glad. I'm glad that part's done. Right. We've moved on. But then we started, I started it, and this is on me, but Caroline did pitch in. For some reason, to your point, I decided I wanted to declutter the kitchen. And I'm talking about inside cabinets, underneath sink, pantry. Caroline jumped in, and I finished it with like 3 minutes left before the game started you're talking about. Yeah. I had no idea they were going to start so early until earlier. And I'm like, so we got to rush this up. We got to get this done.
Yeah, there were a lot of looking back over the weekend, Saturday, those early games, there were a lot of really good games.
Yeah.
I mean, you had Clemson, South Carolina.
How about that?
Which congratulations to South Carolina. You'll just go ahead and beat a top 10er,
2
won't
weeks
you?
in a row.
And then you had the Ohio State
Squashing
Michigan
dreams
game.
is what they're doing.
Yeah.
And, man, there was just a lot of really good games. North Carolina going down. So we'll get into all that. New AP poll out as well, which should give us some idea of what college football playoff poll will do coming up Tuesday. So anyway, a lot to look back on. And, Greg, I know that we're sitting here saying we're done and you've got the big tree and you're just staring at it. I'm sorry we're talking like this. But do you need us to come help you? Because I know your biggest thing is that you can't fit your arms around the tree to put the lights around
We may
it.
not. It may. I don't know. It's probably not going up this year.
Because of the piano?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good call, my friend.
Got to make an adjustment. They tried to move it, and it's not very.
See that
look.
Well,
pianos are not good.
See that face.
Well, you don't want to mess the hardwood up.
No,
and I know they got rollers.
Out well at all.
I know they got rollers, but hey, still heavy.
No, but
rollers
you realize
don't
this
roll
thing,
sometimes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're not.
They won't
because
spin.
this thing is who knows how old.
Right.
Grease them up with
You've had
WD-40.
You had a piano in the family that y'all had redone so it works. And where you've placed it is right where that big tree goes.
Yeah. Now we got.
Whose idea was that, by the way? Not the piano itself, but where it goes.
There wasn't much choice. That really was the only place. I don't know. I guess Lisa.
But hey, look, just between us guys here.
Yeah.
Tree. Honey, that's where the tree goes. I guess the tree will go. Yeah. Guess we'll just have
to, here's the good news.
Use our other little accent trees.
Here's the good news. We got about 4 more.
Yeah.
So,
that's what I'm saying.
Could
just have another one.
We could buy a little small tree and put it on top of the piano.
Yeah, exactly. But don't worry, I got plenty of trees. And we've got them up. I got my in the stairs of the house. I put garland on. Got all that.
So you've actually enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I've never hated that part.
Yeah. Well, honey, it looks like the little rollers down here. They won't roll.
Of course,
more.
every now and then they get over the years. I got shorts in them. I get them on. I go turn them on. Half of them won't come on. I go jiggle them and they come on.
Yeah. You know what I've started doing? I've started before I exhaust myself on something. I'm like, let's plug all this in first and let's just see if it works.
Yeah, we did.
But see, one faked me out. I plugged it in. It worked then. Then I turned them on later and it didn't come on. I went over and jiggled it and it came on. I'm like, well,
how about the little jiggle? The little light jiggle?
Yeah. You got to do that. Sometimes they'll come back on.
Well, I mean, I'm going to chalk this up as a win for you, my friend.
I will say.
As long as you didn't.
I do hate it. I love it when it's up. It looks really good and it's big, but
but that piano,
I can't tear the floor up.
No, you can't do it, honey. Those little wheels don't roll. They just drag.
I don't want the wheel to fall off and it gets stranded in the middle of the floor. That's what I was afraid of.
You have to stay right there.
That'd have been rough.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products. That's just a fact. A lot of you already are loving your glass cleaners, bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup urine blast. The cool thing about the multi-service Clean Pods is the molecular surface coating, which is like Rain-X because it repels the dirt. You can really see the difference on those kitchen counters. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. The holidays are right around the corner, and I'm ready. You know why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and enjoy this special time of the year. HelloFresh always has something new to try with over 35 chef-crafted seasonal recipes each week. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code is BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com under sponsors.
Did you know that over the holidays, property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike nationally? That's why our friends at Simply Safe Home Security are offering 50% off their award-winning security system. This is their biggest offer of the year. Simply Safe Whole Home Security with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Get 50% off with any new system at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
All right, I've been going on and on about how much I love the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. Well, right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on the site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens, which we've been using for months now. Our families love it too. Kickstart your journey to better health during the biggest sale of the year by going to brickhousenutrition.com. Enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything, or rickandbubba.com.
At Boot Barn, we believe that cowboy boots are made to be worn, not collected. For a boot to last a lifetime, it needs to be built properly. Hand craftsmanship is among the best ways to achieve that, where 90 artisans have the boots in their hands from start to finish. Dan Post has been handcrafting boots since the 60s, ensuring the highest quality with comfort and artistry in mind. This holiday, Dan Post Boots at Boot Barn.
If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And, folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This Black Friday, skip the stress, shop online, and snag some of the best deals of the season from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, a comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. You can also knock out your gift list all at once and get 30% off by shopping Raycon's holiday bundles. Get 20% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Wake sucking on their blubber.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Busy show today. We kick off the Rick and Bubba Christmas season today officially. We have the Adlers coming in. Shades has an event, Christmas with the Gettys. It's December the 11th. 2 shows, 4 and 7:30 p.m. at their worship center. And we will talk to Michael and Linda Adler. That's Eddie Van Adler's parents, in case you want to know all the players involved. So his worlds collide. But we'll have a number of singers and musicians in and perform live in studio today to kick off the Christmas season. And then we'll have Act of Congress in later in the week, plus the 12 working days of Christmas start this week. So there's a lot happening. We hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. We've been recapping a little bit of just getting, Christmas decorations up and chores around the house, just recapping. We hadn't sat down with each other since last Wednesday, so just catching up a little bit.
Big step out here. I believe this is right. So the reason the Gettys is a big deal is because they're the ones that wrote the song In Christ Alone, I think. That may have been a huge step out. I may have completely messed that up.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure they're the ones that put out In Christ Alone.
Right.
Which we all love.
Yes.
So,
and they've got a tour going on, and Shades is part of their tour in the Birmingham, Alabama market. There'll be a link at rickandbubba.com and show notes to go to shades.org where you can purchase tickets. I think they're only $5, and all tickets are general admission. But that's a process you need to go through, and we'll have that information at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, so it's easy for you to find. All right, so, catching up just a little bit on different things going on. This past weekend, we were looking at maybe some college football. The new AP poll is out for this week. No shockers according to the date, the scores on who is the top 4. I think the discussion comes in on who's 5, 6, and 7 now. But Georgia is at 1 in the AP poll for this week. Michigan has moved up 1 slot to number 2 after beating Ohio State 45-23. TCU blew away Iowa State 62-14, so they went from 4 to 3. And then USC beat Notre Dame 38-27, so now they're wrapping up the top 4 at number 4. Ohio State dropped 3 slots to number 5 after getting beat by Michigan, and Alabama moved up 2 spots after winning the Iron Bowl 49-27. Tennessee is at 7, Penn State's at 8, Washington 9, Clemson at 10 after their loss. LSU now 11th after their loss. So it's kind of bizarre, but in the SEC championship game, you have a 3-loss team representing the West playing Georgia, who's undefeated. It's kind of a mismatch, but hey, college football is as crazy as ever, so you never know.
You know what they'll probably be.
They probably will. So. They probably will. I saw where LSU's quarterback's in a boot. I think he avoided a high ankle sprain, but late in that game he got twisted up, and I think that's just out of precaution, just making sure. Hey, let's make sure we're babying that thing all week. So there you go. And the question I have for you two has really Georgia and Michigan solidified themselves in the top 4 no matter what they do in the championship game?
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty much. Yeah. The wild card is TCU, and if they win, they play Kansas State. Who's number 13, and Kansas State's been one of those teams which, like, you don't really know who they are. They're pretty darn good. But
didn't they play earlier and it was close?
I think so. I believe so. And then USC plays Utah. And isn't Utah the ones that beat them?
It is.
That's their Pac-12.
Yeah, they beat them on, like, the last play. So.
Right.
Yep.
So there's still some things that have to play out. And what if, and I know we'll just really dive into it during the main show, but the big discussion is going to be, like I said, that 5-6 slot. What if a USC or a TCU lose and it opens up that 4th spot? Is a 1-loss Ohio State in, or that got blown away by Michigan, or is a 2-loss Alabama in, and both of those 2 losses they lost on the last play of the game?
I think it probably goes to Ohio State simply because they lost to Michigan, who is really good.
Now, they got beat pretty.
They did, but I mean, Bama lost twice.
Right, but on the last play of the game, combined 4 points.
I know, but it still lost twice. I mean, when you look at
LSU loss now, doesn't look.
It doesn't.
It didn't.
It doesn't look as good.
and then to Tennessee as well.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's going to be
and
the
it
discussion.
doesn't look as good.
Now it could be that
I just hate that.
It could be that TCU and USC win, and there's no discussion, and Michigan wins and Georgia wins.
Yeah.
Then I think it stays just like it is now. But if let's say TCU and USC lose, so now you've got a 2-loss USC team, okay, and then you've got a 1-loss TCU.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to start being the debate where 5 and 6 and 7 and all those guys that are just kind of bundled up right there, who gets those slots. That's going to be the debate. So I guess on paper, Alabama's still not out of it. Ohio State isn't as well, and so we'll see.
The Horned Frogs are going to hate me for this. I don't really care what happens to them, but I really want to see USC in this thing. I think it's just, I've said this for years, that college football is so much better when they're a part of it. The other night, they're in the Coliseum. That fight song is awesome. They look good. They got their quarterback, who's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's so much better when they're
Been a long time.
Yeah. I'd love to see a Georgia USC or Michigan USC in that playoff. It'd be so much fun.
It would.
All right, be honest. I was in and out of the game that I told you I was wanting to watch, which is that 11 a.m. Saturday game, Central Time, for the Michigan-Ohio State game. I was in and out, paying kind of close attention.
I didn't watch any of it.
And then all of a sudden I got the notification, hey, wow, Michigan's pulling away from this thing. Are y'all, if you're just being honest, were you surprised at that score? Yeah.
I wasn't surprised they won. I was surprised the way they won.
Yeah. I wasn't even close.
Throwing the deep
No.
ball.
No.
At
just
Ohio
when
State,
Ohio State would get back into it,
Yeah.
they'd
They
take
break
off.
a 75-yard run.
Make them like it, too.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you've thought about securing your home with home security, but you've been putting it off, right now listeners can order the #1 rated Simply Safe home security system for 50% off. This is their biggest offer of the year. In an emergency, 24/7 professionals monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. Simply Safe is whole home security with advanced sensors for every room, window and door, 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a guest, access your cameras, or adjust your system settings. Get 50% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com. Today is their biggest discount of the year. That's simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor. The holidays are right around the corner, and we're ready. Why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to your door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and actually enjoy this special time of year. HelloFresh always has something new to try. With over 35 chef-crafted recipes each week, chock full of quality ingredients and choice proteins, plus you can stock your pantry and even prep for a party with seasonal and convenience items from the HelloFresh market. Now, when we're in a hurry, their 20-minute meals and easy cleanup options make for more quality time around the dinner table and less time in the kitchen, and saving money is always a priority around the holidays. HelloFresh is cheaper than the grocery store and 25% less expensive than takeout. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at RickandBubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-465-6550 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
All right, we are rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour.
Gonna be a big
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show.
fat. We'll get you very
As always, we will, take your phone calls this hour, and they'll be screened this time because one Blazing Silverman's in there. He says he's eating way too much, and so he's moving a little slower than normal, but he is our intern today. Blazing is on the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Congratulations to our UAB Blazers. They became bowl eligible by winning this past weekend, and now I think they're in the Bahama Bowl. The Bahama Bowl. And they'll play, I think Miami of Ohio is who they'll be playing.
Just Ohio. What's the green team?
Is it Miami of Ohio?
No,
they're not the green team.
No, I think it's the ones Frank Solich used to coach.
Yeah.
Isn't that who it is? That's not Miami.
No, it's not. He's just Ohio University.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
Remember they played UAB there the first time they went, and it wasn't good.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I was kind of I was trying to pay attention to what UAB was doing, and I just and then I just saw where Miami of Ohio football.
So it is Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, that's who they got.
Said it wrong.
So they don't have the Bobcats.
They're the winningest program in MAC history, they say, but they will be playing UAB on December 16th at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:30 a.m. Central Time in the Bahamas Bowl, presented by Hometown. So, anyway, congratulations to them. I just wanted to let them know that I had.
You're going to be the stadium guy in the Bahamas.
No, I had invested interest in that.
I didn't even know
and
that was
looking
out
over at
yet.
it.
I didn't even know that.
Well, it was funny because as soon as they won, they were offered and accepted. So it's almost like the Bahamas Bowl knew who they wanted and offered them quick, and UAB accepted. So congratulations on being bowl eligible. A lot of championship games. It's championship weekend coming up, so a lot will be determined when it comes to college football after this weekend, and then we're off and running to bowl season. I thought the bowl selection committee was going to be last night. I thought, but I don't know when it is officially announced. I see all
I guess they'll wait. You
gotta
got to
wait
after the championship game.
You have to wait for some of those.
Yeah, and maybe it's next Sunday. That's what I'm thinking. I'm a week off for some of the. I think some of them will be determined prior to then, just because some people aren't in the championship game, and it's already been determined kind of
like
where they
this
fall. Like this one.
If you're not involved, the others will wait.
Yeah. Congratulations to Mississippi State Bulldogs.
How about that?
Winning the Egg Bowl.
That was a good game.
Yes. Got a little worried there at the end.
I just
we
saw
fumbled
the
going
last
in.
5 minutes, which was good.
Yeah. My sister
how
and
about
brother-in-law
that
were there, and they said it was a rainy mess.
Oh, it was
but
that
congratulations,
rain didn't help that.
Coach Leach and the Mississippi State Bulldogs.
How about that?
Finishing third in the West after beating Ole Miss.
Big win.
Yes, sir. We had a lot of fun. Cornhole broke out at Reg and Johnette's. By the way, Reg says hello.
Bye, Reg.
They've done a lot of work on their house in Sturgis, Mississippi, which is just outside Starkville. It's just a beautiful little town. Y'all would love it. It's got their own little cafe.
Oh,
I mean, just classic. I don't even know if they have a
coffee.
red light. I don't think they do. I don't really think they do.
They have a flashing four-way stop.
Yeah, but they got them a little outside entertainment center, got a little fireplace, a little covered area.
I like that.
But we sat out there, watched some football. NFL was on, and just had a good old time. Played some different sports. They got Walter and Winston, they're two dogs that are just full of energy. So we had a blast.
You were missing your dogs.
I was like, why weren't we a dog bringer, honey? And I was joking because can you imagine those dogs in a full truck?
Ooh.
I had my mom, my dad,
throw a
JC,
couple
Terry,
dogs in
me. Reese was with some friends in Gatlinburg, and then Terry and Mabry and River were at Mabry's parents' house for their Thanksgiving. So it was a little different. Wasn't as many people there, but it was still a great time.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, something happened at our get together that I'm still not sure what to do with, because it's just not us. It's not our family, and it was fine. It was fun, but a soccer game broke out.
A soccer game. Oh, y'all World Cup it?
And it was just I didn't know where to look. I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know if I should jump in and play, and. So we're trying to get everybody ready. You got your typical conversations going on, and I'm just people observing. And I look out the window, and my brother has put out 2 soccer goals. I'd like to point out that he's the one that brought them. No surprise there.
Oh, wow, got his own goals.
So he has brought
he
out.
Travels with goals.
He's got 2 goals, and I see a soccer ball being kicked around. I thought, okay, well that's good. I see some kids running around and playing. That's good for them. And then I got to thinking, so why are we not throwing football? Like, why is the pigskin not being tossed around? Did nobody bring a football? And then I start thinking, hey, Helms, you didn't bring a football.
Right.
So you're going to get on them?
But you didn't bring a soccer ball either.
I did not bring a soccer ball.
Or your own goals.
Or my own goals. And so
I got to know, where does he stack those?
Well, I guess they were in the they were in the car.
Good night.
And they were they portable deals, I guess. But,
break them down.
Easy to break down.
Hey, y'all go ahead and get the soccer goals.
But then
Honey, get the goals out.
One of the kids come in, and we've had the meal, and everybody's kind of just sitting around hanging out. And,
I ate so much, no way I could have played anything.
No.
I hear one of the young kids say, "It's time to go outside. The adults versus the kids in a little game of soccer."
Oh, no.
My first thought was,
no
one's going to do this. Like, I know it's the World Cup week, but there's only one person in this family that does soccer, and nobody's going to gravitate outside for that. Not no adults. You're going to be hard to get a couple kids involved. And then I was thinking, well, maybe people will do it. So then I'm thinking,
did anybody have to be Iran?
Huh? No,
that's who they have next. Does
that
anybody have to be? You're USA and you're Iran.
So we get outside, guys. I can't believe what I'm seeing. All but like one adult is participating. People that shouldn't be participating.
Were you that
I
adult?
shouldn't be participating. And so then it gets to the point where the competitive nature is starting to come out, and of course my dad's front and center playing goalie, screaming louder than anybody.
Was he
wants
trash
to.
talking goalie?
He's trash talking. He's kicking the ball as far as he can. He don't know the first thing about it, but he's not taking no prisoners.
Right.
Don't come in his lane. He's screaming.
So he's just comboing a bunch of sports.
Yeah, look sharp while he's doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, just the whole thing. And I'm thinking, don't jump in there, Helms. I'm standing by my mom. She's taking some videos, and Uncle Sonny's standing over there.
Did he ask you to hold his flip phone while he played?
Everybody else is playing, and I'm thinking, don't jump in there. You're too competitive for this. Don't jump in there. The ball. Hey, if that ball rolls over here, don't kick it.
Kids will
you're
start crying.
You're going to be all in. And so a couple of the balls rolled towards me, and I couldn't resist. I think I pushed Braden at one point and kicked it, and just got serious. It got serious for a minute, and I thought, okay, somebody's about to get hurt.
No.
Here's where it happens,
and here we go.
And then of course there was some little girls involved with this, and I thought, I hate to. At this point, I'm being competitive, and my mindset is not, oh, look at that, sweet little girls. My mindset is, somebody better get these girls off the field.
Right.
Somebody's about to get hit. We got to score a goal.
Yeah.
Then my mindset's already changed. And then I've gone from thinking, oh, it's gonna be real bad when one of them get hit in the face. And then I start thinking, what do you think's going to happen? It's grown-ups out here playing soccer.
Yeah.
I'd get them off the field. Nobody seems to be concerned with that. And so it just went on for probably 10, 15 minutes. I mean, I'm talking about people were breathing hard.
Oh, wow.
People were a little dirty because they got on the ground. I even saw an allergy rash break out from somebody diving for a ball, one of the goalies. Saw a couple kids get hit pretty hard. No shins were tore up, which was good.
Anybody flop? They're no.
No flopping. No flopping.
Yeah. Did y'all add time at the end?
But I did not know what to do with this experience as a whole because we're a football family when it comes to Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So and that's funny, by the way, what the Americans are doing when in the World Cup. If you heard them chanting,
Heard a lot about
it's something about instead of calling it football, it's called soccer. They're doing that chant.
Oh, really?
Which I think is pretty funny.
Hey!
For the Americans to be doing that. I just did. It was just a new. I don't know if I want this to continue.
Yeah.
I want it banned for all Thanksgivings moving forward.
I tell you what you'll do next year. You'll have a football. I can tell you that.
Well, I will. I will say this: people will have a choice next year.
Right, and you can bring
promise
miniature
you that.
goalposts.
Yeah. I like that.
Don't know if they have.
But I could not resist jumping in. Amanda was even like, "Hey, don't."
I don't even know how you. I don't know.
I
tried.
I think it was my sister. We have an extended family, text group or whatever, and she said 8 years ago today, I'll always remember this, and she sent a picture of the front yard of my parents' house, and everybody dressed up for the Willie Bowl, in 2014. And this is where we had the game won, but if you remember, it hit Reg right in the chest. Bless his heart.
You started the whole thing, and I somehow took the blame for
there it is. I had my no fly zone on my. I had cut up a T-shirt.
That's awesome.
And
Hams, do you have a picture of y'all's soccer game?
Now, I'm sure you can see it online somewhere.
Speedy's got
many people
which is
post
an American tradition.
Yeah,
football on Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah, but there's so many things in this photo.
That's what used
faces.
to happen at our house.
Yeah, but I remember when my kids were younger and it would break out. Now that they're older, they're almost like I don't really want to mess with that.
I got there and pull them up.
I got my boots on.
Yeah,
I'm cool.
I know. I know. It's all changed.
I don't want to bring tennis shoes and do that.
Yeah, and then I get out there and get all.
So that's changed a little bit. Yeah,
because it's always hot on Thanksgiving here for some reason.
Right.
Well, it was warm, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Had to remind Tyler that I drew guarding him and he didn't make a catch.
Shut him down.
At least that's how I remember it. Which my sister says I'm not remembering correctly.
Well, that's your right.
At least you weren't using a sport where you couldn't use your hands at all.
Yeah, I tell you what, we didn't have is we didn't have.
Did you hit one with your head?
We didn't have soccer nets.
So did a little girl. She started crying.
Oh wow.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you have certain chronic conditions such as
heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52,
36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just one dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just one dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Uses directed.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866 We Be Big. This portion of the show brought to you by CarShield.com. We've been talking to you about them for a long time. And, you know, one thing we love is that the prices that they give you is not going to go up. Because, you know, the prices on just about everything is going up, right? If you've been out Christmas shopping or buying some Thanksgiving dinners and stuff, well, you know that. I'm not telling you anything. Well, at carshield.com/Bubba, you'll never have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your vehicle when it breaks down, because their price will never go up, and they'll also handle everything, which is awesome. We appreciate that they offer protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles on it. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic. That's right, you get to choose the mechanic to do the work, and then the Car Shield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on them to help take care of the car when it breaks down if you're stuck on the side of the road or something, because every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra charge. So as I talked about earlier, when you get coverage today, you'll get locked into your price, and that will never go up. So as long as you cover your vehicle, no matter how old it is, your protection from the rising cost of parts and repairs will not go up with carshield.com/Bubba. They've got your back. Getting coverage is easy, too. Just contact them at carshield.com/Bubba for a free quote. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Or if you'd rather call, you can do so, 1-800-451-7776, and save 10% on your plan when you do, and lock in that rate. That's carshield.com/Bubba, or call 1-800-451-7776.
Yeah.
All right, so we're rolling on back. We're recapping some Thanksgiving, which is it's funny that the Helmsy Thanksgiving turned into a soccer game at their gathering, which he was not expecting. No. And I think the fact that your brother travels with goals, I think is you're going to have to step your game up. And so you're going to have basically an Academy Sports and Outdoors in your trunk.
Yeah.
And you can just break out whatever you want. Oh, okay, you got soccer, I'll match that with here's my football.
I just want to apologize to all the Helms and Kidd family because
do you feel like you let them down a little bit?
I do. The fact that we're playing soccer on Thanksgiving Day. We're watching the Lions. Who'd they play? The Lions and
Patriots.
No. It's a good game, by the way. Yeah, anyway, we were watching the Lions. We were enjoying it. And then we go outside and kick a soccer ball around.
Yeah, see, that don't.
I mean, I didn't know. My goodness, it's completely on me. Because if you want
the Lions and the Bills, they had the Bills beat too.
They did. It was a really good game.
Or Josh Allen's good.
Yeah, he can run.
I know. I hadn't got over it since, and I have 24-hour rule on most things.
Yeah.
And this is just not settled well with me that I allowed this to come into our family, and it's on me because if I'd have just had a football in my car. And Cousin Tony, I put a little bit of it on you because you could have football in your car too.
Cousin Tony.
Yeah.
I just love that. Cousin Tony.
Yeah. Cousin Tony. Seeing probably in Dothan today listening. Probably having the same feelings I'm having about how did we allow a soccer game to break out instead of a football game?
Oh, my goodness. And some other things, congratulations to the Thompson Warriors. You hear us talk about Thompson a lot.
Yeah.
Taylor Burgess is the coach there, Coach Burgess, and they have their big state championship game.
Yes,
and
Wednesday.
Congratulations to Auburn High School. And they represent the South. Thompson represents the North. And I think it's a midweek championship game, am I right?
The 7A always plays on Wednesday because they have a week off before.
Right.
You ain't got to worry about a soccer game breaking out there.
No, going to be a lot of football from Wednesday through
That's
Friday.
right, yeah.
Rematch from 2 years ago when the
crazy
unbelievable ending.
Yeah.
I mean, but anyway, so
I had Auburn winning. It was like, it's over.
Well, it was.
And then, no,
it actually was.
It's not over.
Yeah.
We got
Coaches got fired over that.
A little bit of time on the clock.
I don't know about that. But
I tell you, he left.
Did
He's
the coach
in T-Town
leave?
now.
He left. I don't know if he was told to leave.
He's at Tuscaloosa County.
Yeah,
right?
well, I'm just saying. I don't know about it. But all I know, it was quite a finish. So I imagine Auburn like another, because there's players on both teams that were in that game.
Oh, you call a little revenge.
They were sophomores.
Yeah.
So You know, but anyway, so it of course it's in Auburn.
That's what I was about to ask. Is it Tuscaloosa or Auburn? And is UAB, is Progressive being added to the lineup?
Yeah, that's a 3-way now.
Okay.
Last year they played it
Protective.
Protective.
What did I say? Progressive?
Which is great.
That's my insurance.
Last year they played it Protective, and then it goes to Auburn, then it goes Tuscaloosa, and they go back to Protective.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't believe it's not Protective.
Well, I know. I was hoping they just leave, there all the time.
Perfect stadium for it. Perfect.
Really is.
Last year it was great.
Yeah.
But yeah,
late night for you.
I'll be heading out.
So you won't be here Thursday.
No.
I'll be here at some point Thursday. I think I'm going to take Wednesday because I got other stuff I need to do, and plus because instead of getting up at 2:30 in the morning,
I see where you're going.
And then when I'm driving home that night, and then I might come in a little late Thursday, but I'll be here.
Yeah. Well, good luck. That's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a great game.
There you are.
Sure is.
Back again.
This will be, I think, the 5th time in a row they lost the first one, and then they've won the last 2. What am I thinking? Lost the first one, won 3, and this would be 4.
Yeah,
I think.
And for those of you around the country, listen to this, and we've brought it up before, but there is an 8th grader that's been the quarterback here lately,
week,
and he's an up and coming, just superb athlete. 8th grade, y'all. He goes to class at a middle school, and he represents the highest classification in the state.
Yeah,
they'll
step out on the field.
There's just athletes all over the field.
It'll be hopefully a good game. Auburn's got a really good team. They do. And Thompson's got a good team too, so it ought to be good.
Right. And the guy that has been the quarterback, he's an unbelievable athlete. Louisville's even offered him.
Yeah,
right?
he got a concussion at some point.
Yeah. So anyway, good luck, and everybody. Their Thanksgiving was a little different. They were getting ready for a state championship game.
I think they took that day off.
Okay. Y'all have some turkey and get on back.
Yeah.
So that'll be Greg's schedule this week. That'll be good. That'll be great, man.
And I'll get to stream it.
That's right. That's right.
By the way, they've made that a lot easier now. I know they talked about it as far as getting out of it, and they've made that so easy.
Well, I need to get with you on that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad they did because it wasn't
NFHS.
Yeah.
It's as easy to start and stop as Netflix.
That's great. Well,
you're an expert,
which I've also started back.
You ought to teach a class on that.
I really could.
I need some advice.
Consulting.
From you. I got stuff I don't know what it is.
I'll be your consultant.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you've thought about securing on Josh McDaniel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here he goes again.
Well, no, this is from a story. It was back several years ago. It was about what he learned from being fired as the head coach of Denver. Okay. He says that his dad gave him some advice, who was also a high school coach, that write down everything that you would have done different while it's fresh on your mind if you ever get to be a head coach again. That's exactly what Josh did, adding notes into a spreadsheet like listen better. To anyone who tells me something, there's so many people who can help us win and have wisdom I don't have. Be considerate of assistant coaches' time, their emotion, and make sure they always know how much I care.
Did he forget to read that one?
Push them, hold them accountable, and love each one of them personally. And stuff as simple as lean on my faith and be myself.
Jump up at the one above it about assistant coaches. Did he? In this particular case, he forgot that. As a matter of fact, I was just talking to Adler about this, about trying to get my schedule, and I've done a lot better with it. But I have discovered I can write down all the things I want to write down, but if I don't go back and read them, it doesn't do me any good.
Yeah.
So
this was from Football Scoop, and it was in September of 2016.
Right. Well, and again, it looks like in this particular instance that the list was lost, or he didn't know where it was, or
well, maybe he didn't update and his Excel wouldn't open.
Right.
I mean, it is Excel. He could have lost it, Rick. Let's be honest.
To the phones we go.
Could have crashed and he couldn't have read it.
They make Excel for Mac.
Let's go to
but that's how you really want to tear your Mac up. Do it.
Ron, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to just make a comment about this coaching situation. This guy that just went back on his word. When my wife and I were looking at buying our first house, just a little background. My wife is not exactly the most decisive person usually.
Oh, really?
And we walked into this house.
What a rarity!
She turned to me and said, "I want it," and so she was really wanting this house, and so the couple that were selling it to us, he was getting a job in Birmingham, and so that's why they were selling the house. He was going to be leaving. They were getting this job in Birmingham. And so then we made a verbal agreement. He just said, "Yeah, I'll sell you a house." Shake of the hand, no paper signed, nothing. And then that job fell through, and he decided not to go to Birmingham. So he had no reason to move. He went through with the deal because he said, "I gave you my word, and I'm going to sell the house."
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, class individual.
Well, you know what that is?
Or he made a really good deal.
Or he couldn't believe how much you were going to give him for it.
Honey, we'll never get this
Thank
again.
you, Greg, for taking that great.
Well, I mean, you got to consider it.
Thank you, Greg, for taking that great moment of integrity. For a minute, I thought we'd seen.
We had an uplifting story.
I thought we'd seen Bigfoot, someone with integrity. But anyway,
look, honey, I'm not getting that job. But do you realize what we're going to make off this house? So,
Thank you,
No,
Greg.
I'm sure it was because you.
Thank you, Greg.
Well, I'm just saying, you got to consider it.
Or it was haunted or something.
Leslie, go right ahead. How you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
Fantastic.
I just wanted to comment on the Josh McDaniels thing. I have been a lifelong Patriots fan, but I'm not letting that influence this. We get a lot of coaching carousels in the NFL, and just for an instance, Mike Mularkey won a playoff game for the Tennessee Titans and was told after that game, had he not won, he would have been fired. Of course, they went on in the playoffs to head, and they lost to New England, and he was let go after that. So, it kind of goes both ways. A lot of coaches look for stability, and
But wasn't that situation it was a mutual agreement, and he was told he had to either let some assistants go or make some changes, and he said he wasn't going to do that because he was loyal to them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and if your last name was Malarkey, would you want to change it?
Yeah, right.
You're full of
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Right.
That's a bunch of malarkey. Yeah. Again, though, I want to be clear, and certainly it's a very, very high standard, and I doubt any of us would say we've done everything under perfection, but I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is, when you make statements about what Bubba just read, that he had written down, you can't come back and say, "Well, my behavior is not that out of the ordinary. Everybody does this." Well, that's not. That doesn't matter. I mean, you do what's right. You don't do what everybody else is doing, because everybody else may not have any scruples or integrity.
Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, what I'm doing is really not out of the ordinary. Well, no, it's not. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, back from a long weekend. Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving weekend. And we start this hour, as we've done since the attack on America way back in 2001, with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. As I mentioned, looking back today over the long weekend, a lot to cover, as you can imagine, but also we look ahead. Today, we officially start Christmas season here on the Rick and Bubba Show. That means that we'll start working in a little Christmas music. The Adlers will be here today. Eddie Van Adler's mom returns too, mom and dad, as is tradition. And they will be performing for you, and we'll give you an opportunity to see an incredible Christmas concert that is coming up in Birmingham, Alabama. If you can get here or you're in and around here, as the Rick and Bubba Show, you may not know that, comes to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on all sorts of different platforms. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, gave you a kickoff hour. Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba intern. Only a few days left till he earns his degree in common sense. Of course, that now a superpower. He'll take phone calls today. Eddie Van Adler, speaking of the Adlers, settles in to his booth. He'll be providing the YouTube experience for you, live and archived. And across the way sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Howdy, Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, and associates. You know what time it is.
I know what time it is.
It's a white trash Christmas. Everybody got seven. Bacon, eggs, and beer for Santa. God bless us, everyone. Everybody. God bless us, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
That's so much more tolerable than, the other
Gobble,
song
gobble
we
song.
play. I'm not even going to mention it by name.
Oh, my
the
goodness.
other song.
Oh, man.
Yeah, wow.
Well,
Zach Tyson.
Zach Tyson, it is available on Apple. That's where I got it today and played it. So you can go get that if you don't have it.
Boy, he nailed it with that
And
one, didn't
he spells Tyson T-I-S-O-N. So just be aware of that. Zach, S-Z-A-C-H.
There's always an I in Tyson.
Yeah, so there is no I in Tyson. But I've never spelled it that way, but he does.
I know. I'm just making a little joke.
The chicken
about
people,
I and T.
the chicken people don't spell it that way.
No.
Or the boxer.
Right. So anyway, go, if you want that and add that to your holiday cheer, go right ahead. It's there. So we're today is we're kind of home between two worlds. We'll look back, but we'll look ahead.
Yes, and there's a lot to look back on.
Look back,
Yeah.
and then look ahead. I'm assuming, all right, 12 working days of Christmas. When's that start?
That's Thursday.
Thursday.
Oh, my. So here we go. The first
Yep.
gift of Christmas on Thursday. Hallelujah. That'll be a biggie. So look for that. Well, look, I was.
I ain't been up this time in a while.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. I was. To me, if this administration stays in power, the 12 working days of Christmas is not a given.
Right.
That's the reason why I looked at Bubba like we
Well,
we
you
got,
know,
we got that.
right now as it stands, it's the 4 working days of Christmas, but we'll work on that. We're going to try to expand that at least to 10.
Yeah, and maybe we can't afford 12,
Yeah.
but we'll do as many as we can do.
We'll do what we can do.
We can do what
Low
we can.
budget 12 working days of Christmas.
Let
Yes.
me tell you something.
You ain't joking.
Yep. Looking for Rick and Bubba, looking for more streams of revenue. So anyway, where if we could find them, let's find them. Speaking of that, new CD out. Come on, we need you now. We need you.
COVID kind of hit our industry really hard.
It did.
And,
Some of y'all gonna have to get a little more serious about the merch. We need that line to come up a little bit. Merch at one time we used to think of it. Well, that's just a promotion. Not anymore. We need you. If you thought about buying one items, buy 2. So
that or say you're in control of 2 to 3 dozen radio stations.
Right.
It wouldn't hurt.
Right. Or you just feel a tug at your heart to give some money to an aspiring show that would like to last on.
Yeah, that's trying to remain a profitable business,
Yes.
not a charity.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, we will look back. A lot happened. What a great weekend it was. Oh man, it was fantastic. I really enjoyed. They're all special, but then you have some that kind of stand out. I had an
Who all made it home? Who didn't?
Nobody didn't make it that we thought would make it, so that helped. I only went 2 for 4. Had Big Love was there for one day, in and out, and then got to hunt a little bit with young Broderick, which was great.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then we didn't have as many because the in-laws they're starting to with aging parents and all that. Some people just can't travel anymore. So it was the Burgesses were kind of. We normally, Greg and your family, y'all do a little something with your in-laws and with your immediate family, and then I kind of pick up all the Birmingham Burgesses over here. And so it was. The good news was we didn't have as many as we normally have. But I told Bubba for the first Thanksgiving in many years, we had leftovers.
Wow.
Oh, wow. We did too, and I took advantage of it.
Greg. Oh, Greg. I mean, the leftovers.
Let me ask you this. Is there anywhere
Yes.
you can get turkey and dressing with giblet gravy like this week?
Mm-mm.
Does anybody sell that?
Mm-mm. No.
Nobody sells it. It's all has to be homemade.
You might find a meat and 3 that's got that on the Tuesday special.
Oh boy,
something like that.
It is so good. I know it's hard to make because I watch Betty make it, and it's a lot of work. But man, it's so good.
Well, it is delicious, and I told you we ended up with an extra pan this year. I'm not even sure how it happened, other than maybe God intervened and showed mercy again.
Well, sometimes He does. Rick.
But I will tell you this: I know I can't scientifically prove it. Okay. But I know what you're going to agree. You're going to agree with me, and then we'll come back. But I don't. I know there's nobody's ever proven it. But in my opinion, dressing is better when you heat it back up on that second round. It's better than when you first served it.
It's like macaroni and cheese, same way.
When you pull that out and you fix you that plate after everybody's gone, like the next day or later that night, and you heat it up and sit down in front of a ball game and eat it again, that second round is better. Maybe the first round, you also, if you're hosting, you got so much going on, it gets by you.
Yeah. Right.
But when you can sit down and say, hey, look at you, you're back, and you fill up one more time and heat it up and sit down and eat it watching football.
I know.
What is it about that plate?
I don't know.
It's a special plate.
The pressure's off of the big Thanksgiving meal, so I think it's just more enjoyable.
It's such a special plate, isn't it?
The giblet gravy may be better after it's been mixed up a while.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
is that
all the
possible?
stuff
Is
in
that
it.
possible?
Yeah, soups are that way. I guess it would be that way. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big. We go to Terry in Alabama. Terry, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Hey, that curse is true. If you realize if Alabama would have gotten, since they didn't get Tim Tebow, they've only been able to win 5 national championships.
Well, technically, they didn't fire him. Though,
That's right, Bubba. He didn't choose them.
Yeah, that doesn't qualify. So.
Robert, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Good morning. The funniest thing just happened to me. I've been listening to y'all for a couple of years, and
Thanks.
You know how when you're riding around and you hear a radio host on the thing, your brain all puts a face to it for some reason. And I had this idea of what y'all look like just by your voice. You know, Adler and them are younger, and I just heard yesterday he turned 40, so I was curious. The first time I ever seen y'all was today on a YouTube page. And boy, it's a shock to the system.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I'm curious, Robert. One, I wanted to correct you. It wasn't Adler. It was Helms that turned 40.
Adler turned 50.
No.
Oh, okay.
So
No,
what? Let me ask you this:
Adler's 30.
What did you think Rick looked like?
He was a cross between Grizzly Adams and Paul Blart.
That's a good one.
That's pretty good.
But
that's really good.
And you saw his picture, and you thought it was different.
He was kind of the closest one between all of y'all.
Okay, so what did you think I looked like?
You were more the intellectual, dark hair, kind of with glasses on, and you know all the tennis you talk about playing. I figured you'd be a little more thinner.
Oh, that's good. So you didn't realize I was big boned.
That's right, but y'all all are a blessing to the radio community, and I enjoy listening to y'all every day.
I'm curious about Speedy too, Robert.
Oh boy, don't do that.
They're so young, man. I had the Ron Howard look on him.
Yeah, well, there was at one point in his life you've been close.
Yeah. They nicknamed me Opie.
Yeah. Right, and of course, Greg looks exactly like what you thought.
That's right. Y'all do a good job.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that very much. I told you all the time when
They
we
look like Jimbo Fisher.
when we used to be on Turner South. I met a guy who,
oh my goodness,
had taken.
Well,
Yeah.
Speaking of look in the park,
gentlemen, and there he is.
I'm sorry, Rick. We should have been professional. Let you finish, but I apologize.
Thank you so much. Look, I've worked here a long time. This bunch is never going to be professional. We'll be back. As we seem to be traveling down memory lane for Rick and Bubba today, we go all the way back years and years ago. Bubba and I were asked to be on a talk show that some of you may not even remember, called the Jenny Jones Show, which tapes out of Chicago. It was one of the many daytime talk shows that we've all seen or still have on. And we were there for a talent show to be judges, right, Bubba? To have all this right?
I think that's right.
And so different talent.
We were on there a couple of times.
Yeah, and I use the word talent loosely. The fact that we were there says all you need to know.
Right.
And one day we had someone walk out playing the guitar in a pair of briefs and a cowboy hat and boots, calling himself the Naked Cowboy. Do you remember this?
Rick, I remember it very well.
And so
I seem to be reliving it at this very moment.
we incorrectly apparently gonged him.
Right.
And he went on to become one of entertainment's most well-known brands, and he has made his way to the
Ask Morris Candy.
He's made his way to the Rick and Bubba studio. He's from Times Square, New York City, right back to Rick and Bubba. Ladies and gentlemen, Naked Cowboy.
Where?
$22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Obviously, the Adlers will kick off Christmas here today. We'll talk about that coming up next hour. We'll recap so much to talk about from this past weekend, personally, in sports, and of course around the world. Bubba, get us started. I know that you've had a blast over the last.
Well, our daughter had flown in from D.C. and was going to spend a few days with us, a little over a week. And Hunter who works in retail now, didn't get a lot of time off. He came in on 2 wheels the night before, got to eat a little turkey and dressing, and then head back out.
That's right.
For Black Friday excitement.
Got to be there.
And I've worked in retail over this holiday. It's something else. It's something else. But we were going to carry Caitlin to the airport and get her back home yesterday, and her flight was delayed 3 or 4 times, and then we got the cancellation notice, and we had to go back and pick up luggage. So we made 3 round trips to the airport yesterday, and we still have a daughter here. So we're going to try again today on that.
Now, did you get caught up in all this story about all the cancellations?
Yeah, she was part of that. And I was looking here, more than 6,000 flights delayed, 173 canceled on Sunday. Severe weather on the East Coast. Pretty much had New York, Boston, and Washington, D.C. shut down.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
so, that's a backlog, and it'll spill over in today because a lot of the planes are not in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
When they start disrupting schedules, it takes them a little time to get back going again. So hopefully we will try that again today and get her back home. And but we had a great weekend. It was good to have everybody home, and empty nesters now, so it's kind of weird when everybody comes piling in.
It is, and there is. I hate to say this, and but look, I don't want to be accused of being a liar too, but there is a wonderful peace that comes over you when that door shuts and the last one's gone.
Well, as an empty nester, when you have,
let's
family,
just be honest. It's a terrible thing.
When you have a family, there's always issues that come up.
Sure.
With a wife or you, and you try to work them out. But when you're empty nesters, you kind of try to keep it beat down as best you can. And there is some, I feel like, not as much excitement as there used to be.
Correct.
And then when the kids come in, they bring all that excitement back again, cars that don't work and things that are outdated and travel and job and quagmires. And you're like, wow, this is, it's like a bucket of cold water dumped on you. You love them and love to see them and wish they came more. But, wow, it just all hits you at one time.
Well, when because we're still, in what I try to do on any kind of, we're hosting a family gathering. It's not, for some reason, it's not as severe when you're going, but when you're hosting, what I try to do, and this slaves, I can see her laughing right now when I say it. I say, let's try on this particular gathering. Here's who all's coming. Let's not add to the list Satan. I don't want Satan invited to the gathering. Okay, so let's not have.
It seems like he puts his foot in the door.
He loves to come. He loves to come to a gathering.
He doesn't take a holiday,
right? And so I don't. Let's not have. You're always wondering, somebody said something, somebody took the wrong way, or, and then there's the stress of getting in the way of your wife when she's the hostess, with the mostest.
Right.
And I said, so let's have a great holiday. Let's be thankful to the Lord. Let's spend time with people we don't see a whole lot, and let's get Satan off the guest list. Mm-hmm. I don't want him here.
And your wife is, she's working hard. And stressing about the whole deal.
Oh, I'm perfectly aware of that.
And you'll have a question you need to ask, and you'll ask it, and you'll get that look like, I can't believe you even asked that. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. I needed instruction what you want me to do.
Right. Yeah.
Because I'm not really good at just seeing what needs to be done. I've tried the Kreskin thing. I never really was any good at it. So,
no, and
but other than that, we had a great time.
I'll tell you what don't do is do not say, how many times have we cooked this turkey and I can't remember how we did it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. Now don't.
That's why they have a note thing on your phone.
Don't say that.
All right.
Right.
Just leave it to you, sir.
Right. Now, how long are we supposed to leave in? Wow. So we've done it how many times now? And so,
or my favorite, is when you're in traffic and you got a concrete wall next to you and 18 wheelers around you, about 4 to 5 lanes thick traffic, driving, people tapping the brakes, and you can't figure out how to work the air conditioner. I'm like, you're gonna have to handle that right now. I can't. I just can't. I can't let go. I just can't without plowing under somebody.
Just because,
yeah. And it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, right. By the way,
it's even got pictures now,
right?
And a touch screen. You can't hardly go wrong. I think you could tell it what to do and it'd do it. If you said the right word.
Right. Also, mark off the list. I would have got all that out last night. I wouldn't be looking for that right now while we're putting the turkey in.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Don't say that.
No.
But that,
right.
We just now talking about thermometer? All right, so.
I did make the announcement. I won't say which Thanksgiving. That'll be in the clear. But I told the kids, I said, look, y'all need to understand something. Y'all, listen, y'all are old enough to understand this. They said we're going to eat at 12. That doesn't mean we're eating at 12. Right. So if you think we're eating at 12 and that's when you're going to need something to eat, I'd eat something now.
Absolutely.
Or have a snack because it's not going to be till 1 o'clock.
That's
my theory. It's not going to be till 1 o'clock at this place before we eat.
100%.
And at 12:30, y'all are all going to be frustrated. And y'all are going to be asking when there's going to be chaos. There's going to be, why is the turkey not ready? I need 15 more minutes. Put a snack in your pocket.
Yep. You know what else, too? You know else when you people bringing plates from different places? There's always that bunch that comes in and says, we need to heat this up.
Oh,
and that's what bogs it down.
You got to heat it up.
Now you don't have enough room in the oven.
Yep.
You bringing stuff out because you timed yours to be ready.
Yeah.
And wait a minute, mine needs to put in the oven. Wait, we didn't know we had more oven stuff.
Wow.
So you're right. You never hit that right. So you don't even – you just pretend. That's just a number
Guys,
you
do
throw
not
around.
leave this house with a snack or eating really good.
Right.
Yeah. Or you're going to be miserable from 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, your Thanksgiving story in the kickoff hour troubled me deeply.
Me too. Still not over it.
What? I didn't hear it.
Oh,
well,
Rick, you don't want to know.
You don't want to know, Rick.
You really don't want to know.
New tradition.
Let's hope not.
Oh, no. Am I better off not to know?
Probably.
Yeah.
All right, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Free for you. I'm the Naked Cowboy. You gotta do what you gotta do. How you doing, guys?
Welcome back.
Hey. Don't sound any better, does it? Where's the gong? I spent 20 years trying to prove you wrong. I don't know if I can do it.
Well,
no, I think you're an American success story.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Anybody who says you cannot be successful in this country, we always point to you.
Well,
because you set out, you were going to be
convince them.
You said you were going to be the most well-known,
Most celebrated entertainer of all time. The richest, most famous man ever lived. Exponential growth of my name, brand, and net worth at all times. I could go on all day.
Well, if
my
you're
favorite's the happiest, healthiest, wealthiest, most beautiful man in the world. That's my
You like that?
my mantra.
That's it. Boy,
and you're well on the way.
Yeah, and you bring with you this time a wife.
Yes, I got married. Actually, our 5-year anniversary is on February 15th. She was an undocumented immigrant. I'm the biggest Trump fan there ever was. I got her over the wall, and now we're going to build it. We actually just went to Mexico City. She saw her mother for the first time in 15 years. Took her
Please,
home.
you tell me you weren't dressed like that.
Oh, yeah. I walked all over Mexico City. First, I went to Juarez, didn't get my head cut off by the cartels, and I made it to Mexico City, and it's been a beautiful experience. Ay, 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 ay. Cantai no llores, porque cantando se alegran cielito lindo, los calzoncillos. She wanted to be her
I failed
American
Spanish. I hope you didn't say anything
I
inappropriate.
had a Mexican dream. No, it's the Mexican anthem.
Wait, did you
I
just
have
say
the
some people
saucy
have an
ones, too.
American dream? You had a Mexican dream?
Yeah, I always wanted to go to Mexico and be a mariachi singer.
Oh yeah.
Bésame. Just kidding.
I just want to be sure I have this right. You said your wife is documented. You've got her
Now
over the
she is. Yep. After 5 years, it was a long process.
Right.
$12,000 in legal. It's tough, but you.
But you went
that's
legal.
the whole point. You
Yeah.
have to get your vaccines. You have to be. You have to pass drug tests. You have to get. Criminal record. That's the whole thing. You just got to be vetted before you come to America. It's a process. It's the law and order.
You don't just say it. You actually live it.
Yeah, I live it. I did it.
What about now? Do you feel like you played a role in Trump's election? You were out there.
Please, the theme. It sounds like a good idea to me. If you don't agree, don't do it. Trump's gonna take those regulations off the back of those corporations. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Okay.
Trump's gonna build that wall. That wall's gonna protect us all.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Okay, I got it.
Gonna get the economy moving again with lower taxes for you, my friend.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeehaw! We're gonna finally scrap Obamacare, 'cause it don't work and it ain't fair. Sounds like a good idea to me. LGBT's okay, but 3 bathrooms is a little gay. Sounds like a good idea to me. Thank God for Donald J. Trump, my friends. He's making America great again, and that sounds like a good idea to me. Gonna protect Israel's Iron Dome to keep those nukes from flying home.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Thank God for Donald J. Trump, my friends. He's making America great again.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Gonna protect the cops, 'cause all lives matter. Throw those thugs in the slammer.
Sounds like a good idea to me. Sing it now.
I didn't say Hillary was a beep. We left that up to Newt Gingrich. Sounds like a good idea to me. So don't be a chump. Support Trump. Get us out of this economic slump.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Trump supports all the ladies, family leave for their little tiny babies.
Sounds like a good idea.
Go on it.
How many
I stood in front of Trump Towers from the time he announced till I went to inauguration every single day.
No,
I made it happen.
I thought you did because we saw you out in
That's a
front of
good
Trump
sign.
Tower. I mean, people come.
Oh, you sent us a video.
Yeah,
from
we
out
saw
there.
you out there getting it done, and the results are in.
He won.
So you're making your way now to where? Because you've left Times Square.
Where you were a fixture, by the way.
You-
I
yeah,
mean,
when
when
you
you
are
go
a
to New
fixture.
York, people
I've been
say,
there
I saw the Statue of Liberty, I
every
saw the
single day
Naked
since I've seen you,
Cowboy.
18 years.
Yeah.
18 years.
Unbelievable.
You're
Maybe
part. You're
19.
part of the New York City experience now. If you
I
go,
do what I can.
You got to get your
Are,
picture
are
made. with-
people disappointed that are there today and you're not there?
I'm hoping there's no suicides.
So you're leaving New York for just a brief time, headed to where?
Brief, no pun intended.
Right.
Actually, I left, Friday? I went to Cincinnati, did Super Bowl at my father's, just saw my family. He's on the way.
Okay.
We're here. We drove last night, 6 hours, got here, stayed at the, hotel right over here.
Yeah.
We're going to be in Slidell tonight.
Okay.
And we're going to be in Mardi Gras Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Today we kick off the Christmas season, and we'll do that officially next hour. We'll recap more of the Thanksgiving weekend. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Are you looking to fill a role at your company, or maybe, you're somebody looking? Don't forget that angle. We don't talk about that a lot, but be sure you're using LinkedIn.com/Bubba too. But if you run a business, as you know, the stakes are high, and so am I. It's in the air tonight. It's a free-for-all. No, it's the stakes are very high when you're making a hire, especially if you're like us, you're a small business, because that person is going to be an asset or they're going to be a detriment. And with LinkedIn.com/Bubba, you can do this faster and you can do it for free. And you also can make a good hire because they're going to get with you and get some screening questions, and they're going to weed out anyone that doesn't meet the basic requirements or who they don't think would be a good interview for you. And then you interview only the most qualified people. You make a good choice, put them to work, and here we go. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs number one in delivering quality hires versus the leading competitors. So if you want to find out how to do this and take some of the stress off of you, just go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. We get you a job post for free, LinkedIn.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. So you want to unpack some football before we kick off Christmas, then we can go back to some of the Thanksgiving stories.
Well, I mean, what a great rivalry weekend.
Mm-hmm.
All the upsets. And some of this is just crazy. I won't go in any particular order, but Texas A&M upsetting LSU 38-23.
Yep.
You have LSU, and we've talked about the SEC, and the SEC West is an absolute grinder, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You have the team that couldn't win a game in the West, who defeats the team that's representing the West in the conference championship.
Yep.
They defeat them. I mean, how much more upside down, topsy-turvy can you have that?
Yeah, well,
I'll tell you how much LSU beat Georgia and not go to the thing. That's really going to end it on a high note.
Just wait, it ain't over.
Yeah.
It ain't over.
'Cause if they win, they're still not going.
No,
I believe Georgia's going to resolve that issue for you.
Yeah, but
who
knows?
Yeah, especially if they're talking about the LSU quarterback may be hurt.
Even if Georgia lost, would they drop them out of the top 4?
No.
According to how they lose. It's all according to how they lose.
Georgia and Michigan are in.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you. I mean, because it gets real complicated if you don't. It looks like for them the conference championships are not going to really matter. They'll still get their shot. I'm
gonna tell you, there's some of them. They're going to just roll in the dirt if they can't get Ohio State back in that.
I know. Well,
I mean, the love child has showed itself this weekend.
Boy,
sorry, Buckeyes.
What a great game that was. I enjoyed that game more than
crazy. Harbaugh needed it too, didn't he?
And I was able to.
Love that man.
I was able to watch a good bit of that game, and it was the atmosphere you want.
Yeah, what a great game.
That was two good football teams playing. It was good football. I like how Michigan was able to. It seemed like that when you knew Ohio State was in trouble, when they sold out to stop the run, Michigan would beat them on man-to-man coverage on big plays.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then they said, we got to stop these big plays, and then Michigan would just run it.
They go 80-yard touchdown.
They took what the defense gave them and made a lot out of it.
Yeah, and once you realized that Michigan could adjust, you knew it was over.
Yeah.
And Ohio State, Michigan pulled away late. It was
45-23.
Yeah, it was a closer game than the score indicates, but it got out of hand late.
That big play they gave up late.
Yeah, but
well, I don't know. It just seems to me Ohio State does not play as tough a schedule as some of the teams, and they got exposed in that one.
Yeah. So and usually Michigan, in all fairness, they usually lay an egg too.
Yeah, but they have many times.
But they did not this year, and I didn't realize this. If I think I heard this right. Again, I could have misheard it, so I acknowledge that. But I'm pretty sure that I heard the announcer say that Michigan hasn't beaten Ohio State at the Horseshoe since 2002.
I think that's right.
That's 20 years they have not won in that stadium.
Yeah. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So did I hear that right?
Yeah, you're right. Yes, exactly.
They
right.
made them like it
I heard
Saturday.
it too. Then they started listing all the things that we have now we didn't have then. They said, well, nobody tweeted about it, I'll tell you that. And they were showing you how long ago it was.
Yeah. Greg, you would love how somebody doesn't apologize and back up, their statement or whatever.
It's rare.
I didn't see it, but I guess Michigan went and put their stake in the ground midfield at Ohio State and asked Harbaugh about it. Like, how do you feel about it? He goes, I'm fine with it.
Good.
Oh, that he didn't apologize.
Yeah,
for it.
because in today's world, you can't do that. That's almost mean.
So
we kicked the rump and we.
How about South Carolina?
Right, yes. We claimed the ground.
Defeating Clemson too.
Wow.
Shane Beamer, who we met many years ago when he was at Mississippi State as assistant.
He
coach.
loved our beef jerky. You remember Rick and Bubba beef jerky?
He really did.
That.
I'm a big Shane Beamer fan. He's doing an outstanding job there, and boy, he talking about some big wins to end the season.
Yeah,
huh?
South Carolina. If you like, of course now you don't know what happens in the off season, but you guys are. I mean, there's no doubt, like Bubba said, and the guy said, Shane Beamer's done a great job. So that's not even up for debate. Beating Clemson was huge. And they look inspired. They look physical. I saw some of that game too. And now also, which does help. Boy, Clemson's had some quarterback problems this year. They just can't.
Yeah,
boy, the quarterback
or whatever.
Boy, the quarterback. He
hasn't lived up to the hype.
He can't make a play when you need it.
Yeah.
And so that really Clemson, they don't deserve in the 4. I mean,
they don't.
No, they wouldn't do well in the 4.
Yeah.
Not this year.
It's time for a change. Now you look at that top 4 and. You see TCU sitting there, and it's almost like what doesn't belong in this group because it's just funny because I remember the days when TCU is who you played on homecoming.
Yeah.
To run up the score.
And they've had some good teams in recent years.
They've turned the program around.
But no, let's just be honest. You think whoever plays them, that's going to be the game. If they stay in it, it's not going to go well. I mean, you'll think that they'll get revealed.
Will somebody put tread marks on them in that final poll?
In my opinion, if they get in the Final Four, they'll get beat bad.
What was their?
Well, they play Georgia probably first game.
Mm-hmm.
This is a rematch with Kansas State, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that game was close, right?
It was.
Yeah.
Will it take care of itself?
Might.
We'll see. I mean, let's just face it. We don't believe in the Horned Frogs.
Well,
I mean, they're 12-0, Rick. What they got to do, buddy?
I know.
And I haven't watched them play, so I really can't say.
And I'm not saying I don't believe in them as having a good season, but I'm talking about getting in there and doing well in the playoff.
Well, what are their marquee wins? I mean, you got to look at that.
I don't know their
in
schedule.
week 7, TCU beat Kansas State 38-28. It was the score on that one.
Okay.
If you want to talk about big wins, and I have asterisks by these, I don't necessarily think they're big wins. Oklahoma in this year,
right?
Oklahoma State, Kansas, and Texas.
Fair.
So, Baylor,
Baylor. They can't.
I mean, in years gone by, if you'd have beat Texas and Oklahoma, that would have been a big deal.
I think if they've run the table in this conference
and win it,
they deserve to be there. I really believe that.
So undefeated and win the conference, they deserve to be in the top 4.
Especially this year. That's hard to.
I agree this year. Over the weekend, we saw some things that I thought. We saw the Oregon State beat Oregon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And look, I was flipping by channels, and Oregon was up 30-10.
Yeah.
And then I saw the highlights, and basically Oregon State started running the football, and that's what brought them back.
Huh. And then,
so how many losses is that for the Ducks?
Wasn't there a fluke play or something?
Three Duck losses.
I think they had a fumbled snap by the punter that led to one of the touchdowns. So you never know.
Well, I know Bucky's probably excited about that.
Oh yeah, that's a big win for Bucky. By the way, look, sitting up there at number 4 right now, USC.
Yep.
They're good.
Yeah, they are good.
Yeah, I watched a
I
little bit
think
of their
they
game.
are.
They're good.
They appear to be good.
Well,
their turnaround.
They're on the right track.
Yeah. Lincoln Riley has obviously done a good job, but the turnaround from where they have been to that is just.
Well, when you take your quarterback with you when you go, that helps. Yeah.
Well, did he get a bunch of linemen in the portal or something? I'd like to see what changes he made.
He got a Heisman Trophy in his first year.
USC always has Samoans. Remember that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They do.
He addressed that after the game. He said a lot of people. He said, because we brought 2 players with us, because that receiver was he from Pitt that transferred is real good. He said, there were some players here too.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I said this already, I guess a week ago, but I'm gonna say it again. The thing that looks so impressive about the leadership of Lincoln Riley is twofold: the state of USC and the current state of Oklahoma.
Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely.
That's a great point.
So it's two.
That's a really good point.
Right? Yeah,
he looks like he's $1 million man, doesn't he?
Right,
I mean, really.
And you can't argue with
probably
that.
In that case about 7 or 8 million.
And when Auburn announces him this week,
Rick, don't start that.
We need to ask about that. Alabama with a big win in the Iron Bowl, as expected. But we all kind of thought Auburn was going to announce the coach after the game, and it's kind of been quiet on the plane.
It has.
Did Lane Kiffin leave them at the altar?
We'll talk about that when we come back too, because we got to unpack that a little bit. And if we were all honest, I mean, just being honest, we wish that Alabama would replace TCU in the top 4 as far as having a good playoff.
Yeah, that might still happen, Rick.
Rick and Bubba.
Tuesday, go over to Siesta Key for a week, and then finish the winter up in New York.
Yeah. Wow. So do you always do the same schedule every year?
I work every single day of my life.
Right, but I mean the schedule of going to these different events.
Yep, pretty much. I fly down. I've done 13 of the last 16 Mardi Gras, so I missed 3 of them, but it's just because I stayed in New York or
had something going on up there.
Have you ever said while you were in New York or any place, it's too cold today?
I'll give you some of my cards. I did the Blizzard. If you go to nakedcowboy.com or look at the the YouTube, I've done every Blizzard in the last 17 years. Every one. It looks even dumber in the snow.
So I mean, you can't be stopped if it's a work day.
I don't stop. Period. I'm unstoppable.
Right.
Have you thought about the Olympics?
I told you that 20 years ago.
I know.
I'll be back tomorrow.
And you've proven it. So have you thought about the Olympics? Anything international or?
Well, South Korea, a long way to go.
I just went to Germany. I did an event for Volkswagen. I mean, I go all over.
You did an event for Volkswagen?
I've been to Australia doing this. I've been to England. I've been to Germany 4 times. Japan. I go everywhere.
Do you travel like that in a plane?
I wear a fur coat.
You wear a fur coat, yeah. Well, I remember when you ran for mayor. You ran for mayor of New York City.
Naked Cowboy for mayor of NYC. Because no one's ever done more with less than me. We're gonna prevent crime. We're gonna create jobs. Prevent crime. The city's gonna run on a dime.
But
it was brief.
But you, no pun intended. But you wore a suit during some of that.
No, I ran for president, and I cut my hair and wore
so the president's when you okay. So
get out about that, Ron.
You ran for mayor in your normal
in my underwear.
Right.
That was the biggest press event ever. We had a Jewish publicist. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, thank you for saying that so straight like that. And then you ran for president when you put the suit on and cut your hair.
Yeah, yeah. When I ran for mayor, it was kind of serious. I mean, if it would have worked, it would have worked.
Right.
But I was in my underwear, so it didn't work.
No,
Right.
but you've got family that have been in politics, right?
Yeah, my father's been in city council, volunteer fireman. He's the best, amazing man.
Right.
In Green Hills, we just saw him.
Yeah.
So
And
and
he's
I have a degree in political science before I got my master's. Yeah.
Right, and now we see you brought us the Naked Cowboy bobbleheads.
Yeah, I brought you some bobbleheads. We have new Naked Cowboy wines from Naked Winery. They're owned by Behringer's. So we have a new Sauvignon Blanc and a Viognier. They're sold with our Naked Cowboy oysters. They're sold at over 700 restaurants in the United States. It's one of the number one selling oysters in the country. I'll give you a card with all that.
Oysters. Now, is the Naked Cowboy wine, if you drink enough of it, you end up dressed like you?
Well, I don't know which came first, me or the wine.
Oh my goodness!
It's great to see you again. It really is.
Yeah, you
What
too.
a pleasant
I told
surprise.
my wife, your family, I've known you forever.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
I remember riding around in the station van, and you telling me, him giving me the speech. Hey, this is my journey. This is what I will do, and here we are.
And now you've been in movies, you've been in TV shows, you've been on billboards. I mean, you just turned into a walking, talking enterprise.
I feel like a complete failure who's just getting started, and I got plenty of time to vindicate myself.
Naked Cowboy, one of the best-known brands in America. There he is. Times Square, New York City, and he's making his way down to Mardi Gras. So if you're going to be down in New Orleans for that, look for him. He'll be a fixture and has a great history here with the Rick and Bubba Show. It's been great.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks,
Naked.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the bobbleheads. We'll be back. 8-6. Ten minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we work our way back, so we got kickoff of Christmas coming up top of the hour, or actually 6 minutes after. We'll do that, and then we'll get back and talk some more Thanksgiving weekend too. Talking football right now. So the other big story in college football is who's going to be the next head football coach at Auburn. No surprise, Auburn did not. It's no one expected them to win. It was all how could they minimize the beating. You still got to think about Alabama, and there's some people that were still talking about this, and I don't know anything about it. I don't follow enough to know, but Alabama, I've never seen an Alabama team that was a good Alabama team during the Saban era, from his second season on, struggle against the run like this one has. That usually Alabama is a run defense, and the only way you're going to beat them is to have an athletic quarterback that can throw. So then when he gets in trouble, he can run, pick up yardage. Then he can beat you deep. That's the kind of quarterbacks they normally struggle with. Now they don't struggle with a drop back passer.
No,
but they struggle with an athletic quarterback who can throw, but also can hurt you with his legs. But this time in this season, the whole season, they've struggled against the run.
Yeah.
And so Auburn did have some success there, but Auburn has a good running game.
Yeah,
but
they got 3 good guys that can
but they've struggled with their offensive line, who's pretty beat up too, and it wasn't even a great offensive line before that. So that was still a little bit surprising. But still, Alabama was by far the better team and showed that. But so then, like you said, Bubba, it was supposed to be, all right, season over. So now Auburn will announce their new coach, and they haven't.
Well, just on one of the points you made, Auburn finished with 318 yards rushing, eclipsing the previous record of 302 yards rushing allowed by Alabama under Saban. So the yardage gain was the most under the Saban era.
That's what it felt
like.
Yeah.
Which seemed very strange for this team that had struggled, like you said, with the offensive line all year. I don't know. Everybody seemed to think that that we were going to have a big Kiffin announcement, and it just didn't materialize.
Well, there was one.
And Kiffin didn't. And Kiffin did not shut the door on that. He was almost feeding that a little bit too with his denials. But he got a nice pay raise out of it, $9.5 million a year. And congratulations.
Look, let me tell you who wins every time is Jimmy Sexton.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, Jimmy Sexton. Listen, guys.
He's built an empire.
When you can play all
you know the numbers on him, by the way?
I saw that.
Yeah, you sent some stuff out on that.
Wow.
But what I was the thing that gets me is when you have all the coaches just about in the SEC, and of course there's others he's gotten the professional ranks and all that too, and players, but just the college coaches that he has.
He has 11 of the 14 SEC coaches.
So what I can do
Good for him,
is I can play the universities against each other.
Yeah.
We just saw Lane Kiffin get moved to $9 million a year, losing 4 out of 5 games and the Egg Bowl.
And he signed a new contract every year he was there.
Right. And his signature wins this year, Kentucky and Troy.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and he just got increased to $9 million. And you know
Jimmy
why?
Jimmy Sexton wins again.
And the way he got the increase was the Auburn.
Yeah.
You know that Sexton could dangle the Auburn thing out there.
Yeah.
If Ole Miss wanted to keep him, they were going to have to pay even on a season that I think modern day Ole Miss fans. You know, you had a 10-win season, now you had an 8-4 and lose the Egg Bowl. It feels weird to give your coach a raise for that, but you're in a position you had to, or lose him. You know. And that's where Jimmy Sexton has a field day.
Yeah, we with his. He has NFL coaches. I think he has 7 of those. He has 11 of the 14 SEC. I don't know what other coaches at college. He has a lot of pro players. And the annual income of those clients he has is $1 billion. How
about that?
$1 billion.
That's
his
impressive.
Cut, his cut, is. $31 million.
If I'm the agent for
good for you, Jimmy.
If I'm the agent for the coach, if I'm the agent for the coach that is leaving, and I'm representing the coach again, I mean, it just
he wins going and coming.
I got them all,
yeah,
and I can leverage them against each other.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
You talking about a vertical monopoly?
Oh, look, you think I'm crying, hollering today? You ought to hear the people in College Station. He's got College Stations to tied up. They'll never get rid of Jimbo.
I'll be paying Jimbo for the rest of his life.
Did this save the pressure on Jimbo?
You know,
it does.
They're doing what they should do. You know, they have a very, very young team, and you see players and coaches and fans putting out after they beat LSU. This gives us an idea how we can be in the future.
Yeah, I think he definitely gets another chance.
There's a story, I kid you not. They're already talking about the hot seat for next year, Ryan Day, the Ohio State coach.
Oh, my God.
That's hilarious. By the way,
he was on the top of the list.
Am I the only one that thinks he looks like Ming the Merciless?
Right.
It is Ryan Day, isn't that his name? Did I say it wrong?
Whoever this coach is, Ohio State, he looks like the devil. I mean, Ming the Merciless. What is it up with
It's
his?
a weird, like the Hunger Games.
Yeah.
The way the people in the city
very
look.
good.
The way they all look.
Yes.
He looks like one of them.
Yeah. Do you remember Ming the Merciless?
Oh, I do, yeah. From Flash Gordon. Which I love that movie. It's the dumbest movie ever made.
Right, yeah. But didn't realize that's where we got Star Wars. That's what Lucas wanted to do, and he couldn't get the rights to it.
Oh, wow.
But anyway.
So
I think he made the right call.
Luke Fickell goes to Wisconsin.
I don't know who that is.
That's the Cincinnati coach.
Cincinnati coach.
Okay.
You know, it's a hot name last year, a lot of jobs. And everybody staying. I guess something about Wisconsin.
And Nebraska gets them a new coach.
Matt Rule.
Matt
Helmsy.
Rule.
I was wanting him to.
I'm sorry.
No, it was about to come out.
Yeah.
And so we still Auburn's still unfilled.
There's the coach for Ohio State right there. All right.
So I mean, where do you go here now? What's the list look like?
If you're Auburn, well, I think Cadillac Williams. I'm just kidding.
I think Hugh Freeze was the next guy, but everybody, half of Auburn's trying to run him off right now.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, just sit back and watch
He's thinking, I want to get in this.
Yeah.
Now, why are they trying to run him off? Because of Cadillac or his past?
His past. Yeah.
I think he's pretty well established.
What, Rick?
Yeah, I think he's made that turn.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So Auburn wants him to be more like these other upstanding men of God they had in the past.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I couldn't believe some of the stuff I was reading.
Yeah.
I was
Well,
like, really?
you would think at this point after this season you just want a few wins,
I will say, whoever said this, funny. Don't agree with it, but funny. They called him the Joel Osteen of college football.
That's funny.
And I don't agree with that, but it was hilarious.
That's a good one.
When I saw it, I thought, not true, but that's funny.
It's not accurate,
Right.
but it is a good.
That is well. Let me tell you, don't go down the road that somehow he's not spiritually strong enough. We all remember Pat Dye's commitment to the faith. So I just I wouldn't go down that road. Now, if you don't think he's rehabbed enough and you don't think he's good enough coach or whatever, then fine. But don't go down that road.
You better find somebody that can win football games, and then we'll all go witness to him.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I mean, the sad.
A lot of truth to that.
Well, the sad thing is it a good thing to have a man of character? Raising up better young men.
Absolutely,
it is. But
he won't be there long if he doesn't win football games.
That's right. But I notice fans only care about that. And they don't care about it consistently.
Yeah.
If a coach is winning, he can be any kind of man he wants to be. If he's losing, suddenly everything about him becomes scrutinized.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it would be extra work, but could Bruce Pearl do it?
I know for a fact that Gene Chizik and Gus Malzahn were really devoted to their faith.
Yes, they were.
And Auburn fans were ready for them to go.
Yeah.
So
you got to win.
You got to win football games. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Every year, and now more than ever, these things of these high school kids signing with colleges now has become just a circus in and of itself, and because it's never enough. You start out by when we were all young and so long ago, you didn't have any fanfare whatsoever, none, unless your high school. Had you go to the library or over to the gym and you'd sign and your friends would clap for you and your mama would be there.
There were no hat swappings.
There were no hat swappings and all that. I'm talking about with the Herschel Walkers and the Bo Jacksons. You didn't even know who they were till they did something on the college football field. So now,
but you learned it pretty quick. Then.
Yeah, but but now everybody's a celebrity before they've ever really accomplished anything in college, and it's just getting more and more bizarre. But now we have these reoccurring deals where mamas don't seem to be happy with their sons' decisions. I still find it hard to believe they would be surprised by the decision. I don't think my mom would be.
Yeah, you would think mom would know.
Well, my mom would say, "I'm not going to be surprised."
You're right.
We're going to work this out right now.
Where are you going?
And you're going to tell me where you want to go, and I'm going to tell you whether I agree with that or not. Because the last time I checked, you have provided nothing here. We have provided everything you have.
Right.
So my mom would not be sitting there in the basketball gym or wherever, wondering what I was going to say. Right. But apparently that does happen, unless this is all acting, which Greg has ruined my life on this kind of stuff.
There's a lot of that going on.
Which, if it was, that is a good one, by the way.
Yeah. So here we go. This is one where now we've seen the moms get mad. And this one is a mom gets up and walks off.
Yeah, Escambia, Florida. He's one of the top receivers in the country. Jacob Copeland. He was going to make a decision between Alabama, Tennessee, and Florida. All the hats are on the table. Mom has got an Alabama T-shirt on. It looks like grandmother does as well. And he looks like he's even got a crimson jacket on. And so you think he's going to say Alabama. And then he surprises her. Take a listen.
Got me through the process, but I like to now that I'm taking my time for the next 3 to 4 years.
He's well spoken.
Yeah, sounds good.
Look, Mama's getting up with her Alabama shirt on and her toboggan and leaving.
You got
Look, she's out.
Jacob, you're going to Florida. Who just got up and left there and to your right? Who got up and left?
And that's the mom. And so now we're going to stop that, and we're going to go to another view.
She just packed up, made it out.
She did. I am out.
Courtesy
with
of
my Bama sweatshirt on.
WSFA TV picks it up from there. All right, so now she's getting up and leaving. It looks like there's a number of them are not happy.
Yeah, well, the gym's not going crazy.
No.
That's a very mild applause for that decision.
Well, he's leaving the state, right? So that's probably he's
he's
staying in the
Florida.
state.
He's
You would think
staying.
they would actually be fired up about it.
That's what I
Look
thought.
at that. Looking at it.
Look at disgust when she left. Look, he said, I'll come up here and sit down.
And he starts crying.
I just want to thank God for placing me in this place, and thank the ones who supported me through the process, and thank everybody who always supported me through the process. But
Take your time, buddy.
And then here comes Mama back. She's going to hug him now.
All right, Mama going to hug him after she's mad.
She's
mad
mad
a little bit.
And there he is signing.
Okay.
Now, we got a couple of people
can-
here to
can-
look at. There's a guy behind him in the tent, and this guy here.
But the mom has a Tennessee toboggan on.
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
an
So she
Alabama
was good with
sweatshirt.
Tennessee or Alabama,
Right.
but evidently not.
That's what it
And he
looks
has
like.
on a crimson blazer.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I don't get it, but
I'm
I've
with
gone
you,
back.
Speedy. Who's the guy in the back with the
Yeah,
Tennessee
I
stuff
don't know.
on? Did he
You kinda-
sign to that
think
day?
that's,
Because it's a sign a day. Did he
Or is that
sign with
just
something
family
else?
that was pulling for Tennessee?
All right, when he
That's probably
announces,
Pookie.
yeah,
Greg.
They were pulling for Tennessee, sir.
Greg
cousin.
Burgess.
His
That
cousin
could have
Pookie
been
showed up.
That could have been somebody else who signed earlier.
Right,
With their
could have
Tennessee
been.
hat on.
Could have been.
All right, could have been.
got me
I
through the
have
process,
watched
but
the
I
lady
like
on
now
the
that
end
I'm
here.
taking my time too, for the next 3 to 4 years.
Oh, look
Oh,
at
look at she's like, oh
Grabbed her
no.
face.
Mama's out.
Pookie likes it.
Do you think
he's
Mama?
part of it.
He's part of it.
Well, but he's got all
He's got a Tennessee
I
hat,
don't
but
know.
he's clapping for the Florida hat.
Maybe
Weird.
he's just- I love the announcers here.
And whoever he's hugging there, I guess his wife or girlfriend has on a crimson dress. This is all
This is
weird.
very confusing.
Who just got up and left there?
Is that
and
maybe an aunt?
to
You
your right?
think?
Who got up and left?
So
I like
Mama,
the guy in the back that didn't like he was standing up. He goes, "Well, I'll go take that seat.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'll get up there."
that was funny, by the way.
You
That was
can
very
tell he
funny.
didn't like standing
That's
in the
funny.
back. He'd probably been there way too long. It started late. All that stuff.
I just want to be sure for those of you that haven't seen it.
Uh-huh.
So I guess it's his mama sitting
Yeah,
next
it
to
is.
him.
Yeah.
And she has an Alabama sweatshirt on and a Tennessee toboggan, it appears.
Right.
Then the woman next to her, maybe a sister, maybe his aunt, I don't know, has an Alabama shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
And then behind him stands a guy, looks like he's a friend or a member of the family with a Tennessee hat on.
And a Tennessee logoed shirt or jacket.
Yeah, and then hugging a young woman that's either his wife or girlfriend that has a Alabama colored dress on.
I think that's Lil Wayne.
Matter of fact, if you look, there's not one person that has anything Florida on.
Not one.
Not a soul.
Not
a soul.
And for some reason, Lil Wayne's excited about this signing. But look, guys, there's nobody there that has anything Florida remotely on. Look at the three hats.
Uh-huh.
There's Tennessee represented. There's Alabama represented.
Is that a Bama hoodie right there?
I think it is.
It
No,
does say
it
Bama.
says something. It looks like MA at the end.
Yeah.
Nobody there, and I don't.
part of
Don't miss the buy one. Seven minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. On a variety of platforms, wrapping up 28 years. If you don't believe in God, surely that'll do it. We're still here, and we've got another hour with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba intern, banging out a degree in common sense. Common sense now a superpower, and he's almost graduated. Just a few more days. What, December 9th, your last day here? My goodness, it's almost away from us. So he is here. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience for you. And speaking of Eddie Van Adler, he's also going to be hitting the drums right now, Bubba. We welcome you back. I'd like to say to you, Merry Christmas, since we're kicking off Christmas season.
Merry Christmas to you too, sir, and thank all of you for joining us. And wow, what a treat we got today.
We've got a treat. Michael and Linda Adler, 22 years they've been at it, and they're back on the Rick and Bubba show. Mom and dad of our very own Eddie Van Adler. So, Thor, welcome back.
Thank you, my friend. 22 years on this show.
Unbelievable.
Wow. The two of us, far more years than that. But
right. Well, I meant, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. 22
we started,
years doing this.
Kind of in the glitz and glamour of Christian television. So you know that about.
Well, when the lineup you guys were part of Truth is our favorite Truth lineup. All other Truth lineups pale
it was
in comparison.
Downhill slide after that.
Yeah,
and it was a short stint in Stropper.
Yeah,
and that was really short.
I'm joking.
So anyway, so you guys have been coming on this show and kicking off Christmas for 22 of the 28, which is incredible.
Been doing this a long time.
Long time. And Linda, welcome back. You were sick last year. Good to have you back.
Thank you.
And
Hi, Chris, honey.
Hey, Mom.
Looking so handsome this morning.
Oh, thanks. I didn't take a shower this morning.
Yeah, doesn't he look good, Mom?
So that means a lot to me, Mom. Thank you.
Aren't you proud of your little fella? Yeah,
massively proud of him.
Yeah. So anyway,
thanks, guys.
Joining the Adlers.
I'm not joking about. I'm proud of Chris. Chris,
all right.
I'm proud of you.
Nobody thought you were joking until you said I'm not joking. Now everybody thinks you're joking.
And I used to have a first name, and now aren't you Adler's dad? And that's all I get.
Well, yeah, that's when it turns, isn't it?
I'm so sorry about that.
There was a time when they said to him, "Aren't you Michael and Linda Adler's son?" And now it's flipped.
I'm so sorry.
I like going with Thor.
I do too.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, you've got the greatest granddad name the world has ever known.
And they've stuck with it, man. The kids know it, and babies know it, and Ruby says it.
Yeah. Everybody is against you on that, but we're not.
No, we're for it. We love it.
There's just something special about spending time with Thor.
That's right. Going over to Thor and Mimi's house. What better thing can there
be? Thor and Mimi.
Speaking of superpowers, come on.
Amen. So joining, got some veterans and got some new people. So we got Riggs Taylor, veteran. Good to see you again, Riggs. And we've got Abby Brunson. Abby's with us today. Hey, Abby, how are you doing? A little sleepy, but you're ready. Okay, and Rebecca.
You'll sing your way out of it.
Yeah, and Rebecca Willard. So Rebecca, you're on the violin. Looking forward to hearing you today. She is at Sanford University and is an intern at Shades Mountain Baptist Church. Tim Carroll, he's a veteran. Not only will play today, but will play again Friday with his band Act of Congress. So good to see you again, buddy. And of
just
course,
leave your bass here.
You're right. And of course, our very own Chris Eddie Van Adler on the drums. So this is going to be quite the deal. So let's talk a little bit. You can go to rickandbubba.com under the show notes, and you'll see a link to get tickets. Shades Mountain Baptist Church, Christmas with the Gettys this time. We're bringing the Gettys in.
Keith and Kristen Getty, the writers of In Christ Alone, man.
And
they're from Ireland.
Powerful song.
So they have this accent. They could read the phone book and you'd still be interested in
loving it.
Just to hear them talk. But they're just incredible. They'll bring their massive Nashville-centered band of virtuoso players with Irish instruments like bodhran. Is that no? Dobro? No. One of those Irish instruments, the fiddle, and then the river dance kind of thing, and they'll do a whole night, and the Shades Worship Choir will be a part of that. So every ticket's $5. We have two shows, 4 o'clock and 7:30. The 4 o'clock is almost full, 7:30. Come on and fill it up, you guys. We want to get everybody out there.
December the 11th, 2 opportunities. If you've never seen the Gettys, you need to make a note to do that. And, of course, with the Shades Choir joining, it will be a Christmas extravaganza is what it'll be.
Well, there you go. There you go. Yep.
And if nothing else, just hearing them talk. Sherry and I will actually, we have their Christmas albums, as everyone should, speaking of the Gettys, and we actually love to listen to her read Scripture in the Irish accent on that. I mean, that's as good as the songs. Moses.
They just got kind of a King James feel to it.
It really does. Christ. I love how they say Christ.
Yeah.
So anyway, we've got about 3 minutes to the break. Do you want to go ahead and try to get in the first and then come back, or
why don't you guys make the call? I'd like to say also, I had a line yesterday that you guys are going to appreciate.
Okay.
You realize that as you bring people with you, that you stay the same age, but everybody you bring gets younger every year. And this group is yesterday morning. We had an awesome, like a nine-person vocal ensemble on stage with us singing, and a couple of them were quite young. And one of the guys that's a little closer to my age, between breaks and rehearsal, shook my hand and said, "Just want to thank you for letting me be a chaperone today." So, and that's what I feel like today with this group.
Yeah,
kind of,
it is, because like I said, I've known two of them for a while, and they are getting younger.
They are.
But I will say for you and Linda, y'all are ageless. You really are.
Lindy, what's the line? What's the line about pants?
Oh, no.
Come on. Linda, we got to have it.
Linda.
We got to have it.
We've really given up when...
Oh, when you buy your pants at Costco. That was some comic was saying. We're getting close to buying our pants at Costco.
Well,
That's when you give up.
That's when
Wait a
it's
minute. What's
over.
wrong with that?
Right.
Oh my gosh, they have pants here?
Right.
Let's get these.
Yeah, I listened on the Best Of show on Friday, and we were laughing about Bubba and I. It's very similar to what you just said. We were saying, it's over when you buy your jeans the same place you picked up motor oil. That's when you just don't care anymore. Yeah. I just want them to buy.
Hey, that little Dickie's a good gene, Rick.
It's a great gene.
You to know that.
That's right. And you look good in those big Yankees. All right, so we'll come back. So the Adlers are here with Riggs, Abby, Rebecca, and Tim, and our very own Eddie Van Adler. Some Christmas classics to kick off the season, and we will celebrate. Also, thanks to young John Scruggs, speaking of young, engineering this for us today so that we can have this live performance here in the No Name studio. So Christmas season kicking off officially when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's
dark, and I don't know who far right is there. Is that Coach with his son behind him? I don't know
you
who
talking about old Flat Top.
I don't know who Flat Top is and where they showed up.
I think he looks like the janitor at the school.
Yeah, Greg.
I think that's who it is.
Greg,
Maybe he's one of the coaches or
does he not?
Let me tell you what we're going to find out about. We're going to find out that steam chapel. Okay. All right.
He's got that look.
All right. Listen.
Or he's the mascot, if you know what I mean.
Greg.
Got a tag.
Fire today.
We're to the point we're trying to read his tag. What's wrong with us?
I know.
But anyway,
it's all Greg's fault. Greg
He's
also thinks
clearly wandered into the wrong picture. Clearly.
This whole thing was completely rigged.
Can I
Look at me.
Can I say it again though? Do y'all see one item from Florida represented?
Except the hat on. See, Rick, that's part of if she hadn't walked off, and that may be added for the drama.
Yes.
It's almost like they were setting you up.
Greg, I don't know. She looks to be
She does look
disgusted.
mad. Now,
if she is acting, it's a great job.
Now, the best one ever was Landon Collins' mom.
Yeah.
I mean, she was shaking her head in the camera. She didn't leave. She was just mad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was going to debate it, and now he plays what for the Giants?
I think it worked out.
By the way, we're not giving enough on Bubba's observation. One guy said, "I'll tell you what, I'll take that seat."
Because I want it.
I'm thinking like he's been on his feet way too long.
Right.
And it started late. It was delayed. He didn't get in there. Everybody's going, where is he at? And he finally gets out there, and that seat opens up. He's like, well, I'm going to sit down.
All right, Stoney, go right ahead.
Hey, you know what Mama's thinking? She's thinking that, hey, we got a ex-Alabama coach going to Tennessee. We've got Nick Saban in Alabama. Yeah. She's thinking he's going to get some rings at one of these places. Now, what do you think Nick and Admire would have to say?
Well, it's obvious the young man has lost his mind. I mean, who in the world would go over and play for the Gators when you could play for Saban? His mama knows what she's talking about because she said Road Tide. So
there's somebody that knows more about this story. There's gotta be.
Jonathan claims he knows, but I see his area code. I don't know how he would know.
Well, it may have been covered. I mean, this was played a lot on the sports shows yesterday.
All right, we'll take some of your phone calls if you're staying with us. If you leave us right now, have a good day, and thanks for being with us. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll do a top of the hour, and then we'll come back and we'll take some of your phone calls. Our website, if you want to stay with us, rickandbubba.com. Click on the Listen Live button, and you can continue to hear the stream. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And this is becoming, normal, just like we wish that school shootings would not become the norm, and that is church attacks.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go again. A Texas church service has left several wounded and a man in custody. This time it was a stabbing. At least 4 people, including a pastor, were stabbed at an in-home church service in Texas on Wednesday night. So I guess these are people in a Bible study in someone's home.
Yeah, that's what it sounds
Your small groups when you get out and you have your small group time. And it said that a pastor, a band member, I guess that's from the praise team, along with 2 others were stabbed. The pastor was found with a stab wound to the chest. The band member had a stab wound to the neck. Both were taken to the hospital, and they did have life-threatening injuries. So I guess we'll wait. The 2 others were stabbed while attempting to get away from the attacker. One was stabbed in the hand, the other in the arm. The attacker is in custody, and it says that it said they were having a Bible study. They don't really know why the person would just go after him the way he did. It says they said he had been part of the church for a while, and they don't know why he attacked the other church members. He said about a dozen people have been on the property for the non-denominational church service. So I guess this is an in-home church, not just a Bible study, I guess. Sounds like, doesn't it? Because they're calling it a non-denominational church service.
I think church lady could tell you who was behind that stabbing.
Yep. Maybe Satan?
Yeah.
So anyway, here's more attacks on people of the Christian faith as they're gathering for some sort of corporate Bible study or worship, and sadly, these things are becoming more and more prominent in the headlines, and it's a sad thing. I mean, you talk about now, going to church has got a whole new feel.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I know. On a slightly more happy note, and speaking of heaven. The aftermath of the big Falcon Heavy launch that we had this week. Have you seen the pictures they have sent of the Tesla back?
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so we're talking about the Christmas with the Gettys coming to Birmingham, December the 11th, Shades Mountain Baptist Church. And, of course, if you want to be part of that, couple of shows, it's $5 general admission. Tickets are available now at the link we got you at rickandbubba.com. And Adler says he actually has, speaking of Chris, Eddie Van Adler, he actually has a promotional video. Do you want to see the promotional video real quick to kind of get us all fired up for it? All right, so promotional video into our first songs. Are you ready? Here's promotional video about Christmas with Gettys. Here we go.
Gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Sing we now of Christmas. Sing we now the power of God. Sing of
So there it is right there. Man, they getting after it. I mean, Bubba, you need to be part of that.
That's a busy little outfit there.
It is. It is.
You know what? I should have
How about
waited.
being the person that wrote in Christ alone, and what that tool has been for worship and for people connected to God for all these years.
Oh my goodness.
I should have waited to play that after we played because they sounded really good. I hope we. I hope we sound as good as they sound now.
Adler, can I ask you this? Since Shade's choir is going to be involved, will you be facing the choir this time or the audience
That's a good
again?
question.
I just.
So, yeah. I just want to say a word about that in my defense, that I showed up expecting to have my back to the congregation, to the audience at the Alabama Theater. Where were we? Right Center.
Alabama. It was Right Center with Charles Billingsley. And I recapped it on the air, of course, as you've learned being friends of ours.
But I didn't have a voice in that thing, so I just want to tell you in my defense that I got dressed that day expecting to have my back to the audience and didn't expect to have them see the front of whatever I had on. And I walked out on the platform after they told me where my spot was, and the pin spot came on, and Christopher Confessori is standing right there, the Alabama conductor, and I'm facing the entire house.
It was incredibly awkward.
And I go, does my tie match my shirt? Do I have a belt on today? And and it was just awkward.
My thought was, wow, so Charles Billingsley and Adler are about to do a duet. I didn't see this coming. I didn't know
Adler
about
has
this.
a baton in his hand.
And I thought, but what's up with the stick and the music stand in front of you? I thought Adler didn't know the words.
Yeah, that wouldn't be unusual, but that was a tough one.
Yeah, it was a tough gig. Yeah. All right, so let's jump right in. I see you've got some classics. So where do we start?
Let's start with, guys. What about we just do Go Tell It on the Mountain? What do you think of that? Let's throw that together right now. 1, 2,
Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. While shepherds kept their watching, or silent flocks by night, behold, there shone a holy light. Oh, go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. The shepherds feared and trembled when lo above the earth rang out the angel chorus that hailed the Savior's birth. Oh, go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born.
down in the lowly manger, the humble Christ was born, and God sent us salvation that blessed Christmas morn. Oh, go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Oh, tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. Sing it again. Oh, go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. That Jesus Christ is born. That Jesus Christ is
Yes, sir. We'll take that all day. We'll take that all day. Adler, what do you think? 2.5 minutes to the hard break. Do you think we chat and come back?
I think we had a chat.
Yeah, chat and come back. So
I'm a fan of chatting.
I think we
could talk about Chris.
Yeah, well, that's
We don't have to. We don't have to.
You know, we've had some pretty incredible experiences, but I am seeing in this beautiful little lady named Ruby this personality coming through that I recognize.
Ain't she
There are
precious?
hints of things that I recognize. Wait, I've seen this before.
Really?
There's a glimmer of I know where I saw that scowl.
Oh, really? So you're seeing
she
some.
She has like my wife and Chris. They both have the ability to make a face that's somebody. And like we're talking about a certain character in life, and they'll go, "You mean like this?" And they can
nail it.
instantly animate their face, and you go, "That's what they look like." How do you do that? You're like Rich Little of faces. I don't know if you guys even know who Rich Little is.
A face impressionist?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
We dated ourselves just a little. Did you see all the young people go?
Who?
Yeah.
Rich Little, yeah.
Yeah. Somebody thought, was that the
Chris
next
has that
coach at
animated-
Auburn? All right, but anyway.
Ruby has that same face. If you see the most recent family picture we took, we're all sitting around this table, and she goes, "This face," and the minute we go, "and go," it's furrowed brow. Instantly, she can go from one to the other. It's just this incredible, wow.
Here
I've
it is.
seen that
Here
before,
you
and
go.
there's the face, and look at her.
Look, please look.
I think Chris takes too many pictures of her.
You think?
No.
Yeah, it's constant. You're saying too.
He takes pictures of her constant. I think she's over it. She's just over it. I bought her a bunk bed yesterday.
Oh, are you supposed to talk about that?
Tell them about the bed.
Oh, it's just a bunk bed.
It's
Oh,
not
it's
just a
not
bunk
just
bed.
Rick.
By the way, I got home. I got home.
Linda
And
doesn't buy just anything.
I was about to say.
just for the record, there's no such thing as just a pillow.
It's a treehouse kind of bunk bed.
It's a magical treehouse kind of bunk bed.
it
Okay.
costs more than the bed that I sleep in as an adult.
Oh yeah.
It costs more than my bed that I sleep in with my wife as an adult.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, that's what grandparents get to do.
I guess so.
Oh, I know.
I guess
Yeah. So it's a magical treehouse kind of bunk bed.
Whenever Linda uses the word "I fell in love with," whatever you put after that sentence, just know it's just not going to be just a normal anything.
No, it's not coming in subtle.
No.
Yeah, speaking of not
You
being
included, Thor.
And coming.
He's high maintenance.
There it is.
Now, Linda, what do you mean?
Well, thank you for that. That's good.
It happens every year. There's always some family thing aired every year.
Oh, darn it, we got to go to break.
Don't you wish we had time for another song just then? We do. Two more classes.
It's going to feature Rebecca, and it's just a pretty stunning,
All right, Rebecca. We'll do that.
the world, but with steroids.
Okay.
Remember that, please.
Joy to the world on steroids. When we come back, take a listen.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Earth in the background and the Starman in it, and as it blasts on out in its orbit that it's going in. I mean, those are some unbelievable pictures.
I haven't seen it. No. So this is someone we're seeing now.
Yeah,
looking on
that's
RBTV.
That's one of the shots from it as it was, just had got up into orbit. But they released some. I guess it was yesterday that had like the Earth in the rear view mirror. You could see the Earth behind the car headed out into space, and that's just a really, really strange looking thing. I mean, Rick, we just didn't see that with NASA a lot, you know.
No, and I'm trying to help me to understand because I'm of course, in the days of Photoshop and everything,
Right.
you can't.
Right.
I never know where I'm looking at a real picture or not.
Right.
I mean, look behind.
That one is real.
Look behind you.
I know.
And Helmsy is actually feeding a calf with Jesus watching him in a picture.
If it just been a sheep,
It really, yeah. That was, you just don't. Jesus didn't say, "If you love me, feed my calves." But I mean, but it's the same.
Yeah, but we understand.
Right,
yeah.
it's right.
See, there's a shot with the Earth in the windshield that you can see from back behind Starman. That's what they're calling the empty astronaut suit there.
Yeah.
But they have one where the Earth is behind it, and it is headed out into a big elliptical orbit. They initially it was supposed to make a real close pass by Mars, but they overburned the engine just a little bit, and they're going to overshoot that orbit. So it'll actually go out into the asteroid belt before it loops back around the sun. And there's one of the shots right there. Now you're talking about a great picture for your marketing for Tesla Motors. I mean, you got to love the fun they were having with this. It was a test flight. they normally would just put cement blocks or something up there, to simulate the load.
Yeah.
He said, "Heck, let's shoot a car out in space."
So those cameras, are they attached on the car? Or where are we getting these shots from?
Yeah, they're somehow like they have arms that they're taking a picture.
Right.
of.
Yeah. So they're all outside the car
Right,
in different
right.
parts of the car.
And I'm not sure how long we'll get those pictures.
Right.
They said it would take about 6 months for it to get out to its farthest point. So I don't know how long it'll be sending that, or how long the batteries will stay up, or whatever. But it's kind of a unique twist, though, isn't it?
No, it's remarkable. And can I?
I mean, I wish that Starman had a Rick and Bubba T-shirt on. I'll
do
be
too.
honest. I wish he had that, or a cap, or.
And I love how they make it like it's a guy in a spacesuit driving that crash test dummy they have.
Yeah.
I want to say this to all of the flat Earth people, if I could. It's a big moment for you. Could y'all just look at the pictures for us, please?
Their argument is, Rick, that gravity is bending that, so it's really that we're seeing a warped view that we're taking a picture of. That's their argument. I've looked into the flat Earth group. Now, there's one bunch that just like saying it to make people mad.
They really are. I'm talking. There's not people kidding around. There really are people that look right there that really do think that the Earth is flat, straight up.
I think
I'm talking about not kidding around.
I think so. I think they have some facts, and they're trying to argue it. And
did you see that last picture we just looked at?
Yeah, I know. But they're saying that ground is actually flat. That's gravity that's bending the image, the light that we're seeing.
So they're telling me it's laying there like a plate?
Rick, you'd have to speak to one of them. But yeah, basically. Basically.
But we've never gone off the end of it.
Well, it does ask the question, where is the end? We should be able to fall off of it. How come the ocean hadn't poured off of it? And if the Earth is flat, that means the moon is too. So where is that played at?
Are you messing with me about this? Do people really think it's still? I'm talking about current day.
Rick,
that are not kidding around.
Yeah. I think there's a bunch that really believes that, and they're small, and then I think there's a bunch that's doing it as a raise.
Okay. So some are doing it to be sharp. Some really believe it, and then some are just goofing off.
Yeah.
Right?
So.
Is that where we are?
I think so.
There's certain things I understand.
Well, look at our world
understand.
now. There's no absolutes. It just goes with society. Right. Nothing is an absolute. You can't say this is that way. Wait a minute. I mean, I told you I could say the sky's blue. I'll have somebody call me or somebody will email me. Dog bingo. It's raining at my house. It's gray.
Right. No. I'll say the same.
That just argue any point.
But
any point.
And I understand FOMO. The fear of missing out, and there's a draw for human beings to be part of something. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you got to figure out what that is and make sure that's the right call. You were created that way.
Yeah.
But this is not. I don't know what the draw is. I want to be hanging around the flat Earth people. Because we always talk about there's certain things that catch fire that becomes a mod, and people think that's kind of cool to do that. This just seems a place that you couldn't get any members.
Well,
you know what I mean? Hey, we're the flat Earth people. You talk straight up, 2018, straight up.
But Rick, we know we have
meet us at the clubhouse. I'm not going to be seen with y'all.
We have an international space station that's up that's in orbit around the Earth. If it was a flat plate, it wouldn't stay in orbit.
Oh, Bubba, you don't have to convince me.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. Thank you for being with us. We shopping now. It is the Christmas season. MyStore.com. This is something that Lindell put together, to give some competition to Amazon, meaning, you do have other choices, and he helps entrepreneurs get their products to market. If you have never shopped MyStore.com, you need to do so. Somehow, I'm thinking that the promo code that I have here is incorrect. I'm going to skip over that, and I'll show the gang why in the break. This looks like a typo here, since I don't think that's right. But anyway, so go to mystore.com right now /Bubba. And enter the code Bubba, and you'll save on everything there at mystore.com, the code Bubba. Go there, and you'll find some great stuff, Bubba. Right now, they started My Coffee. This is a top-grade Arabica beans, a delicious coffee. They've also got natural soap bars. They've got replicas, which we probably need this again, of Declaration of Independence. They've got the 14-in-1 bionic wrench that I know you're on fire for, Bubba.
Oh, absolutely.
One of the many things Greg claimed he invented but never took to market, the Zip It Drain Snake. That was right up there with the snake flashlight that Greg claimed he invented, and also the Ignite fire starter. I need to get one of those for Sherry. She loves to build fire. So also some Made in America socks, all kinds of cool products that you for every part of your home and on your Christmas list. So go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba, and save on all the purchases site-wide right now, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so Adler, let's jump in. We were discussing in the break whether we were going upbeat or we were going to kind of ease into it, but we really hype Joy to the World, so I think we can't just ignore that now. So you've hyped it up.
Like I said before the break, this is Joy to the World on steroids. It's sort of the Geddes version, but Rebecca Willard will be on the violin, and it's going to be really fun. 1 and 2 and 1.
The Lord is come, let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Joy to the world, Savior reigns, let men their songs employ, while fields and floods, rocks, hills and plains, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy. No more let sin and sorrow grow, nor thorns infest the ground. He comes to make his blessings flow, far as the curse is found, far as the curse is found, far as the curse is found. He rules the world with truth and grace, and makes the nations prove the glories of his righteousness, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love.
Andrew, can we get a go for Rebecca on there? I mean, can you give us a go? Here we go. We ready? Here we go. A go for... Go! 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 There we go. Go!
Whoa, where'd the hell did it quit?
Gosh,
Where did it go?
Go! All right, so now we're going to take it down. We're going to take, well, that's, anytime that we, do you not remember go from football? Go. Go.
And you do it 3 times.
And then go.
Did the Packers do it?
You do realize that.
Did the Packers do this?
Oh,
Did the Vikings do this?
everybody does.
It's been a football tradition for a long time.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
But by the way, I didn't realize that you and Adler are both Vikings fans.
Oh, were you a Vikings fan too?
I was born in Minneapolis.
Oh, we suffer together then.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. And see, they've tried to hype it up because they're 9-2 this year, but we all know what's going to happen. We're going to lay an egg in the first round of the playoffs against a nobody.
Or
we know it.
Or snow will fall on the dome and it'll collapse.
Yeah, something odd will always happen.
So to kind of wrap up the kickoff of Christmas, we're now going to take it down and we're going to do a classic.
This has been great. Thanks, you guys, for the opportunity.
No, thank you guys for getting
years,
up and doing it.
22 years.
Still not buying my pants at Costco.
Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King, peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconciled. Joyful all ye nations rise, join the triumph of the skies. With angelic hosts proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
Come on, Rebecca.
Hail the heaven-born Prince of Peace, hail the Son of Righteousness. Light and life to all he brings, risen with healing in his wings. Mighty lays his glory by, born that man no more may die, born to raise the sons of earth, born to give them second birth. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
Merry Christmas. Oh, wow. Merry Christmas. Adler, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Linda, same time next year?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so
Absolutely.
thank you guys so much for taking the time to come up here and to good to see some of the folks we have seen for years, and great to meet Rebecca and Abby for the first time this year to join, which really is a big deal, kicking off an incredible season. Kicking off Christmas. So
See the Gettys with us.
yeah, and don't forget
If we just had Christmas lights to go see now, Rick.
my
Ought to
God.
have it made.
By the way, my Christmas lights are up. Do y'all want to go see them?
We're going to put your house on the list to go
will.
by.
You know, every night when I pull in the driveway, I just smile.
Yeah.
I just love it. So don't forget, Christmas with the Gettys. If you've never seen them or you've seen them a number of times, don't miss this. What a great experience it will be of worship, and it will definitely get you into the Christmas season if you're not already fired up after what we've done here. That is December the 11th, so coming up not this weekend but next. 4 and 7:30, 2 shows. All the tickets are general admission. 5 o'clock. Get them there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
$5 each.
I'm sorry, not sponsors, on the links. $5 only, and it will be at Shades Mountains Worship Center, which is a beautiful room and a great place to enjoy a concert. So thank you, Michael and Linda Adler, Riggs Taylor, Abby Brunson, Rebecca Willard, Tim Carroll, and, of course, as it is listed here, Shades Mountains killer drummer, Chris Eddie Van Allen. So
Chris,
thank
have I mentioned that I'm proud of you, buddy? I am.
Hey, thanks, Dad.
really
I
am.
love you. I don't know. What am I supposed to say here?
I
Come on.
love you.
Every child wants to hear their daddy say they're proud of them.
That's right.
And we just watched
Maybe
it right
a
here.
shower after the show.
And maybe a shower after the show. Merry Christmas, Bubba.
Merry Christmas back to you, Rick, and the entire audience.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to all of you. Don't forget, the first gift of Christmas is Thursday in the 12 working days of Christmas, so it's on, baby. It is on. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King.
I believe the Earth is obviously round.
Rick, the interns are in there. They just held up a piece of paper that says they have friends that think the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, we don't have time.
Don't eat with those people. Don't communicate.
In the next hour, I need them on these mics over here.
Okay,
yeah. Because my gosh, I don't know why I'm doing this to myself today, but I got to unpack this
because
this can't be real.
To me, the fact that you have something in orbit puts it all away. Because the way you're in orbit is you're falling. You're falling back to Earth, but you're moving forward at a speed, so you never hit the ground.
I'm glad you got that turtleneck.
You're chasing the ground, and you never catch
Standing up.
Can I tell you what?
Well, back. Give it a break.
I'm glad you've gone with a somewhat short shirt today.
Yeah,
and you can't see it.
Yeah. The combination of a.
I'm not going to signal touchdown during this segment.
The combination
you don't have to,
of a vest that is pulling and a short shirt, they just don't go together.
Yeah. Well, I'll adjust it here.
Got to see you in the Naked Cowboys picture.
It was early. Oh, was it good?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you're both showing a lot of skin.
Oh, yeah. God, I had my hand up.
Oh, yeah.
It won't be good.
Not good.
I need that guy to Photoshop this picture to get over there and fix it for me.
All right.
And I was listening, man. I feel like the Earth's flat.
Okay. How do you know that?
Man, it's like the pictures on Google, man. Like every picture of the Earth is different. Like I feel like if it was round and they was out there taking pictures, every picture should look the same.
Good to hear from Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I don't even know what to
I don't even know
say.
what to say to that. I don't even. I mean,
the Google pictures I see don't look the same.
Yeah,
depends on where they take it at.
Right. Well, yeah.
I don't know. This guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Thank you, Greg. You have seen that we have pictures of the Earth, and you can see the moon, can't you, and the sun.
They're round,
you
right?
On the same time, I don't even think that they've been to the moon for real, man. I think all this is a lot.
Well,
I think all that was made like in the studio.
That's kind of a different topic. We'll kind of stay
you
with
can
this
fake
one.
that and still have a round Earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you do see the moon, right? You think it's round or is it flat?
No, the moon is definitely round.
And
the sun? What about the sun?
Sun.
The sun, you can't really tell the real shape of the sun because it's too bright. But I would guess it's round.
What about when we have an eclipse? We had a solar eclipse this year, and you could see the edge of the Earth blocking out the sun, and it was round. It was curved.
I don't know nothing about that, man. I feel like the Earth is flat. Like,
stay indoors that day.
On top of that, I don't even think we actually spin. Because I think if the stars and stuff like that, I think that stuff move around us. I think we just send him.
I can't do any more because I'm aging.
Yeah, we might have to go to 7. See,
I can't.
He's convinced me.
There was a point in that conversation.
I want to get in that club right there.
There was a point.
If y'all think legalizing drugs is a good idea,
right?
Okay.
There was a point in that conversation where figuratively my head was banging against the wall, and I could feel myself going into a concussion mode.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
I think I need concussion protocols. Speedy, get the flashlight.
This kind, sir. I love you. I really do. Only through Jesus, because there'd be no other way. But I want you to know this. Listen, I want you to know this. That I call these people the yeah but people.
Yeah.
When people give you a question, and you answer it, you can't just keep saying yeah but. So you don't really want to discuss this, or you're not trying to figure it out. You know, if somebody says to me, "Hey Rick, you took my phone. That's mine." And I look at it and say, no, this is mine. If you look, it has my number on it. It has my name on it. You're mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Your phone is surely missing. 9 minutes to the top. The Christmas season officially kicked off today on the program. Still to come, more looking back over the long weekend. Your phone calls coming up. We've talked a lot of football, and we've basically immersed ourselves in Christmas. So thanks to the Adlers for coming in and continuing that 22-year tradition. So, Bubba, I know, I see it, I hear it in the commercials, I watch the propaganda of, once again, this is that deal where we try to guilt Americans into embracing soccer, and we try to pretend that our country is just gripped on what's going to happen with the World Cup. Mm-hmm. and you see all the fake propaganda. It's all garbage. But I will tell you, this product, I realize that, Helmsley's brother, unfortunately, is trying to now indoctrinate his family into it. They just have a bad.
The W2 capitalists took a big back step with me.
Yeah, that just didn't.
I get it.
Yeah, and remember, years ago, we were the first ones who said it's not that soccer is some another choice if you prefer to choose it. It became this weird indoctrination that it's not just another choice of sport, it's the preferred choice. If you're evolved, if you're more like the rest of the world, which is not really my desire.
You're bored to tears.
You're right.
Yeah.
If you're not
hate scoring.
if you're not some Neanderthal, you embrace this beautiful game and you backward hillbilly football loving. But anyway,
a couple of stories, Rick, over the weekend. One, I saw where some of the Europeans are offended that Americans don't call soccer football.
Who cares?
And I wanted to go, well, we already have a football. That's why.
Right.
And y'all may catch it every now and then there in England as we try to export it to the world.
That's fine.
Rick, this is amazing to me. They're talking about the U.S. and their chance to move on to the knockout round.
Oh, boy.
And I thought, move on. You've had a 1-1 tie and a 0-0 tie. What have you done to do anything?
Hey, moving on.
How are you going to move on?
I'm with you.
Don't you have to beat somebody to move on?
No, not
How
in
does this
soccer.
thing ever come to an end?
Bubba, I'll tell you this: the last 4 games I looked because I was just interested in the scoring. We as Americans have scored 1 goal in 360 minutes of play. That's 4 games.
Y'all,
The
there's
last
no
4
wonder,
games we scored 1 goal.
There's no wonder
1.
these fans fight in the stands, and they have all these other stories outside the pitch because it's so built up. There's nothing to let your emotion out.
It's also no wonder they're begging for beer.
Yeah,
They can't believe that they've been cut off from beer.
Watch that.
And the Iranians got all in a tizzy because the U.S. on their websites had not put the seal of the Ayatollah on the Iranian flag. And they're all a terror about that.
You see what garbage we're shoveling right now?
Why are we not outraged that we're even playing this over there? If this was Live Golf, we'd be just talking so down to everybody.
Back to my original point, and you know this, Helms. You're not allowed to speak against soccer. It's not politically. It's not woke. You're supposed to love soccer. You can't say anything critical about soccer. You're supposed to embrace soccer. Let me tell you
I'm
this.
surprised Greg Norman and Dustin Johnson was allowed back in the country after that.
Yeah, right. Well, let's go back to this. And it's been said before, but I'm going to say it again to honor my dad and Greg's dad. My father called this decades ago. Yeah. He said, if this country embraces soccer, it'll be the downfall of the soccer. This is a plot. I mean, downfall of the country. Soccer is a communist plot by big government, European trash to try to slip in here and take our country in the direction of socialism, on to communism. And everybody laughed at him when he wouldn't let the school that he. My dad was an athletic director that said no to soccer. He said, as long as I'm the athletic director at this school, there'll never be a soccer team. And by golly, he stuck by it. And when he left, weak people let it happen.
Sure.
And look what's happened to our country. If we want America to turn back to its greatness, the one thing we could do is tell the world we don't participate in soccer. We're out.
We're out. We're taking our ball and going
better
home.
than that. We're better than soccer.
We're celebrating in a frenzy over 2 ties.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all fake.
I know.
How do you?
People don't love this.
Listen,
unreal to me.
If you keep having ties, how does anybody ever win and move on?
I know they call them draws.
Guys,
It's still a tie.
I watched the U.S.
You know what that is? A sister kisser.
That's right. Nobody wins. Nobody wins.
Through a screen door.
I watched the entire U.S. versus England game.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I forced it on my family. Like, it's up on the TV.
Oh, no. Poor Ruby.
Ruby's screaming, I want to watch Then You Take It.
Yes.
You know, all this stuff.
Absolutely. No wonder she's got that look on her face. Every soccer fan does.
Yes.
Where's Cocomelon?
Y'all, I'm so out of the loop that as the game is coming to an end, I'm like, all right, here we go. Penalty kicks. Gonna find out who won. U.S. versus, here we go. Free kicks.
They didn't even do that.
One-on-one.
No, you don't do that.
Mano-y-mano. And then they just go to like that. Well, that was a tie. 0-0. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's how little I really know.
Adler, get this. Okay?
It was terrible.
We have these teams that train year-round. We put all this money, time, and effort into supporting them. We send them halfway around the world to a country that nobody really knows how to say it correctly, okay? Half of them say guitar, half of them guitar. Who knows?
Cutter. Some people throw cutter in there.
Cutter. You got that. I mean, everything.
Guitar.
Nobody knows. You think at this point we would have asked one of the locals, how do you say your country?
Yeah, that's easy.
And
Go to somebody
settle
who lives
it.
there.
And
Where-
settle it once and for all.
Well, you're afraid to. They may be hedging.
We do all of this. We play all the pomp and circumstance, and we come away 0-0. You got to be kidding me.
What a
Flip a
terrible
coin,
game.
if nothing else. Give me a winner.
Anything. I was so disappointed. I was like, here we go. And then, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
You can trace the downfall of this country back to us embracing soccer. We ain't never been the same. We ain't never been the same. Euro trash.
So, Hams, Rick missed part of your story this morning. I know a lot of other people have not heard it either. I caught a piece of it, and I wanted to hear the other part. So this invaded your Thanksgiving.
Well, for years we've had this is over at Uncle Sonny's and Aunt Alice's. We always get together over there. Jay brings his children. I bring my children and family.
Now, that's your brother.
Yes, and my
Better
mom and
known as
dad
the
show
W2
up.
capitalist.
Cousin Tony, which I'm going to blame Cousin Tony in this too. Okay?
Come on, Tony.
Tony.
Start calling you Anthony. So we've had a great meal. We've had a great time. Everybody has
Getting
got
along. Getting along.
It has been a really, really.
And your family can be a bit of a powder keg.
Absolutely. It's unusual that things have gone as well as they've gone. Okay, let's just be honest. Nobody's arguing about head football coaches being fired or who they should hire or what. I mean, it's just going. I mean, it's just surprisingly
Ain't nobody mentioned Trump
going well. And I look out the window, and I see my brother setting up soccer goals.
Oh my!
Like full goals?
Like soccer goals. Like he's out there,
With a net?
and I see a soccer ball rolling around. Rick, I know we got to go to break.
All right. Well,
when we come back,
and then what happened
Y'all have
next? I
uniforms?
just was not.
I'm
I didn't know
sorry.
where to
I'm so
look,
sorry.
who to talk to.
I'm so
Didn't know what to do.
is he the W2 communist?
Felt like I needed to call one of y'all at one point and get your advice.
Please tell me nobody got shin guards out and those little socks.
And you didn't help.
I didn't help.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But
this is not it. Yeah, but I think that's mine. But it's not. I've already answered the question. I can show you why it's not your phone.
Yeah, but
and you look at it. Yeah, but I still think that's mine. Okay, so we're not going to have a discussion. Then all of a sudden you might as well just be running yourself into a wall. You have to be able to say when someone comes up with an answer to your question. It's all right to say, here's something I was wondering.
It is.
And then, like when Bubba says, well, we had a eclipse and you could see the curvature of the Earth.
I saw it with my own eyes.
It's okay to say, you know what, that's a good point. Thank you. That was helpful. Not, well, I still think the Earth is flat. Okay. Where are we going with this? So let's go to 7.
And what's the goal of the big plot to fool everybody?
Right. Yeah. Jeremy,
Hey,
go
don't-
ahead.
Don't let them know.
Don't tell them.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey,
buddy.
Hey, look, the circumnavigation on a flat Earth is definitely possible, east and west, but you can't circumnavigate the Earth north to south. It's never been done, and there's no evidence of curvature. Nobody's ever experienced curvature. I know Bubba said that if you go up high enough in a plane, you can see curvature.
Yep.
But that's not the case. There's
you can.
Several high weather balloons have went up to about 140,000 feet, and it's just flat. The horizon
No, it's
stays
not. We had
flat.
the guy jump out. We had the guy jump out of the
high level.
We had the guy jump out of the capsule that was on the edge of space, and you could see the curvature of the Earth in the camera.
Right. Yeah. Well, that was a fisheye lens on the camera, so everything is going to look curved on that. But if you go,
The Earth is round instead of flat. Why?
Well, if you live on a ball, then there's nowhere to go. But if there's more land outside of what we already know, then maybe they don't want us exploring that other land.
Because
you see, because I don't know. You know, people that are in power. You know, people that have power, they want more power. You know, just like people that have a lot of wealth, they crave for more wealth.
But how come we haven't hit the edge of it yet?
Never enough.
Right.
How come we haven't hit the edge of it? Yet?
You can't.
Well, who says there's an edge?
Well, if it's flat, it's got to have an edge to it.
No, well, that's what they want you to think, that if it's flat, there's an edge. But you know, and how do you know that no one has ever went to the edge?
Thanks, Rick, for all this.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. I do want to say, with all due respect to our flat earthers that are calling, we looked again at the man who did the jump. Clearly, in the pictures, the earth is round. Mm-hmm. It's either round flat earthers or the flat earth you claim to have is not as big as you make it out to be, meaning we would get to the edge rather simply with today's technology.
Yeah. Rick, I think it takes more faith to believe the earth is flat and we just can't get to the edge of it than it does it's a round sphere.
Correct. Especially with the endless photos we have of it. Okay.
And tons and tons of satellites orbiting that would not orbit a piece of flat anything.
People who can probably speak to this with some authority, meaning I've been up in the air a lot, is someone retired Air Force, and Fred. Fred is with us. Fred,
is your head hurting like mine?
Well, I didn't think I'd live this long. Oh, crazy. That's what's bothering me.
I say it again.
Fred, your phone cut out.
Your phone cut out. You didn't think you'd live this long? What?
I didn't think I'd live this long to see this many people go crazy.
Yeah,
for real.
So
just watch how we vote.
The only answer to you will be you're part of the conspiracy because you want to hold the power for yourself for all that unfound land we haven't found yet. But anyway, so
yes, sir.
So tell us.
I've listened to your show a long time. I very seldom ever call in, but let me tell you something. In the late '60s, early '70s, I was on the B-52 squadron, and of course, you know, we would travel in the Southeast Asia area over Vietnam and places like that. Let me tell you, people that are in regular airlines, they're not high enough to see any round curvature. All they see is the brown spots and squares below them at 20-something thousand feet or over what. But when you get 10 to 14,000 feet higher than that, put your oxygen on, and you go over Hawaii and you start going that way, you see a definite curvature of, even at 42,000 feet, you see a curvature, even at that low of an altitude. Mm-hmm. And I've had friends of mine who were pilots, and one of them was an SR-71 pilot, and of course they fly very, very high, and he says you can see a curvature over the United States. You can still see the curvature. And so, hey, it's absolutely round. To say anything else is just a joke, and it's really taking up a lot of your good, valuable radio time because you have a great show, and that is ridiculous to think that the earth is not round, period.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks for your service to our country, and thanks for listening to the show.
Do y'all realize, too, if the earth was flat, we've got a daylight nighttime issue, we got a seasons issue. None of it works.
And don't forget to, and I know what one of our listeners who we love tried to explain, the whole theory is there's more land nobody wants us to know about because it gives them power.
Well,
right. And,
how does land that you have that nobody else knows about give you any power? You have to sell it, develop it, do something with it.
Put a theme park on it,
something. Or what good is it? It's like a piece of paper in your pocket. It's worth nothing.
And so we've been unable. 7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. On the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Gift number 1, the 12 working days of Christmas will be Thursday. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Blazing Silverman, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
So we jump into Helmsy's Thanksgiving. Everything was going wonderful. And then he looks outside. He sees his brother betraying the family and the future of the family by setting up a pitch, soccer goals, soccer balls. I'm going to assume, and you can say yes or no, Rick, that this normally was reserved for a Thanksgiving football game.
It was, yeah.
And American football.
Yes, pigskin.
Yeah, we could not do the turkey and dressing bowl this year because I got new sod. But tell me this. So, and that was a tough pill for everybody to swallow, but there's no way we could. It would have been a disaster. So you see this going on, and then what happens?
Well, I looked out the window and I saw what I thought was a goal, like a soccer goal being put up, and I thought, well, that's not what I'm seeing. And then I see a soccer ball rolling around. I see my son, Braden, and I see Roland, Jay's son, kicking around a soccer ball, and I thought,
your boy's kicking a soccer ball?
Then I look up, then I look up, and Jay is grabbing a second goal and putting it up out of his car, putting it up on another end, and I thought, wow.
Well, goals to travel, huh?
So what's going on? So I didn't say that.
What's,
I thought,
what's next? Your son gonna? I mean, your brother gonna bring out alcohol?
So then,
what else is he gonna do? Damage these kids?
Well, in all defense, if that was gonna happen, it'd probably be cousin Tony.
Right.
What's next? A nice Mayday parade.
So I think not gonna let this ruin our Thanksgiving lunch. Okay, we've got everybody here on time. I told Amanda that we were eating at 12. So then when they were panicking that we weren't there and it's 12:10, 12:15, I was still fine. And she goes, why are you not panicking? And I about the steel exit, I said, because we're not actually eating until 12:30, 12:45. I told you 12, so we'd be on time.
How about that?
And she goes, I knew the fact that you were acting and not rushing around and being vocal about this, that something must be up.
That was wisdom. Probably, I don't know if you should let our little trick out of the bag.
Yeah. Sure.
Because now she'll tell other women.
Well,
but I do want to tell you this. Back to the soccer.
Yeah.
Who disappoints you the most right now, Tony or your brother? In this move, this seems like it's really
Jay.
Okay.
Yeah, my brother. Right. Yeah, and I put Tony kind of in the same category as me. We probably first. Well, okay. Let's just so we've had a great meal, and I think maybe the soccer thing's over. They were out there before. Everybody's kind of full and tired. We'll go back to watching football on the TV, and then we're going to leave here soon and won't have to deal with that. And then the announcement comes. Roland comes in. Little sweet Roland. He says, hey, let's go adults versus kids soccer now. And I thought, nobody's going to do that. Ain't nobody. Nobody was jumping up at first. I kind of felt bad. I thought, well, nobody's jumping, so we're not going to have to do this.
And I was using a kid against
And all of a sudden, I hear a couple, I'm in, I'll play. And so I reluctantly go outside with everybody because I don't want to kill the good day we've had.
This is the same pressure that got me involved in my niece's TikTok video. Same pressure.
And all of a sudden it starts, Rick. And hey, guess who is out front and center screaming, hollering? Thought he was going to go shirtless at one point because he made a good stab at the goal. Is Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy's in it?
We've all said you'll do anything for your grandkids. Yeah. And he's playing goalie like he's at the World Cup.
Mac Daddy went all in.
He's screaming. He's grabbing the ball and kicking it as far and as hard as he can.
Has he got them big oven mitt gloves?
I'm seeing pushing kids out of the way. I mean, he's all in. And I'm standing next to my mom. Everybody else is in. And I'm telling myself, don't jump in this. Don't jump in this. One, you're too competitive. And two, it's soccer.
Right.
It's soccer.
What are you doing?
Why is this happening on your watch on Thanksgiving Day?
Good night.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
went to my car and looked up
Washington
under the seats.
Started it.
Rick.
Abraham Lincoln solidified it. Roosevelt really drove it home, and you're bringing communism into Thanksgiving.
And I'm sitting there going, is there a football in my car? I go to the car and look under the seats to make sure that I hadn't like a football or something, baseball, has been shoved under the seats and we just hadn't grabbed it. Can I get it out there in the middle of it?
Do you think anybody thanked God for soccer? Anybody?
I look up, my wife's out there. I look up, cousin Tony's out there.
Tony! Come on,
Mac
Tony!
Daddy is running the show. Of course, Jay, he's acting like Pele.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking, you got it. I guess you're just going to have to get in. You don't want to be the guy that sits over and pouts.
Well, then you turn into the crappy uncle.
Right.
Yeah,
See, I'm the good kid right now. I'm the favorite. I don't want that to go because of a soccer game.
Right.
Of course, I jump in and I start firing on all. I start, shoving kids and kicking balls and yes.
Did you bang a few kicks off somebody's head?
And I just.
Did you get one by Mac Daddy?
I'm disappointed in
Bounced it off
myself.
his forehead.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm taking full responsibility in this. It's completely on me. One, should have brought a football. That won't happen again.
Right.
Okay.
That is on me.
But when I looked
Clearly
out
on
and
you.
saw cousin Tony out there, and I thought, what have we done, Tony? What have we done?
Did Tony
we
even
have
check
let
up?
the family down. No, he wasn't any help. He was right there in the middle of it.
Was he
His wife Alicia was out there too.
Was Tony excited about it?
I could, yeah,
Was
I
he,
think
was he
so.
shoving kids and kicking balls?
Oh
too?
yeah. Yeah.
Rick, for years we've been very active and participated in Toys for Tots.
Mhm.
We may need to look at another group now called Footballs for Families.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, that's good, Bubba.
And
Deliver 'em on
we
Thanksgiving.
specialize on doing it the week before Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
then we even
commend-
drive by families and just throw a ball out in the
That's
yard.
so good.
I commend Jay for what he did. Well played on your part, but I will promise the family this: you'll have a choice next year.
Yeah.
you may not choose it, but you'll have a choice.
Do you realize now that if everybody had a good time with it, that people will ask?
They really did.
Did Uncle Jay bring the soccer stuff?
Mm-hmm.
It's tradition.
Yeah.
It's going to
Well,
become
who
part
won?
of
It is.
Did anybody score?
Oh yeah. You don't think Mac Daddy was keeping score? At one point, I heard somebody say we won, and my dad said, "No, hate it for you, but it was 4-1 adults. Eat it."
Wow. So that's good.
Yeah.
Hey, instead of something like the Burgess Bowl, the Willie Bowl, it's going to be Helms Cup. That's what's going to be on
Again,
Thanksgiving.
I'm not going to go the
How'd
route
that
of
sound?
just completely shutting it down because I saw a lot of happy kids and good one on Jay's part. I will give him credit, but I'm
Indoctrination.
telling you, Helms family and Kid family, KIDD, you will have a choice next year.
See, at our house, the turkey and dressing football game was shut down because of new sod. You know what I said next? Not, well, would y'all like to go try soccer at another part of the yard? You know what I said? But I got basketballs down at the basketball goal.
Yeah.
Okay, I kept it in the big three.
Yeah.
I didn't panic and go to this.
I know. See, we didn't have the basketball option. We had. I tell you what option we had, Rick, and that's because Jay brought it all, and Tony and I failed miserably and didn't grab a football.
Jay was
Soccer
life of the
was our-
party, wasn't he?
He was. It kind of bothered me.
He really was.
He was.
He ran.
He brought the goods. I mean,
He established the Helms Cup.
They even had, because I'm on this nutritional change that I'm doing. They even brought special recipes just for me.
So he went all in.
Yeah.
He's trying to get the one slot.
I think he got it.
You know what?
I think I was
Rick,
bumped
he's
to number
a year or
2.
two away from hosting.
Amen.
He is. Yeah.
I got
Gonna have to stay at a house to do that. but
Sure. Yeah.
But
So you're in the car on the,
The
way.
good news, hopefully, it'll be in Gulf Breeze.
Yeah. You're in the car on the way home. Did
And
you
not in an RV.
Did you apologize to the family?
did you deprogram any on the way home?
Yeah. Did you talk to
No,
them
it wasn't
on the way
worth it because
home?
they had. Then I'd have been the bad guy.
Right.
You didn't say, "Hey, I want to apologize to y'all."
No, because
He really put you in a bind.
Uncle
did.
Jay was the
He did.
star of the week.
he was.
He was. He put you in a bind.
You won the Heisman, Jay. I'll give it to you. I don't know what they call it in soccer, but I mean,
Thanksgiving 22 goes to Jay.
it belongs to Jay Helms.
The Pele Cup.
Phone calls are next. Let's chat with the people.
You call it backyard or pitch?
866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you when we come back. Blazing Silverman ready to go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We find any vessel that can just keep going, okay, and
Well, they keep coming back where they started, Rick. That's the problem.
we have not been able to stop, refuel. We can refuel in the air.
We've had
Okay.
planes that were test planes that didn't
Right,
ever
right.
have to refuel.
And never, ever have we been able just to keep flying and just refueling in the air, keep refueling until we finally said, up, there it is.
We're back where we started.
Or we got to the edge, right? We have the technology to get to the edge if it's there.
Right.
Nothing.
Well, that's where they get you, Rick.
Dan and Auburn.
Rick, all that land they got.
And
hiding it.
What good is land that nobody can give you any? I mean,
You
it's of
can't
no
get
value.
to it. You can't play with
It's
it.
secret land.
You can't sell
Secret.
it. You can't put Disney World on it.
Can I tell you what the key to all my
Can't lease it and hunt.
I tell you what the key to my power is. Oh, it's secret land I got.
Rick, that we don't want everybody to know about.
Right.
Dan, go
You
ahead.
can't get a loan on it.
Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can explain it to you guys. You probably won't understand, but
Probably won't.
Right.
take you a basketball, pour some water on it. What happens? Falls all out. You explain how the earth floods. Take you a plate, pour some water on it. Floods. I'm gonna hang up and let y'all listen and think about that.
What-
but-
No, say that one more time.
This is the
No,
thing
no.
that the water should be falling out of the earth if it's
yeah,
round.
exactly. It ain't gonna flood
Yeah,
if it was
of
round.
course, gravity, but
More damn eagle.
more damn eagle, Jim.
I think he was kidding.
I do too. I actually think I know who that was.
That's funny.
Now that you mention it.
Yeah, I will tell you this because for a minute, even though I know now, thank the Lord, so I can live. That was a joke.
Right.
How about this, just for giggles, though? There they are, Bubba. In an interesting beginning of the hour, Bubba and I have been meeting with. They send they send a person to your office when you have insurance things you have to deal with. And Bubba and I have both had our blood pressure taken. He's getting all that done now. I've had my blood pressure taken, my blood taken. I've been in an EKG. I've been weighed. I've been measured. It has been quite a day for me so far.
And hard at it.
Yeah, so he is he's now going through all that.
Okay.
So it's
He's here, just he hadn't slid into the studio
Matter of fact,
yet.
he's been here before I was here.
Right.
But the process didn't start till about 30 minutes before the show started. Number one went first, and it took 30 minutes. So now he's having to.
How'd that go, big guy?
It was good. Everything looked good.
Mm-hmm.
I was very pleasantly surprised by my blood pressure, considering I work here.
Right, right.
Usually when you walk in the building, it goes up a little.
If I ever have to go to the
132
doctor,
over 80. That wasn't bad.
No, I mean, especially when you get going here. I mean,
oh yeah,
it's tough to kind of.
Now don't go to the doctor after the show.
No, and that's what I was going to say. I've done that
Don't do
before, and they've looked at me like, "Hey, do we need to admit you?" And I'm
Yeah.
like, "No, I'm just coming off the show."
Yesterday they would have admitted me for a week after I was done with the Flat Earth people.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have been hospitalized. You ever had that blood pressure where they won't let you leave?
Yeah.
You can't leave.
Yeah.
It would have been one of those.
Let me sit here for 30 minutes. Take it again.
So anyway, all that is going on, and so we'll try to get that. He'll join us here in a little bit.
Okay.
So we'll get that done. All right. Now I know for a fact because Congressman Gary Palmer and I were supposed to have a meeting today, and I was getting texts from him about the fact that they were going to vote between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. and then he would try to catch a plane.
Right.
Or a fast-moving train.
So I went to bed because I didn't stay up for their vote.
Mm-hmm.
But I see here we have now passed a 2-year budget. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
I kind of feel bad for myself right now. Is it a balanced budget?
Probably not.
No, buddy.
We've only had that once, so I was just wondering.
Yeah. No, it's a
I'm playing the
400
odds, Rick, and go
Slim chances on that one.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a $400 billion spending plan.
Boom.
And
we'll
it
spend,
also will
won't we?
keep the government going through March 23rd.
Well, good gracious.
Gracious.
To win?
March 23rd.
Okay,
but
So it's like a month and a half.
Guys, we're almost there.
but the big thing is it includes the $300 billion for the military.
Okay, good, because that was I heard somebody discussing what was it that they were going back and forth and they were going, hey, we got you, but we're talking about the military here. We're not talking about the kind of spending that we squandered before.
Mm-hmm.
Investment in the military, considering that is the key to us all retaining the freedom we now enjoy. Let the Christmas season begin. 21 minutes past the hour. Your phone calls now. Blazing Silverman takes those. 866 We Be Big. There's room for you. If you want to join us right now, you can get in. We got 10 lines of blazing. And Blazing Silverman gets you set up and ready to go. Shopping this week, a couple of things you need to know. Where's the Bathroom? The brand new Rick and Bubba CD is available at rickandbubba.com along with other great gift ideas. For those of you that want to grab it in the digital world, right now we're being told December the 9th. You ought to be able to see it in iTunes and other download opportunities. So that's what we're being told. So look for December 9th on that. Everything else at rickandbubba.com under the store. All right, let's go to Ryan out of Birmingham listening to us on ZZK. How about it, Ryan? Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, it's Hambone. What's up?
What's up, Hambone? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I got a quick comment. Hey, my daughters have been playing competitive soccer for Birmingham United for the last 10 years. I would put them up against y'all boys playing lacrosse any day.
Yeah, it's that's really not the point. The point is this sport, and look, females playing it's not near as severe. But you know,
they don't have a lot of
right, and of course, you know, if you change sports, they would probably have a hard time winning a lacrosse game, which people who never played soccer probably have a hard time winning a soccer game. But
tough comparison,
right?
I'm just talking about physicality. I'm talking about everything that goes into soccer. I'm just saying, you know.
I just disagree with you. That I understand your supporting your daughters, and you should, and I respect that.
Do they score more?
And if my daughter was playing, I'd be there supporting her too. So I commend you for that, but don't get carried away. Your statement is ridiculous.
Hey, Ryan, is he still there? I want to know how much they score.
Not much, I promise you that.
Yeah, I mean, there's something. I mean,
has this country gone downhill since we embraced soccer? Yes or no?
Well, that's a yes. Rick, but here's the thing. I mean, we've looked at football over the years, and we've made changes to the rules. Like we've added the 2-point conversion because everybody saw that needed to happen. They don't have ties anymore except in extreme situations.
Right.
But I think soccer needs to make some changes too.
I do too.
I think that would help.
We tried.
That would help, and we've had suggestions, about the ball on fire, and no goalies in the last 2 minutes.
And I will also say, Ryan, and I love you, and I appreciate you being a good dad. Saying that females could be as physical as males post puberty is a ridiculous statement. I don't care what they're playing. It's a nice little girl power fantasy thing. It's just not true. Now, if you want to say they can outscore them and get down the field, and all this in soccer, if they're playing guys who never played soccer, absolutely. But saying a female could get out there and be more physical than a male post-puberty is delusional. It's just not true. Equal, but not the same. And the muscle mass that males have is something that God gave males that females do not have. That's why males and females should not be playing sports against each other. And we've already seen that. I don't care if a guy thinks he's a girl or not. Wes in Mississippi. Wes, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
I just changing the subject just a tad, but as far as the downfall of the country goes, I was listening to a radio station the other day, and they said, time for some classic rock, and they played Goo Goo Dolls.
Wes, I will add that to that's also part of it. No question. Jack in Coleman. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to ask about the man of three voices, good friend of mine, Harry Murdahl.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he was fired, and he's not really given any details, and he said that if I was wanting to know, I would have to call and ask the show about that.
Well, this proves that you really never spoke to Harry Murdahl because he was treated with nothing but respect.
Yep.
He's a legend. He was in retirement and went back to retirement once we established we didn't need him. He actually donated his time because Harry Murdahl is a legend and he's big-hearted. So
and he stood in the gap.
And he stood in the gap when we needed him to. Let's go to Lake Martin. Robert standing by. Robert, go ahead.
Robert.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My son grew up playing soccer on through high school and a year of college. But he was approached by the football coach saying that he needed somebody that could kick field goals to win some games with some field goals.
Yeah. There you go.
Pretty common. Add that in there.
A lot of that.
Pretty common.
Yeah, pretty common. Do I miss the straight-on kicker who played linebacker? I do, but I understand. Jeff in North Africa. Jeff, go ahead.
Say North Africa.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, can you hear me?
We can.
Hey, I wanted to ask you guys, Michigan pulled off a big win yesterday or on Saturday,
They did.
and I wanted to know what your guys' thoughts were on all those guys on the Fox kickoff all choosing Ohio State.
Well, Bubba told you that was going to happen. I mean, we're not shocked by that at all. Of course, they were all wrong.
Badly wrong.
They were wrong, baby. They were wrong.
Have you noticed that they don't
go Big Blue?
A lot of them don't post their win-loss records because it's kind of embarrassing for the expert, so to speak.
Oh,
who bear pick?
Did he just call from North Africa asking about Michigan football?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought Rick said North Africa, and I thought,
absolutely correct. We're everywhere now, folks.
Yeah.
Remember I said from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Kevin in Mississippi. Kevin, go ahead.
I've got a philosophy on the country went downhill.
Okay.
And my close friends have heard me say this a million times. When the Andy Griffith Show went from black and white to colored episodes, the country started going downhill.
Especially when Howard Sprague became one of the main characters.
It's like soccer gave us a kick. We were already going down. Let's go to Brittany in Gardendale. Listen to ZZK. Brittany, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Brittany.
This is Graveyard's cousin.
Okay. Hello, Graveyard's cousin. Go ahead.
Well, I was just calling to say my boys, they wanted to play soccer. We let our oldest son, being new parents.
Yeah. Well,
and after the first game, my husband and I looked at each other and we were like, we are not a soccer family.
Mm-mm. It's a different culture.
Have you ever seen the people out at soccer games?
Different culture.
Here we
go.
They're-
My kids.
they're
My
a different
kids.
breed.
Yeah, Bubba and I did a whole bit. I mean, all your little kids are drawn into it. They try to use it as, well, this is something they can do before they get a little older. And Bubba and I, we both got pulled into it and recognized immediately when we were there, this is not for us. It's a different culture. And I got in trouble because we were playing inside a Christian school's little deal, and they weren't keeping score. And I made the announcement that Jesus keeps score, and that did not go over.
Well, I tell you, I know I'm on the edge of my seat like you guys to see if we can kick one in the net against Iran.
Break the streak.
All these highly trained, highly skilled athletes just kick one in. Just one. Good night.
The insurmountable 1-0 lead.
Oh, good.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is always a good investment.
Right. And also, you have, the hurricanes. It slammed Texas, Florida, Puerto Rico. It also is $89 billion in overdue disaster aid for a lot of the disasters that we've encountered over the last year.
Right.
But it's got some complaining because it's got some things in it that they feel like they shouldn't be doing, but yet.
Well, we're always going to have that. That ship has already sailed.
Right.
It is. I can't remember. I think 1995 was the last time we had a balanced budget.
Yeah.
And as far as the last, and I don't know of any time before or after that, and definitely not in my life, but have we ever gone into a year and spent less than we did the year before? Has that ever happened?
No, I don't think so.
Right. It's going to catch you up, everybody.
Of course, we have to do that at our house if we things get tight.
By the way, we better do it here
Struggle.
too, or you're gonna get up and turn on however you hear the show and hear it won't be anything here.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
go right under.
Yeah. They said that unless 70 Democrats voted on this thing, it was never going to pass. So apparently it did with a few minutes to spare.
For some reason, I hit you right.
I know. It did.
But
Like
what you'd hear is also you'd hear, all right, it wasn't as many of them anymore. It'd start like that. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, the last show you'd hear would be me here by myself. Well, the Rick show today.
Here I am.
I'm the last one left, and looks like I won't make it much longer.
Yeah.
Good night.
So, wow.
Driving like flies.
That's right. I don't know, though. If you start cutting, you probably cut me early. If you really want to make a difference. You know what I mean? So,
boy.
Yes. Well,
You're right.
You know, isn't that what they usually start working with that skeleton crew?
Yeah, I'd come right in. Well, hey, we got these guys do a lot less than that.
I'll tell you one thing. Let's get this FA out of here.
Yeah.
He's sucking the life out of the company. So anyway, looks like we got that. So good. The government's not going to shut down, so we have to hear all that.
Right.
And there's some sort of budget, and then we're going to keep in the military. That got done, so that's good. We got that done, so that's good. I mean, that's somewhat positive.
Right.
And then we'll.
And then you got the opening ceremonies tonight. Even though if you're watching online live, they've already started. But NBC,
Not in my world, they haven't.
But NBC will be airing it tonight at 7:00 Central.
All right, I need to. All right, stop. I need to know. I'm going to read you a text because I don't know anything about the Winter Olympics or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying I won't watch any of it. I'm sure I will, especially when my wife asks me if I'll come sit with her while she watches ice skating. But
Rick,
that'll happen.
Good luck with
tough
that.
there.
It's real tough. And that brings
if it
me.
was curling, I get it.
I think they started team ice skating and curling Wednesday night.
All right, listen to me. All right, so I was in some group text with some dads from my kids' school. You know, those of us that are football dads and all that. Mm-hmm. And so you keep that going, and you never know when somebody might bring that thread out again.
Yeah.
So I was looking last night, and somebody says, so we are watching the Olympics or the Rick and Bubba ice skating review. These guys stink. Best part, next to the international favorite, face planting 2 times while Dust in the Wind played in the background.
Yeah, that's the one you said showed.
Yeah, they said he fell.
Is listening to the disgusted flaming guy who's enduring the spectacle and telling us how bad every skater is doing.
Do we have footage of that?
His performance was Dust in the Wind. He wanted me to clarify that.
So he was Dust in the Wind.
They said the song was Dust in the Wind, and one of my friends says that one of the international phenoms went face planted right in the middle of it.
Oh yeah.
And hearing the announcer being disgusted.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, being disgusted was gold.
I
didn't get to see any of it, but that sounds like that's got potential right there.
Yeah.
Do y'all agree with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Nathan Chin.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's American.
Did he hit his chin? Is that our guy face planted? The one everybody was all fired up about?
He's a favorite.
Yeah, he's a Team USA figure skater.
By the way, I have bad news for Rob from Montevallo and Bubba. I just saw him standing off, and I thought Bubba was walking back in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. We kicked off the Christmas season officially today. If you missed that, we got gift number 1, 12 working days of Christmas will be Thursday. Can we do 12 days on this year's budget? We'll try. We'll try. So grab the gift. I wouldn't delay and say, I think I'll wait for 12. Yeah, I wouldn't delay. Go ahead and jump in there. We're going to do the gifts until we run out of gas. How about that? We'll do that. Relief Factor, man, I love this product. I love it. I love it. I love it. And so does a listener out of Texas. Listens on the TuneIn app. And thank you, Tanya, for that. Tanya from Texas says Relief Factor, about 4 weeks she's been taking it. Said I was hit by a car. Wow. While walking almost a year ago by an illegal border crosser. I had another friend of mine that got hit by somebody who didn't have any ID recently. Of course, I'm open border, no big deal. You're racist to want anybody vetted. But anyway, person had no insurance, no shocker there. Got to the place where nothing I tried for pain relief was working. My husband heard you guys talking about Relief Factor, and since we're watching our money these days, he bought it for me to try and limit my trips to the doctor. Within maybe a week or less, I started noticing a decrease in the pain in my lower back and an increased range of motion. I'm so grateful. It's been a beautiful addition to my natural therapies. Thank you guys for introducing my husband, who then introduced me to Relief Factor. Well, Tanya from Texas, you're welcome. So if you'd like to find out more about Relief Factor, go to relieffactor.com. A 3-week supply is $19.95, and that, of course, will get you an idea of where you are. For most people, it works. It's 4 botanicals, all natural. You can take it every day, and inside 3 weeks, you know. So we look back over Thanksgiving. We've talked about what happened with Hams. Bubba, you updated us on you're trying to get your daughter back to Washington, D.C. I hope that finally works out. At least you got an extra more time with her.
What I do hate, though, listening to Hams talking about the big, the house full of people and everything, like we're kind of our family's kind of waned down.
Yep.
We had a lot pass on, go on to glory the last few years, and the new generation hadn't kicked in with
In-laws
boyfriends and spouses and grandkids. So we're kind of low tide right now. So I'm looking forward to that ramping back up.
Yeah, we are too. Our crowd has gotten smaller, and once everybody starts marrying and all that, you then build your numbers back up. But yeah, we were down to. Sherry and I have been hosting Thanksgiving for most of the recent years, and there's a lot of pressure when you are the host house on the husband. Now, keep in mind at this point, it's just you for me because I'm empty nest now, and of course your sons, they know they're not coming anywhere near that place. Big Love pulled a brilliant move to not be pulled into the fanatical Thanksgiving morning. Oh no, everybody's coming to eat at noon. We got to get everything cooked. Big Love rolls in on Wednesday, goes to see his brother.
There you go.
Okay, and then stays at his brother's place and rolls in on just in time to eat. Brilliant move. Yeah. Brilliant move. And you played a card against Mom that Mom can't defend because you're not going to hang out with buddies and you're not breaking, why don't you care about seeing me? You went to your brother's place.
Right.
I hadn't seen my brother in a while. We don't see you that much anymore. It was, and I saw her try to get sad about it, and I said, well, now, where is he? Well, he went over to Brody's. Okay, well, they're going out to eat and everything. Yeah, they're going out and going to hang out together tonight. And I said, well, they don't see each other much. Then I find myself trying to protect them for some reason, not realizing that leaves me with, I'm the only one now.
Yeah. No help.
But I think you're so proud of that move that he made that you had to defend it.
So then comes the famous, because we're old school turkey people. We're old school. We don't do fried. We don't do Cajun. We don't do smoked. We are it goes in the oven. It's been brined. Sherry, it got all the brine on it, and it soaks and all that. We put it in there to get good and moist, and then
what?
I've been keeping this to myself, and I'm like, y'all need it, but I don't want her to hear it.
Well, you got to say it now,
Rick. You're out there, Rick.
What you got, kid?
It would have caused pandemonium if I had voiced it. Well, it's hard to remember every year all the different steps when you're baking a oven roasted turkey. There's because there's a lot to it. You got to get your hours down based on the pounds. By the way, I would like to get on all y'all with your little graphs. Okay, don't give me a turkey that's 16 to 20 pounds because we're down to only 12 people now. And then when I look at the different options on how long you should cook it, you don't offer a 16 to 20. You've got an 18 to 20. And then you've got a 16 to 18. I don't know which one I have because you told me it's 16 to 20, but then on the outside of the bucket, it doesn't offer that. Now I got to guess. What about I got it in there on the scales now, trying to figure out, how much is our turkey weigh? Somewhere between 16 and 20 pounds. Okay. All right, let's look for the time. Here's how long you cook it for a turkey, 18 to 20 pounds. Is that us? Are we below? Am I 16 to 17 pounds? So anyway.
Did you guess high?
I always guess high.
Yeah.
So, and then we ran into where is the thermometer that goes into the turkey breast?
Oh, no.
Let me tell you what you don't say. Probably should have found that last night.
That didn't go well.
Now, when you're up early on Thursday, hey, That statement's a no-go. Just find the thermometer, okay? And so we found it. There was even oh no, I left it at the farm. But, and I thought, well, this is going to be an interesting morning.
Were you grabbing for words, Rick, back in your mouth?
Yeah, I was like, let me put those back. And so we there's a point in oven roasting. People do it different ways where you use foil to keep the skin from getting burned, okay, if you want to do a good brown. And there's a way to do the foil. Okay, and so that's where, but sometimes God just takes care of people. He's so gracious.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You know, when you eat some fruits and you peel the peeling off, everybody will go nuts on you because they're like, well, that's where all the vitamins are. You need to eat the skin.
Yeah.
You try to eat the skin on a turkey, everybody goes nuts on
Or
you.
chicken.
Or chicken, or some of these.
I guess.
They go, oh, well, that's where all the fat is.
Very confusing.
I go, well, it ain't on the apple.
Very confusing.
I want a ruling, eat skin or not, and I want us to stick with
It's very
it
confusing.
across the board.
Very confusing.
Okay, I don't know why we have to pick and choose what fruits and vegetables and meats we pick and choose skin.
Right, I agree. Do you also agree when it comes to Thanksgiving there can be no discussion, nutrition, and healthy or anything like that? None. None.
If you're worried about healthy eating on Thanksgiving, maybe you should stay at the house.
Right, yeah, absolutely. So anyway,
because that's Thanksgiving. That's a feast, Rick, like we're going to have in heaven.
Yes.
A feast.
I look down and I see.
There is no vegetarian feast.
Says the man who went to the emergency room one time for eating too
much.
Right.
Hey, dang straight.
Right.
Because I gave it all. I left it at the table,
You
baby.
did.
I gave it all I had.
That's somebody left it on
Plus
the field.
a little.
Yes, you did.
So Sherry says, will you look and see when we're supposed to do the foil?
Oh, no.
And so I quickly said, and we laughed, we can't remember this year to year, And so I look down and I think I see that you're supposed to let it be naked early.
Okay.
And then put the foil on for this amount of time of cooking. Unfortunately, it was actually the opposite. And I looked at it incorrectly. And so Sherry looks in there and she goes, "Oh my goodness, this skin is burned." And we still got, 2 more hours. And now I'm putting the foil on, like you said. And I said, well, that's to lock in the juice. It just came out. I couldn't think of anything else to say. It's like I'm pretty good on my feet, and I'd like to think whatever part of my body came up with that. I said, yeah, see, that's good and crispy now. So that'll hold the juice in. So now the meat, we probably won't even, like to Bubba's point, we'll probably just take the skin back and just cut the white meat there in that breast. And that's what you want. That's probably why they have it in here like that. And I just sat there and I thought, if this thing burns up, you're really taking a risk here. And I just kept staying with it. I was like, yeah, let's put the foil on now. That ought to do it. and so we put that foil on, and I'm like, Lord Jesus, on this day of thanks, if I could ask you, please don't let this turkey go south and ruin Thanksgiving, Lord Jesus. And so, what I'm saying, I think, is somewhat logical, but please don't let that turkey dry out. Okay,
please.
And so then it finishes, and the temperature gets where it's supposed to. I take it out and set it up because it's got to rest. So you take it out about 5 degrees before you want it.
Nervous?
Yeah, real nervous. and so Sherry opens it up, and it's not going to be a good picture because nobody likes black in the picture on the turkey. And
you're talking about that golden turkey.
And all of a sudden, she takes that skin and pulls it back, and juice is just running. Oh. Like she goes, "Oh, you're right. This worked out perfect."
You got lucky.
And I said, "Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I kind of thought that look how juicy that is now."
Mm-hmm.
I said, it acted as a trapped in the juice.
Yeah.
And I said,
get a picture of it so I can document it.
And she's cutting, and she's going, "Oh, Rick, this is going to be maybe the best turkey we've ever had." I said, "Probably so. Probably so. Look how juicy this is." It sure is. Mm-hmm. Probably the reason why we did it that way, to trap in that juice. Guys, I think God just intervened on the turkey and said, "I'm not going to let Rick get in trouble on Thanksgiving, and I'm thankful to you, Lord, because I don't know how that happened, because I thought this turkey is doomed. What about when you look down at what you were reading and you realize, oh my gosh, I just read that backwards?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think. Oh, my goodness. But you know what?
Misread.
It was one of the best turkeys we ever had.
There you go.
Everybody said so.
We're all thankful.
If anybody needs any tips on oven roasting one, just let me know. Be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Didn't see it, but I was texted, as I said, by a friend last night that of course, it sounds like they always do, and was very disappointed in his performance.
Down on that triple axle, they'll go back and review to make sure it had full rotation. I'm not sure it did. Quad toe.
And an outrageous double, a mistake that we rarely see.
Kind
from him.
of.
That element will receive 0 points.
He gets really angry with his performance about that.
And slow.
Wow.
Down.
Says he let the team down, guys. Old Chin hit it.
He did.
That's the worst short program I've ever seen from Nathan.
I don't.
Ever seen
No.
from Nathan.
I mean, it's
Chen.
just. We'll have a look and see how he does. What a good night. Is he? Good night. This is just awful. Now, does he not know the Olympics have started?
And he could come in behind her.
I love Kansas. It's a great super group. Here he comes, Dickie. He's out there skating like Phyllis trying to walk from our tailgate to the bathroom. Gonna try to save it. Oh my gosh, he's down.
Because of the time difference, they've actually already started. If there's ways for you to watch that, but
right.
But tonight, Greg will be glued to the TV.
So I'll glance at it because I want the agents can put on a show.
Speedy, if you'd pot up now, he did talk
drums.
He did talk about not getting it done, right? Let's listen.
Okay.
Even with a lot of talent in singing, even with a lot of talent in whatever you choose to do, you still have to put in this hard work. And you need that determination and perseverance not to give up.
Wow.
Well,
So
at least he's got a
still-
good attitude.
He's got the single.
At least he's got a good
competition
attitude
coming up.
about the
He'll be
single
fine.
competition coming up.
It takes perseverance.
This could be
to
a
get
great
there.
American story. Could be a comeback. It could be a comeback. I was playing one-on-one last night, and I was just owning it off the windshield. Now the bank was open, Greg. Beth Mowens.
Beth Mowens.
Female announcer, good as any guy. I know the game. Good as any guy. Somebody needs to get a timeout. Chandler Cox. So there we go.
Well, that is tough. Imagine, though, you've worked, I mean, I guess it's in any sport, but especially the Olympics, you've worked so long to get there, and if you have an off day and you're like, dang.
We've seen those stories.
Look, I don't know what it's like. I don't know how it all compares to what we've done.
Right.
But there's also, and I don't want to be selfish because you want to care about the athlete or the whatever. But
yeah.
But I have to always think about the coach. Because the coach thinks on his team, one person he did not have to worry about was this guy.
Yes. True.
You know what I mean? And he was kind of like, I'll tell you what now.
He's like, I didn't plan on that.
Yeah,
Right.
so I'll tell you what we can count on is a big point.
Yeah.
So now, what we got to be worried about, so-and-so. And then all of a sudden, he gets there and drops it on you. Now, look, when your stud drops, now you got all kinds of problems.
Yeah.
Because that's something you can't count on now. You just never expected that. It's like the best guy. It's like the best guy you had just throws it up in the stands. You're like, what? You had your eye trying to get people to come up to his level. You're like, I was not counting on having to deal with that. Right. That'll safe feeling you have in any sport, whether the guy gets control of the ball that you want to have it. Yeah. You feel pretty good about right now. Anxiety. Oh, good, he's got it. That's how this guy is to this team, and he just blew it.
Yeah.
And he let the team down. He looked like he couldn't handle the moment, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah, it was just weird. I don't know. He just looked like he was. And again, the only time I ever see anything like this is in the Olympics, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. But it just seemed like
live it up to Beth Mowens. I know all sports.
Did you?
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. So it was a great Thanksgiving. I know we all had that. And I told Bubba, we probably had more leftovers than we had in a long time. And Thanksgiving leftovers, man, it's just so good. So good. So it was a wonderful time together. We did play apples to apples again, but that game, if I could ban that game, I don't like any game that doesn't have this is right, this is wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, the judge decides what word they think is closest. All that. I mean, and then
it's like a beauty pageant.
We have these. Our family has these alliances that everybody gets on, and it's just. Also,
Survivor.
I also found out too. I tried to get Sherry to form an alliance with me, and she picked one of our sons' card over mine. After our sons were already in an alliance with their cousin, and I was like, I picked your card last time.
Right.
And she goes, I know, and that was so sweet, but I just wanted Brody to get a point. And I'm like, so let me be clear. I stuck with you against them. You went with them against me.
Yeah.
And she goes, well, the others really no other way to see it. And I was like, wow. That the womb is tough to defeat. So anyway, I mean, I said, do you understand the concept of an alliance? So anyway, I've already had my hike already too.
Oh, you
did?
did.
We had to have the post Thanksgiving hike. The boys have abandoned me on that too.
It's just you're left by yourself a lot.
I know.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I did.
Y'all, what colored map did y'all go on?
Well, we went on a trail at Alabama's largest state park that isn't marked, and I told Sherry, I said they haven't even marked this one.
Oh no!
And she said, well, this means there's no way to mess it up. It doesn't have a color. It means it's going to wind itself back out.
Isn't that illegal hiking?
Yeah, look at the beauty, man. I was in the woods a lot this weekend. I went hunting with Brody on one day. Then this day we went to the state park. Look at do y'all just love this time of year being in the woods?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's better than being in the woods right now?
Nothing.
I love being in the woods. I love it.
No,
look at there. There she is, just so beautiful.
Fun.
Doesn't know what alliance means, but what a beautiful thing. hey, listen, and she can hike. Wow, she can hike forever.
Hike.
She hikes forever. And I kept telling her, baby, this thing's not going to come around. We're going to have to go back. Look right there. What am I thinking right there?
You're thinking, I wish I was watching football.
Yeah, you're looking for
Was there
deer?
even any football on then? I don't even remember what day. This was on Friday. No, it wasn't Friday. It was Saturday. Saturday morning.
Kind of
It was Saturday morning.
Saturday morning, all you have is
and
college
if they wasn't,
game
we
day.
were talking about
That's
11
right.
a.m. You had Michigan, Ohio State.
It
So
was,
it was probably before then.
Right, yeah. Also,
You're looking for deer a lot, probably. On
honey,
your hike.
and honey, I'm just going to tell you something.
Oh, that's a cool picture.
If we're going to hike this long, this thing you have where I can't use the restroom in the woods, you're going to have to drop that. Yeah. Either the hike's got to be shorter, or you're going to have to be okay with me walking up here behind one of these trees.
She won't let you do that?
She's like, you don't need to do that out
I'd
here.
be scared to do that. What Sherry was doing, some raccoon might come out there and grab you.
I just said, watch the trail, and if you see somebody on the bike or somebody walking, holler. And I said, but if I get behind the tree up this hill, nobody can see me.
What's her holler? What y'all? Woo!
Somebody's coming.
Oh, that's it? Okay. I didn't know it
might be a meh.
Rick, you should have chosen a bigger tree, buddy. I mean, that's not.
Look,
that tree doesn't give you much coverage.
Yeah, right. I don't know what that is.
She was upset with that choice of tree.
Burgess.
Actually,
Rick, you kill that tree.
Actually,
tinkle on it.
Actually, the joke on that is, I say, hey, found our Christmas tree.
Yeah, it's Charlie Brown's Christmas.
Charlie Brown.
That's a good one.
So anyway, and then let me show you this. So far, you got the picture of us, Brody and me hunting. That picture shot of look. Here's Brody walking to his stand, and to me, if that don't fire you up for hunting right there.
Oh yeah.
Oh baby,
look at that.
Hey baby. So anyway, by the way, everybody meet me at the board after
water
work.
pump.
After work today, I'd like to talk about it. I got something I want to talk to you about at the board. All right. So speaking of football, watching the Iron Bowl and watching Coach Saban's face bleed the entire deal.
That was fun.
One of his players' shoulder pads clipped him.
Yeah.
And so he bled the whole game. I mean, did it ever dry? Or was it always? So here he is addressing it in the press conference.
Took a pretty good hit.
Yeah.
Before you ask, you ought to see the other guy.
That's fun.
And I took one of the hardest hits of the entire game. And unlike some of our players who had to go to the medical tent, like I always say, they don't make them like they used to.
Amen. Amen. You're right about that, Coach Saban. But then speaking of that, we got one of the players from Pitt.
Oh, Rick.
What is he doing? Smashing his helmet, his head with his helmet over what?
Hey,
he regretted that.
You don't understand. He grabs the face mask of the helmet and pulls it into his forehead and hits it. Don't think little. Okay.
And watch the team react.
Oh, yeah.
Now for Pitt, Devin Danielson, number 95. Not a very happy camper. There's something going on between him and Miami. Fascinating reaction here.
Oh, good night.
His teammates.
All right, right there, he's thinking that hurt worse than I thought.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
Wow.
They're up
That
by
guy-
30.
We all had that guy on their team. He always made me a little nervous.
Me too.
Yeah, he played hard.
He's just on the edge. He's just on the edge and probably should be incarcerated. But you know what I mean?
Just hadn't been caught yet.
And then
And he's the first one to jump off sides or something.
Oh, sure.
And then Terrell Owens.
Look at the guys behind him. Looked on their face.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
like,
what is he
Some
doing?
of them aren't surprised. Terrell Owens got into it with a guy that went into a CVS in L.A. and was allegedly harassing people.
Yeah,
Well,
it
it
was
was on the
outside.
street.
Yeah, it was outside.
But was
the
that
city.
why? Because he'd done something in the CVS?
Well, he was heckling him. He was heckling him, and then basically it looked like they were squaring off against each other, and he ends up decking the guy. The guy was just a problem and a heckler on the streets, and kind of came at him, and he took care of it.
Yeah,
the guy gets back up though and starts trash talking again.
Mm-hmm.
So is this guy just got something wrong with him?
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
obviously,
so. High on drugs or something.
So he gets up and starts it again after getting
Not
caught?
very wise.
No. Apparently, the guy was
not like he needs to be.
Inside the store, he spoke with fans before being confronted by a heckler. The heckler reportedly suggested they step outside, so he did, and the heckler was floored by a right from Owens, who then walked away. But by the way, Owens 48 now.
Ooh,
Terrell Owens.
That's a big
He looks about 25.
Yeah, he looks like he can still play.
Ooh, can I tell you what? Based on him and what Coach Saban said, good day for the older guys.
Yeah.
Good day for the older guys. I like it. All right, well, if you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We got a top of the hour break, and then we'll get back. Are we going to get into some of these not so happy stories?
I don't know.
Are we really?
I don't know.
Do you want to do it?
I don't know.
We're going to hear from Fauci.
Yeah, we got to hear from
Why
Fauci.
not Fauci? We just kicked off Christmas.
Come on, man.
We don't need to bring a Scrooge in it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It seemed like he was struggling through a couple of different of his jumps.
Do you think he'd been out maybe
I don't know.
rebel rousing?
It's the big show.
I don't know.
Is this his first Olympics? I don't know.
I don't know.
No,
Yeah, we
I
don't
don't
know
know
enough
anything
about
about
it. We
figure
need to.
skating.
Do you think it's been odd for him, like Henry Cho talks about, to be in South Korea and not stand out?
Yeah.
Gosh almighty.
Well, Henry
No,
Cho
that's a good
talked about
point.
that openly.
Did y'all see? I meant to bring this up. I saw it like over the weekend. It's not a news story, but it's the Olympics reminded me of it. That there's a school in Massachusetts that canceled. You know the movie? You remember the craze for the Jamaican bobsled team?
Oh yeah.
The movie Cool Runnings.
Yeah, I've seen
They said it's racially insensitive. They banned it.
With Cuba Gooding Jr. as the coach.
No, is he? Is he?
Is he? Don't make
I
that
think
up.
he's.
I'm sorry. He
he's
does
with
the
the dogs.
He does the dogs. I'm sorry.
I've never
I knew
seen
it.
it, but it's about the
Cuba.
Jamaican bobsled.
I know
team.
what you're talking about.
You remember they made the Olympics and they were terrible. But
I saw the movie. I just can't remember about it.
But they're
I
claiming
think John Candy's their coach.
They have like a break they take after exams and they let the kids watch movies and they wanted to watch Cool Runnings, but they said it's racially insensitive, so they have pulled it.
Well, what's racially
I
insensitive?
don't know. I guess I need to watch it and see.
Greg, but today, the times we're living.
That's my point. I doubt it.
We all know why.
Let me tell you.
Think about it.
Let me tell you what those people couldn't have taken is the comedians of the 70s.
No.
Rick, they surveyed 115 students. Only 2 teenagers actually supported the decision to pull it. 2 people are the only ones who were.
But so they did.
We're now protecting people from the movie about the story of the Jamaican bobsled team because we think it's racially insensitive.
One of the kids wrote, he said, it's a PG movie for kids 8 and above. We are 8 and above. Pretty good.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba is back. I mentioned Bubba to start the hour.
That's his thing.
To start the hour. You know what it sounded like? I thought it was one of those intros that y'all have from Sports R's. And I thought I've started something over here. Bubba, you're back. You and I both had to give blood and urine and EKG and blood pressure and
stool sample.
Yeah, thankfully, no.
I studied hard. I hope I passed.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. So you.
Yeah, my numbers look pretty good. What we knew. So
how'd that height and weight number look?
That one, when she measured my waist at my belly button, I thought, well, that one's gonna hurt.
Yeah,
that one's gonna hurt
right,
a
little
bit.
setback there.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt.
Right.
So
there's no medication for that one.
The height and weight is always gonna be a bit of a struggle for me.
Right. Yeah.
Good news. Pulse looked good. Blood pressure looked good, and I really have Speedy to thank for my pulse being so low this morning.
Pulse or blood pressure, both?
Yeah, well, I think the pulse was just a little over 60, maybe 62, 63. I think would be still in the real good range. But right before I had her take it, I read Larry the Leaf, and it calmed me right down. It brought me right down in the zone.
You and I discussed that, so you did it because Bubba and I were discussing.
Okay.
Because we always. Both of us have a degree, and there's no doubt about it, white coat syndrome.
Oh, listen, blood pressure cuff makes me want to fight. I mean, I just cannot help it. I don't know why I don't like to have it, but it does.
So getting it done before the show is by design, not just for the fasting part, but honestly, at the end of the show, if you take mine, you won't let me leave the office.
No.
Especially after the Flat Earth people yesterday.
Yeah, this show will raise your blood pressure and your pulse rate at times, and frankly, I just can't go to lunch without eating. I mean, it just can't happen. So, by then, if you took my blood pressure, I'd be mad about that too.
Right.
So,
yeah, but it's Larry the Leaf is very soothing.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I got to tell my dad
laid me right back. And
a lot of wind blowing pictures. I like to see the wind.
Your blood pressure all right?
Mm-hmm. It was fine. Yeah, it was actually I was surprisingly good.
Yeah, so mine was in the 130, 140 on the high and 70. I think we had 180 on. I mean, not 180, but an 80. They take it like 3 times, but most of them were in the 70s. So
that was good.
That's good.
And even just getting up and getting here elevates things just before the show. Even it's I know it's a no-win on when to get it done, but before is definitely better.
Yeah, my cholesterol will come back bad because it does every single time.
Yeah,
no matter weight, height.
Yeah.
I'm probably in the best shape I've been in. I'm talking about like post 40, but
you've done good.
But my cholesterol doesn't change at all. Right.
Well, and I told her, I said, I'm kind of mad because we're having to do this because it's on me because the bill didn't get paid and it lapsed.
Oh no!
And the agent missed it too. They usually get a notification, and I'm still a little odd about how that happened, but. The fact that neither one of us got notification. But anyway.
Well, I did, and I apologize. Maybe I should have made a bigger deal about it because I got a notification it was about to run out. And I brought it in and gave it to you, but I assumed this was all standard stuff.
Right. And but anyway, it played out, so we're going to have to do that again. And
But like a lot of things.
I'm mad because it's on me. That's my area, and that can't happen.
Well, what was so funny is
I got your blood pressure up. Just thinking about it.
Just right now, it's going up.
It's funny. Adler was trying to talk to me about... Like I was telling him that, which is great, and it's a great opportunity to have anything that anybody would care about. And I said I struggle trying to find sometimes on things getting booked too far ahead. There's not enough lead time in it. I can't do it. Then there's so much time. There's really nowhere to put it.
Things jump all over.
I mean, the calendar you have doesn't even deal with that year. And and he was like, well, you just need to get in the electronic world where you're better about keeping it there. I said, oh, Adler, I agree with you 100%. But there's still one problem. all the stuff in the world is meaningless if you don't look at it. Okay. If
I put a lot of things on my calendar and then blow right through.
Like I've noticed that if people send me things in the mail, if I don't open them and read them,
yeah,
I mean, you
doesn't
can
do any good.
You can send them to me all you want to. You know what I mean? And so that's my biggest problem. Is look, there's all kinds of ways to stay on top of this stuff, but the one thing I can't remove is my issue. Six minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the world on multiple different platforms. Find them all at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All the different ways you can get the show live or archived. You never have to miss a minute of the Rick and Bubba show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler here. Intern Blazing Silverman taking your phone calls. We'll get to more of those this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us as we wrap up 28 years, head to our 29th birthday. And Rick, Dr. Fauci.
Oh, Bubba.
The high priest of health.
Oh, gosh. I've never seen anybody say they're going away but won't go away.
This is his farewell tour.
Who does he think he is,
Speedy,
Tom Brady?
See if you can book him for the podcast.
I can't figure out whether he's Tom Brady, the Rolling Stones. Who is he? But anyway, so Fauci, you talk about confusing. This guy's all over the road.
Yeah, he's making the rounds, and he's out there telling. You know, he's got a book coming out too.
Sure, of course he does.
Set the record straight on everything. Several of these clips are pretty interesting. Let's start with 2A and just run through them, Eddie.
All right, so here we go. We'll start with 2A. We also have a written story about where he claims something else that we'll throw in too. So here we go. Here's his first one. We were told by President Biden 2 months ago. I'm sorry, 2 months after Biden declared the pandemic over and 2 years after Biden were promised to shut down the virus. So Biden said we're shutting down the virus, and 2 months ago told us the pandemic is over. Fauci says we're certainly still in the pandemic. So here we go.
Is this country ready for another pandemic? And are we still in the one we have not that we've been talking about?
Well, we certainly are still in it. I think you just need to look at the numbers. We're still having between 300 and 400 deaths per day. So I think the idea that, forget it, this is over, it isn't. We're going into the winter right now. We have the wherewithal to mitigate against another surge. It's up to us to make sure that doesn't happen. And that's the thing that's very frustrating, Chuck, among public health officials, including myself. We have an updated vaccine booster that we want to do, but the uptake of that is less than 15%. It's somewhere between 11 and 15%. We've got to do better than that.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even have.
Seriously, 300 to 400 a day. Am I missing that in the news? I don't think our network news would miss a chance
Gloom
to scare
and Doom
everybody.
should be pointing that out on ABC every single day.
Well, because and let me tell you something.
When we come on the air, 300 more people,
lot of
400 have just died.
A lot of folks started, I guess, not believing or paying attention to the COVID deaths because we found out that they could have a car accident that unfortunately they lost their life in.
That's what I wanted to know.
But they had COVID, and so they were listed as COVID deaths.
So, I mean, that was my next question. How many of those were flu deaths that happened to have COVID?
Yeah, you don't know.
That they throw that
you
in. Of course, that's courtesy of Meet the Depressed.
Yeah.
And so
I don't even know what to say to that. And the fact that he says we're still in a pandemic.
What's the measuring stick for a pandemic?
I guess I don't know what it is, but the president says we're not. Fauci says we are.
I tell you, we got a pandemic of people crazy as a loon. I know that.
That's a fact. Yeah, he's got 300 to 400 deaths a day.
A day.
I haven't seen those numbers, Rick. I can't believe that hasn't been front and center of the media if that was still the numbers. But anyway.
I'm looking in Alabama, and our 7-day average right now is 0 to 2. So it's extremely low in the state of Alabama. And if you look at how many people die in the U.S. every year, you've got around 9,000 people dying every day in the United States.
Right.
So when 200 of those are COVID, it's not the main cause.
Right. So anyway,
it doesn't sound like it's a need for
Yeah.
a panic, but Fauci says in 2B that he can't predict about what schools might need to do in the future.
Well, here we go.
So coming out of the holidays, should parents expect schools to shut down?
I don't know, Margaret. I'm not sure. When you talk about shutting down schools, there's always the collateral
That's also
effects.
radioactive.
It is, exactly. There's always the collateral issue. So you have to balance, and you do it in real time, depending upon the viral load of disease in your region, whether the upper Northeast may be quite different from the Southwest, from the Pacific Coast, from the upper Northwest. So you have to have the local authorities evaluate on a situation-by-situation basis the potential collateral deleterious effects with the effects of what might happen if you have so many kids getting infected.
Why are we even talking to this guy? Why are we continuing
It's
to
the
talk?
Fauci farewell tour, Rick.
But why are we talking to him? How many more things did he have to say that were wrong that you
Well-
finally say, well, probably not credible?
Well, try 2C. Get a load of this one.
I can't even. I don't even.
Get you a load of this
Bubba,
one, pal.
I thought we kicked Christmas off today.
We did.
They've clearly politicized it. They say that I'm not political at all, period. I've never been, and anybody who knows anything about me knows that that's the case. But it is very clear when people are running their campaigns with an anti-Fauci element to it. I mean, that's ridiculous. This is a public health issue. So, yeah, it's going to keep going, likely much more geared towards me. I mean, it's obviously a political issue. I'm not going to get involved. I didn't get involved before in the politics, and I'm not going to get involved now in the politics.
Oh, my gracious. Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
I wonder if Rand Paul agrees with that statement.
He's saying he didn't get involved in the politics of it? What is he talking about?
I just didn't, Rick. I didn't know what you're talking about. They're putting me in the campaign ads.
The Republicans are political sauce.
Hey, please, the Fauci.
We are living in a time that you can just if you don't
say anything.
If you don't like a narrative, you just can create one.
Yeah.
And it's the Republicans that have politicized this. The famous, you're evil if you didn't get the vaccine. You're evil if you didn't do this. Why don't you love other people?
It's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. That had to be the most incredibly dumb statement anybody could have said.
I love the fact that Fauci can't understand why people aren't flocking to the new vaccine and the new booster. He just can't understand it.
Well, I can explain
Can
it to
you
you,
help him with that?
Dr. Fauci, with all your all your degrees on the wall. Nobody trusts you.
Right.
Because we feel like you've lied to us, and at the very best have not been 100% forthcoming. That's why. I mean, that's just shocking. I can give you that answer, Dr. Fauci. You can't find it. I got it.
If you're not familiar with the tyrannical, and I'm not saying that's what's going on here, hear me out. But if I don't want to be perceived a certain way, then I shouldn't do certain things, right?
Well, I would think so. So
I watched the documentary, and you can watch others on other tyrannical, communistic, overreaching regimes. Okay, the true fascist. Okay, you can watch these documentaries and you see what they do, and their propaganda it's almost comical, but it works. I watched the One Child Nation documentary where, the Chinese government convinced the people that they were saving the world and saving China by stop having children more than one because of overpopulation. And everywhere they went, it was the ads they ran, One Child Nation, and how wonderful you were, and puppets telling one child, all this stuff, okay? And then they realized that they had hurt their population so much, they wanted people then to start having more than one again, and then they just did the same propaganda for that. All right. I watched a commercial over the weekend when I was just trying to enjoy Thanksgiving and watching football, okay? And guys, and it felt so creepy. And this is about giving babies boosters and vaccines, okay, for COVID. And it was set up It reminded me of what I thought was a tremendous ad, the old Michelin ad where it had babies riding in tires.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it would say, because there's a lot riding on your tires.
Right.
And I
This is a
thought,
great ad.
that's brilliant.
Yep.
But anyway, this was creepy. So it shows all these beautiful pictures of all these babies. And I'm paraphrasing, but this was the voiceover. You'll do anything to protect your child. Beautiful baby, mama with a baby. Your child is a treasure. And all the things you do to protect your child. Yes, that's right. I would do anything to protect my child. Now such and such booster available now for children of all ages. Just one more thing you can do to protect that child. And all these pictures of babies, and I thought, man, what wicked propaganda. This is that garbage propaganda from all the and this is the kind of stuff that makes us feel creepy. And that you want me to be giving my child, a kid, a baby, these things when you look at the dangers to children and the numbers are so minuscule. But what it is they're trying to guilt us and scare us into doing something they want us to do. Mm-hmm. Now, it could be as simple as, I got a bunch of boosters and I want to sell them. Mm-hmm. And it could just be that. But it could be all kinds of weird things. But when you're familiar with how propaganda from tyrannical governments and overreaching people, how it operates, and you see one, it makes you kind of suspect because they're clearly trying to play to your emotions and play to fear to get you to do something that you really don't want to do.
Yeah.
But see, they conveniently leave out. Now, it would be helpful if they said, now, of course, this could also be a risk to your baby to actually give them these things.
Mm-hmm.
They leave that part out, and as if there's no possibility of bad side effects at all. It's just creepy.
We've got one other Fauci note here before we move on.
Yeah.
We don't have audio for it, but we'll read it to you.
And remember,
pretty interesting.
Yeah, he didn't politicize it. It was the evil Republicans and conservatives that politicized it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. Which is, I have to be willing to actually look and be on top of it.
Right.
It can be sitting on calendars. I can have it on 5 calendars. But if I don't look at those calendars,
you can get notifications and everything.
If I have alerts and it's on my calendar, but too many times I forget to put an alert on. I mean, if it pops up on my phone and it's right there in my face.
Right. Yeah.
That's sometimes
Where's it
a little
at?
better. Right. It's right there. Right there where Larry the Leaf is.
Yeah.
Right there.
Oh, I've learned.
Can Larry the Leaf have a calendar and actually follow it next time? Can we add that for the second book?
Yeah, I've learned about me. Like somebody will say something to me, like say on a Friday, and I'll say, I get the office Monday. I say I'll take care of that, and I'll stop. And I'll go. Now here's what you need to do. When you get up on Monday, text me again about it, because if you think I'm gonna come in Monday, remember this conversation. It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
And I'm more than willing to do it or send it to you or whatever. But if you'll make yourself a note to make me a note, then we got a chance.
It might work.
Yeah. But this thing of today, I'm talking about it when I get, especially a Monday, because Saturday and Sunday are unlike anything we experienced during the week. They're not even in the same world.
Yeah.
It's a different world.
It's like a different person living it.
Right. Yeah. So
it's a different life.
So anything that shows up on a Monday, I'm capable of anything because I honestly will come back on Monday and have no recollection of it whatsoever.
Yeah. It's kind of like we heard that Trump resets every day. I have a certain amount of that, and Mondays is like a big reset.
I can't remember what it was. It was something you kept getting me prepared for that happened on a Monday. I think last Monday, and I told you, I said, Speedy, I appreciate what you're doing right now. It's very kind of you to do it. But I'm gonna be driving into work on Monday, hear the kickoff hour, and that's when I'm gonna remember.
Yeah. I can tell you what it is off air, but you're right.
When it's mentioned on the air as I'm driving in, I'll go, oh yeah, I forgot all about that.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. So and then I'll go find all the stuff that you put for me, and then I'll get it before I come on.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is a little yellow pad right here. If I don't write it down, what scares me though is when I don't have the pad by me to write it down, like I'm at home or something.
Right.
And so I don't know if you guys are like this, but I have to lay things out where I look in the mornings before I leave, or I'll forget it.
Oh,
so like where my bag is or something. If I don't,
it's got to be by the door.
If I don't go place it right there, I'll just blow right through it
too.
and either get to work or somewhere and go, my gosh, I forgot it.
Right.
Me
too.
So, but like I'll think about it in the middle of the afternoon, the day before, and I got to go put it. I got right now. I got to go put it exactly where I need.
I'm 100%. Just like yesterday on the reading glasses. I have glasses that I keep in my car.
Yeah.
And then I have glasses I keep at my desk because you can't have them traveling or they'll be gone. But if I ever make a mistake and leave the ones on my desk hanging in my shirt, and I get in the truck, I go, you can't even. And what I say is tomorrow when I get out, I will go up the steps, get into the office, and forget that they're in the truck. And it happens every time. Because I know myself too well. Oh, yeah. And the minute I start scrambling in my office, I go, oh, that's right, those are in my truck. So, I mean, at least I know myself, so I'm not so frustrated about it anymore.
Right.
I'm pretty consistent to forget things. And so when I forget things, I go, well, yeah, that's pretty much me.
Well, knowing what to expect is half the battle.
So you know that you're going to forget before it even happens.
Yeah. So it's not as near as upsetting. You know, if I don't put my wallet right back where it is, I'm not going to remember it. And when I don't and I can't find it, I go, see?
You have to be a creature of habit when you get up early, I think. I have to have one spot, everything goes in.
I've laid this thing down off the spine somewhere. There's no telling where it is.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 23 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so we're finishing up Fauci. And he now says, Bubba, that he is completely open mind, has a completely open mind about COVID-19 lab leak theory.
Now, he says that he has an open mind, but he says that the evidence strongly suggests it was not a leak from a lab. Well, you know what? It may not be, Dr. Fauci, but if you had been forthcoming immediately to tell us that they were doing gain-of-function experiments that you had helped funded through your group because it was illegal to do it in the United States, that would have been a big help.
Well, isn't that how...
Until Rand Paul drug it out of you under congressional testimony.
You worked as an engineer. So when you come in and say something's wrong with the board, okay, we then go through every possible scenario.
Well,
somebody
somebody
could say, over the weekend they had somebody come in and use the studio. All right, there's one.
Right.
By the way, they switched out such and such on Friday after the show. All right, there you go. Oh, I came by here and had to cut some commercials. All right. You know, like you're talking about, tell us everything so we can consider all the different options. Don't hide one. And then say that we're all evil for even suggesting that.
Yeah.
And then
transparency would have been a big help in this. And I don't know. So it came from somewhere. So if you don't believe it came from the lab, which is a possible logical explanation, Rick, you have to go back to the bat sandwich theory, which I'm saying I think is a long shot because they've been eating bats over there for a long time. So why now?
Right. So this is why Fauci has lost credibility for videos like this and audio, and we all just need him to retire and go on. But here he is contradicting himself, not other people.
Wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and masks are protective, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is.
You do not need
to wear a mask indoors if, in fact, you've been vaccinated. Good that you're vaccinated, but in a situation where you have people indoors, particularly crowded, you should wear a mask.
So even if you are vaccinated, you should wear a mask. If, in fact, you are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, you are protected, and you do not need to wear a mask outdoors or indoors.
That is hilarious.
There you go.
That is hilarious. Thank you, Emma.
It's it. So,
Fauci.
Yeah, I think I think that just like you're seeing with 5A, what you're seeing now is people. I don't know if these people don't know. Everybody's got a breaking point, even under communist reign. Okay. The Chinese are now staging massive protests because of continued COVID lockdowns by the country.
Can I say one more thing about Fauci?
Yeah.
If these news programs are so dedicated to journalism, why didn't they bring on Rand Paul? He didn't have to have a debate. He could have been the next segment or vice versa. Hear both sides of the story. But no, this was a bowing to Fauci on the way out.
Well, they did just what they did, what Twitter was doing. They pick winners and losers.
Yep.
You don't get to see the debate. Remember, we took doctors who, by the way, were 100%. McCullough was 100% right when he said, when the variant started, the vaccine is now obsolete. The vaccine would help you with the original, whatever it was called.
We're calling it Alpha.
But once we went to Delta, remember he said it can't make that adjustment. And he gave us the analogy of a football team where, it's
and then Omicron was a whole nother animal.
He said as these variants go, the vaccines are not going to be able to keep up with them because the vaccine's assigned to go stop one variant.
Right.
It's not designed to stop multiple variants. And he told everybody that, and he was not allowed to be interviewed by anybody other than people they deemed to be untrustworthy.
We were going to have him on.
And you were banned.
But they had threatened to pull our podcast off.
Right.
If we did it. So.
Right. Yeah, so that's not really journalism. That's not us trying to get to the bottom of it. But I'm saying I think Americans are not going to be told. Some of you are still living in terror, and that's your own business, as long as you don't make me live the same way. Is that when you have the Chinese, like we just saw on that video, saying that we're done with COVID lockdowns, and they're protesting against a tyrannical communistic government, everybody has a point where they're going, we're done with this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We have to learn, as we said early on, of course we were ostracized for that, we've got to learn to live with it because it's another virus now and it's going to be around and all the different variants and it'll keep on hanging out. But it's going to get to the point where it's like somebody's got the flu, somebody's got COVID, somebody's got pneumonia, somebody's got whatever. It's just on the list now.
Well, you know why?
You can't shut the whole world down over the possibility of getting sick.
You know why we're going to have it? Because the vaccine has not eradicated it, or nor will it. It's not like the smallpox or any of those vaccines we got as kids that were worthwhile because they did away with the disease.
I had probably the most level-headed email, but right before we left for Thanksgiving break, from a doctor that I just said, look, because he was asking what we'd said, and I said this is what we'd said, and it was the most level-headed response. And I said, I wish that's the way we had been talking about it all along. And he basically said, yes, people have negative reactions to the vaccines. We shouldn't act like that's not true. It's not a lot, but it did happen. But then we act like it's not happening, so that made it look shady. If you are a perfectly healthy person with a good immune system, you probably don't need any of this stuff. If you're not, you probably do.
Yeah.
The shot could help you. Our treatments could help you. But if you're perfectly healthy, you probably don't need any of it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Watch it on your wireless device as it streams live. And you can also watch all the different YouTube videos and
Actually already
Pyongyang.
happened, but we'll see them tonight.
How you say it, Pyongyang?
That's good.
Is that
Close
close?
enough.
Honestly, I don't know. Is that it?
I think so.
I want to.
Greg.
Is it Pyongyang? What's that? Pyongyang.
Pyongyang.
I know the one in North
Pyongyang.
Korea is Pyongyang, and this is
Pyongyang.
Pyong something else.
What is this one? Pyongyang.
No, Pyongyang's in North Korea,
Where is this one?
South Korea.
What's it called?
No, it's
look on your
Pyong,
5 things.
but
Does it look like it?
No way.
Where's Hobie when you need him?
Yeah, really.
He kind of thought it was cool and said we need to have one in America to honor our military. Now, a lot of the military people don't want to do that simply because all the dictators do.
Well, I was about to say,
that's my point.
Isn't that called the Veterans Day Parade, and isn't that called the Memorial Day Parade?
No. This is when you put the tanks
No, I
and
got
the
it.
missiles.
But
and
he's
all
wanting
that.
to do one in D.C. On that scale.
Basically, just like the North Koreans and the Russians and everybody.
The reason why I would be against that is that's usually what evil dictators do before they take over the world.
Now we have the guy, the guy that shot Bin Laden. He's coming out, trashing it, and he's talking it. But there's also people who don't think Navy SEALs should write books about what they do either, and go promote themselves and make a lot of money off that too. There are people that will make that argument.
No, you're right. You're right.
I'm not saying that's me, but they are people who are like anti that too.
Yeah, and also I love Schumer saying that we shouldn't have it, but then they found audio in 2014 when he said we should have them.
Well,
I personally just don't like the way it looks. It reminds me of North Korea. That's just me.
Yeah, well, because we do things to honor our military all the time. We don't need.
Yeah,
to
plus we don't have to. Because
we have
when they do all
games.
that, they're putting fake stuff out there to make you think that they got all this, BA equipment.
Yeah.
Right.
But back to Pyeongchang, South Korea. If you're streaming online, I think they started it at 5 a.m. Central. Probably over in it by now. I don't know how long they last, but the big
it'll be on prime.
The big to see was that North Korea and South Korea were going to come out together and be the last to walk out.
Have you seen the pictures though? They've got
one.
Kim Jong Un's sister, isn't it? That's now head of security. She's sitting like 2 rows behind Mike Pence, which I don't know if you'd want your back turned to them.
Yeah.
So they're going to walk out, and that's going to be the end of it. Now
that'll be the last team to come out.
But I mean, then
they're going to come together.
Suddenly, he'll get it all together and start being nice.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, they're just together on a couple of events, not all of them.
I think the hockey team was playing together.
Female hockey.
Yeah.
So
which
I'm
is real
sitting here.
big.
I shouldn't be doing this because I'm watching the highlights now
of
the opening ceremonies,
okay.
and it looks fantastic. And they're using tons of technology and
Right again,
drones
Greg.
and just. I think you're all over it, Greg. They've showed out.
Oh, them Asians can put on an opening ceremony.
They can. You're right.
They'll take a drum and just do crazy stuff with it. They'll have like
And
1,000 drummers,
and
1,000 of them out there, and they're all in queue with each
And
other.
document it fairly well, too.
Guys, these drones, I'm just going to hush. I don't want to ruin
Stop.
it.
Just good.
Stop it. Yeah. But anyway, that's 7 p.m. Central on NBC.
All right, here's my concern.
Pyongyang.
Here's my concern because
Pyeongchang.
the pageantry and all this. From what? Let me see if I have this right. And y'all, and I know there's been.
Pyeongchang.
I know there's been exceptions. But wasn't kind of the whole concept of the Olympics? Hear me out. That this is a day that we put all of our politics aside.
Oh, sure.
And then we come together and we just
On the field of athletic
and on the field of athletic competition. This is one time the whole world puts all that aside.
And
Right.
get ripped off by the Russian judges.
But everything I'm reading is that everybody's trying to make some political statement on our team.
Yeah.
So
that's what we're saying. The athletes are kind of starting to ruin it for me a little bit.
Well, that's the thing. We've lost, now that we've done our kneeling for the flag. Now everybody's, their 2 cents matters.
we're
And when
mad
they've
about
got the stage, they're going to make hay with it. So it really, I hate to say it, Rick, you're right. It goes against the whole spirit of the Olympics.
I was just trying to make sure I was right on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're supposed to put our small things aside and come together under the brotherhood of competition.
Yep.
But what we have is our own athletes protesting not the world, not evil dictators, protesting their own country.
Yeah, how about
Correct.
that?
And their own leadership on the committee. We had the guy that didn't attend because he wanted to be the flag bearer and thought he got ripped off. They had a vote, and
flipped the coin.
it was tied, and it was understood it was going to be a flip of the coin. He lost, and he got mad.
Well, he's being the people who are coming after him a little bit, even who agree that he's maybe the better athlete of the two. They said, but then when you put hashtag Black History Month, you kind of ruined it. What does this have to do with your race? We flipped a coin.
Yeah.
And they voted, and the vote was a tie, and they flipped a coin. That has nothing to do with your race. So. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Have you moved to the new way to clean? It's better and a lot less expensive. CleanPods.com/Bubba. It's a smarter clean. It is. Well, these concentrated pods, they get you so many more sprays, and they send you these custom grade, professional grade, water sprayers. The bottles you get 5 of them, and then you just add your own water to the pods. And so when you've got a full spray bottle full of whatever type of cleaning you need, they've got a variety. You're going to get more sprays, and that bottle's going to cost you less than $2. So I'm just going to guess that I haven't seen that price on the shelf anywhere of a ready to go. You're paying for water. You're paying for logos. Why don't you go to cleanpods.com/Bubba right now? We'll get you 10% off anything that you choose, and you can find that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Also, you don't have the harsh chemicals that we used in the past. They got it for glass, they got it for floors, bathroom, multi-use, and more. The spray bottles are fantastic. You're going to love those. So 10% off and free shipping on anything you order right now. It's a better way to clean. Thanks for all the feedback you're giving us at cleanpods.com/Bubba. All right, so do we have the Sean McVay, and we can get to your phone calls as well coming up. I understand Sean McVay was also hit by a helmet.
Yeah, this is coaches under attack on the sideline weekend.
Yeah, we had Saban get hit with somebody's shoulder pads, and now here's McVay. Bam.
Oh, wow, this hit. That really hurts. Rams have the football. We come back.
Oh, wow.
He's wanting to shake it off, but wow,
Bam.
it really did hurt.
What hit him? Was it the helmet or the shoulder pad?
I think it was the helmet and the face mask right there. See,
I think the shoulder pad.
It hit the headset, Rick, and probably drove that into him a little bit.
The shoulder pad.
Yeah.
The shoulder pad caught the ear piece of the headset.
Yeah.
Bam.
Boy, you got
Well, you can just tell by the way his jaw went around that.
Watch
him trying to rub it off.
Look at the assistant coach. Look at the assistant coach.
You know he don't want to act like he's hurt. Nobody wants to do that. But look, he's like, wow. What a shot
right there.
When you're not expecting it, it's so much worse. His head just got spun.
Hey.
Ooh, that's going to leave a mark.
That's rough. Oh man, that's bad. So he's got to deal with that. So yes or no on Cambridge Dean?
Well, I mean, if
this is such an idiotic thing. I almost don't want to give it any headline, but I understand the other argument too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Okay. And this is, and we've said this before, but it's even more important than ever on a big time serious note. You will find in Scripture when the New Testament church started, and it didn't take long, one of the biggest concerns that you find, and it gets addressed throughout the New Testament in letters and epistles over and over, and that is watch out for false teachers. We have false teachers that are infiltrating the church. Go back to the Garden of Eden, okay? If you're familiar with what happened in the book of Genesis, and if not, we'll give you a nutshell. This is Rick and Bubba Bible Study. We're gonna make it for C students. But if you go back, you will see, and think about this, Bubba. I've heard this said. I think it was Tony Evans the first time I heard this said, and others have said the same thing. If you want to get the clearest picture on any topic in Scripture, find the first time that God deals with it, or the first time it's revealed to you. Right. That's the clearest. Of course, that would involve marriage. But anyway, and which is going to tie into all this. But what did Satan use against man and woman from the very beginning? Is that what God really said?
Yeah, he's not denying who God is.
No.
He's saying, "Are you sure you understood what he meant?"
Is that what he really said? And of course, we know.
Boy, that's being used today, isn't it?
And so that's the fall of all mankind. That's the fall of creation. And if you think that the adversary just said, "Well, that worked really good in the beginning, so I'm just going to stop doing it," no, this is why you see John talking about this in 1 John. You see Peter talking about this in 2 Peter. You see Paul when he's setting up Titus and he's setting up Timothy to be the pastor of Ephesus for Timothy and Titus in Crete, he's saying you got to teach sound doctrine and you got to watch out for false doctrine. Peter is saying watch for false doctrine. You see John in 1 John saying the Gnostics are wrong. They're telling you something that isn't correct. So the key that we need to take away from this, if you're a follower of Christ, or you're new to the faith, or you've been around a while, whatever, and I was guilty of this, and I've changed this in my life, but I was guilty of it for far too long. I didn't know Scripture. So if I heard false doctrine and I heard false teaching, and Satan would say to me, is that what God really said? I didn't really know. And so you're easily convinced. You can watch somebody stand up in a pulpit or in an arrangement like this and tell you something that is not of God, but if you don't know Scripture and you don't have the discernment of the Holy Spirit, you don't know. And this is something now, and it's starting to really, really rage again, especially in the Western church. You see the rest of the church has gotten better about this. The Western church right now, our biblical knowledge is infantile and easily duped now. So this is a Cambridge dean. Now this is not here in our country. This is in the UK, obviously, with Cambridge. But remember, when I say the Western church, that includes Europe. Okay, so this dean gets up and begins to give a sermon about Jesus. I can't even say some of the things that are said because I fear I may get God's wrath for even repeating it. But he's trying to claim that Jesus could have been transgender. What? Now he's even defending it. What are you talking about? And when you hear some of the things that he says, first of all, I got to know who vetted this guy for him to get up and do this. The dean of Trinity College said that this is Joshua Heath. Is this the guy who's actually saying it? What is this dean's name? That defended the sermon.
Michael Banner.
Yeah, so that is the dean who defended it.
You have Trinity.
Yeah, and the message came from
Joshua Heath.
Joshua Heath, right?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
So we have a dean of now look what the college is. Trinity College. The Trinity lets Joshua Heath get away with getting up and saying that the portrayals of Jesus really is a transgender. He wasn't really male or female.
And I wouldn't even get into the comparison.
I can't talk about the things he said. The things he said are
and wasn't that based on depiction of some art?
Yes, it's about
blasphemy, blasphemy. And it's bad enough that this person would get up and say something so asinine. But then you've got how can a dean of Trinity College at Cambridge say, well, now look, he made some good points. And see, here's the problem. What if you don't know? What if you don't really know what's going on? You know, what's bad, what ought to concern you if you have any tie to this part of the world, what ought to concern you is that this is so blatantly wrong, but yet it still got through. Right. Imagine the things that are just a little more subtle, which is a little more Satan-like, and they're a little more subtle, and you don't know. I mean, think about it just being as something. This is so ridiculous. I don't even know what to say. How blasphemous this is. But I mean, if you'll say to something like this, you don't even remotely check up on there's many ways to heaven. Universalism and all that. You don't even. I mean, you would embrace that. I mean, with no effort whatsoever. But see, if you don't know what Christ said about that topic, then somebody says that, and you go, that sounds kind of good. I mean, God is gracious and God is merciful, and Jesus did go to the cross. So but yet, what if but there's probably many ways to get to heaven and to stand in the presence of a holy God. And if you don't know that Jesus said that he's the way, the truth, and the life, and nobody comes to the Father except through him, if you don't know that, you sit there and go, well, that makes sense. I guess, yeah, I guess that. It's. I'm telling you now more than ever. It's always been around. Don't misunderstand me. I gave you examples of that. But boy, you got to know it. You got to know it. And as Adrian Rogers said when he was still with us, when looking for Satan and looking for the adversary, never fail to check the pulpit. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's like, now you ruined it. You had a legitimate comment that everybody could kind of,
They usually vote to see who the flag bearer is going to be in any of the Olympics, right?
Yeah, I guess. And it ended up in a tie.
Right.
And they said the tiebreaker is a coin flip.
And that was the rules before they.
And everybody knew that, and you lost the coin toss, and now you're acting like a brat.
Yep.
And trying to act like somehow had something to do with your race, and that's crazy. And it's disrespectful when racial things really do happen.
And we got
this isn't one.
We got an Olympic skater that won't meet with Vice President Pence, who is the leader of the delegation,
over something Pence says isn't true.
Yeah,
right.
Rick
We'll
and
be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, we have one of these ironic moments, and when these things happen, there's just something, and I wish that it didn't, please me as much as it does, but to see people get caught in their own traps. But
Rick, let me just say this to you: #MeToo.
#MeToo. We have a California Democrat who's been featured as Person of the Year.
Yeah,
for her role
in anti-sexual harassment, and a leader of the #MeToo movement has been accused of drunkenly groping a male legislative staffer at a softball game.
That's funny.
So I want to be sure.
Now she's a she, Christina Garcia.
I want to be sure I have this right.
Right.
The woman,
right,
who has been credited in Time Magazine as the Person of the Year, or one of the people. They do a number of people in that issue. She was one of the people of the year.
Yes.
And the reason why she was featured is she went out and says we must do something about sexual harassment, which we all would agree with. Now, she also believed what? We should expand what we call sexual harassment. She wanted to take the definition and say it must include a broader range of things because women shouldn't be, or anyone have to tolerate some of these other things that might not have met the criteria before of sexual harassment. The only problem is now she's being accused of being drunk and groping a man.
Well, Rick, also, it's not in this story, but one of the other stories this morning, she also was very important and instrumental in legislation that lowered the burden of proof on an accuser. So it was easy to get people prosecuted under California's very, very strict anti-sexual harassment laws.
Where did it take place? The allegation is at a softball game in 2014.
Rick, they said after the softball game, she was in the sauce, got tore up. She was clearly inebriated during the 30 to 35 second episode. The person who she abused, Rick, in this terrible thing, she did several things. She put her hand on his back, she grabbed his butt, and she also tried to touch another area that is very private.
Watch it.
Watch out now. Hello.
Mm-hmm. Now, he reported it to his superior at the time, who is another legislator for California, and now he has come forward to bring this to the assembly.
She said this guy says on the final squeeze she made a lewd comment about a 2-0 count. But anyway,
Here we go. That, you'll get it. But Rick, she has said, that every complaint about sexual harassment should be taken seriously.
Well, including this one.
And I will fully participate in any investigation that takes place. She is a Los Angeles area lawmaker. She says, I have zero recollection of engaging in inappropriate behavior, and such behavior is inconsistent with my values.
Well, I guess if you're sober.
Right. But in this case, Ms. Garcia, it appeared you had a handful.
Now, what would Mrs. and I don't know whether this is true or not, and she should receive the same amount of. I would like to see her afford to other people the same thing she would like afforded to herself, and that is let's really
a little due process
to see if this happened. But I think that we could all say, and it is no excuse, by the way, that there have been people men who would say when they said something inappropriate or maybe did something that was an unwelcome touch, that they would say, "I'm so sorry, I was drunk."
Mm-hmm.
And what would she say? Well, that's no excuse, and she'd be right.
Right.
But so it's no excuse for her either. If this took place at all, and we don't know that it did, but the accusation is there, so that is a story that the person who has been that was a pioneer and a leader of we must do something about sexual harassment,
featured in Time Magazine's Person of the Year issue,
has now been accused of groping a man while she was drunk at a softball game that they were playing in.
I tell you, the groping reports are just, I mean, you can't get through the news every day without 2 or 3 gropings going on. Can you?
Well, the first phone troll of the week. We've kicked off the Christmas season here today. I hope all of you had a great Thanksgiving. We got a lot of topics out there. It's your turn to talk at 866 We Be Big. Look at old Blazing Silverman. He's full of the holiday spirit, and he's ready to talk to you at 866 We Be Big. 10 lines are available. The largest number of people on the program in the shortest amount of time. That means that there's some good things here on the old phone troll. It means, obviously, that there's more lines because we got 10 of those, and we just opened up every one of those, so it'll be easier to get in. But then, because we're working that troll, it also means that you won't be in line very long. So the buzzer will kind of keep things moving, and you can stand by and say, look, even though I'm on hold, I won't be on hold very long. Things that you need to know while you are lining up. First gift of 12 working days of Christmas will be coming up on Thursday. So make a note of that. And also a couple of man churches coming up from themanchurch.com. You've got December 10th and 11th. That'll be our last ones I think we have on the books for the year. You can see Andy Blanks. It'll be a morning man church at West Mobile Baptist Church on Saturday morning. And then on the 11th, Scott Dawson will be in Webster, Florida, and this will be their second man church there. So see those at themanchurch.com. And if you're looking for a great gift idea for the men on your Christmas list, don't forget before prices go up in January to get your group, your men's group, or maybe men on your Christmas list, tickets to the Man Church Conference, the first one ever, coming up February 24th, 25th. In Oxford, Alabama, and those reserve seat tickets are on sale. We're over half sold out, so make the move to get that, and also you certainly want to get it before prices go up in January. So there's a couple things that you might want to make a note of as we roll into the Christmas season. Lines are available. You can join us. Let's start with Dan in Auburn, Alabama. Dan, you got 30 seconds on the phone troll. Go right ahead.
Hey, yeah, I just want to talk about the Thanksgiving and soccer issue.
Mm-hmm.
We're staying over there, and some cousins came over that had a little bit more British descent, and they wanted to watch the World Cup USA game. I went over here and changed it over to some SEC football while they were fixing their plate in the kitchen. They came back in thinking the channel had already changed itself because the game was over. I was like, yeah, I don't want to watch an hour and a half of 0-0. Yeah. Well, I can watch some SEC football. That's the real football down here.
Yeah, that's sad that college football would be on at the same time of the World Cup, and there's actually people that choose the World Cup. Just let that settle for a minute. That's hard to even imagine, isn't it? I mean, unless you're in a foreign land or something, but I'm talking about here. That's really hard to imagine, isn't it?
It is, and I don't know if you saw some of the local news to the Birmingham market, but they showed a wide shot of what looked to be like a pub or something, watching the World Cup, and they were all jumping up and down and screaming.
At what? Nobody scored.
What, 0-0?
Mm-hmm. That was a setup shot. Those are actors.
Even saw some people hugging in excitement and jumping
over
up and
what?
down.
Like what the guys are saying. Over what?
I don't know.
It's still 0-0. I told you we could do it.
We almost got one.
We
in.
advanced.
We kicked it up in the stands.
Yeah, DR, you're on. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
I know 2 boys that started in Central Asia the real football over there, and they also introduced it, bringing in some football players from Texas A&M, Samford, and they over there also teaching J to the Muslims over there. They're speaking English, and they started out on campuses, and Another thing is,
I think he said
there was a program that went over there and tried
missionaries in
to teach
Asia
football.
teach American football. And
you remember we had
that's
this
about all I
story
got
years
out of
ago
it.
that were
linebackers,
in Israel.
quarterbacks, and
I do
Jesus.
remember
That's what
that.
I got in Asia. That's what I got out of
Okay.
it.
All right.
There's a league over there.
Well, Bubba has been saying, and I want to give him credit for this, he's been saying for years that if we would introduce American football or some sort of competition other than soccer, because it just makes people more frustrated, to the Middle Eastern people, we may have less trouble out of them.
Right.
They could kind of get some of that out of their system through competition.
Have a way to vent. Let the steam off. Don't let it boil up so
Right.
that you always have to be, declaring a war on somebody.
If we could have
More football, less jihad.
I will say this, and I don't know who it would be. Maybe we could you could
Football
help me
instead
out.
of fodder.
They're very good.
If we had a Ted Lasso type character coaching the American team, maybe that's Mike Leach, maybe it's Lane Kiffin. I don't know the answer to that. Now I would be dialed in to see what happens with that.
Well, if Speedy's theory is right, Mike Leach wouldn't be available. Well, I'm just saying.
Rick, I don't think that's supposed to be on the air.
I just said he wouldn't be available to go there. That's all I'm saying.
Not.
Well, could he go?
I know. I didn't think it'd be him.
I thought it would be Bubba.
For sure, clearly.
I don't know
All right,
why I get
change the
blamed when
subject.
it's
I didn't say
always
anything.
when it's always number
Subject.
one. It
I didn't
does it.
Now.
That's a
gets
good
blamed.
point.
Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso.
Think you're onto something.
How about
Bubba.
Ted Lasso?
Yeah, Ted Lasso would be nice.
Yeah.
With his mustache.
Goodness, you're
with
so
you?
dangerous
I'm
these
just
days.
saying.
So
You are.
dangerous.
Look, he at Auburn might be a good thing.
That's what?
Let's go to Mike. Mike, listen to ZZK. Mike, go ahead.
hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
I just want to make a comment about the Iron Bowl. I'm an Alabama fan. but I read an
Road Tide.
article- Road Tide. I read an article from Cadillac Williams. The best thing about that game was that there were 12 decisions on the Auburn football team for Christ.
I heard that in the press conference.
Was that at is that at the message of the night before?
No, I think he was just talking about.
That was in
over
his
the
press
year.
conference after the game.
He talking
He's
about,
about during the time
He's
the
been
past
there.
3 weeks.
Not this weekend.
Yeah,
The past 3 weeks or whatever, 4 weeks.
right.
He was kind of recapping what's been going on in his world outside of the football field,
Right.
and that was one of the things.
Right.
Great things.
Yeah,
That
and,
has
and
been
Bama fans get to be happy about that because they won.
Yes.
Now, if Auburn had won, probably hadn't seen much celebration about those 12 decisions. I'm just saying how the culture works.
You're right.
But how about this? The fact still remains that is a big deal, and that's really all that's going to matter when it's said and done anyway.
And I think because I continue to read tweets that are out there about Hugh Freeze. Somebody said that Hugh Freeze called Jimmy Sexton and said, "Tell them I will have 15 decisions for Christ if you'll let me have the job." Just the things that continue to come out. It is
They're having
awful.
fun with it,
awful,
aren't
but funny.
That's terrible. Don, I'm sorry, in Huntsville.
What about it, Don, Dan?
100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Hey, morning, guys. We lived in Budapest, Hungary for about 7 years total. Worked at the embassy over there. And just want to tell you, my youngest son, Joshua, played for the Budapest Cowboys, American football, and he absolutely loved it. And the Hungarians love American football.
I bet they do. Who doesn't? We ought to carry that to the world. I mean, of course they loved it. I talked to a guy, and it was funny because this is our time. If you got anything left to go to one of these other countries, he was telling me he was working out. And I said, "Well, you get fired up?" He goes, "I'm actually going to go to Brazil and play American football." And I mean, he was like 40. But he plays like starting linebacker for one of their teams, that kind of stuff. He was doing it, it's kind of, a lot of them are using it for a ministry opportunity like the other guy was talking about. But I was like, "So you're going to start?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, I'll start." And I'm like, "You're 40. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.